Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes Black Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kyo Nagasaki, 17, enjoys spending time with his wolf, his friends, and engaging in a good fight. He dislikes perverts, bullies, and monsters. Kyo has a powerful dragon companion named Erakhan, the Death Dragon Emperor, and possesses unique abilities, including black gauntlets with red gems, the ability to breathe black and red fire, and the capability to transform into his Juggernaut Drive form without harm. Kyo's past is marked by hardship. He was mistreated by his family but found solace in a small wolf pup he rescued, whom he named Charn. After running away, he was taken in by the Highschool family, where he was treated as a son. Tragically, Kyo and his brother Issei were killed by a fallen angel and later brought into the occult research club for their sacred gears. Outside Kuo Academy, Kyo sits under a tree, listening to rock music. He feels a nudge at his leg and sees Charn, who jumps into his lap. As Kyo scratches Charn's ears, he notices Matsuda and Motohama being chased by a group of girls. Charn growls, but Kyo reassures him. Easy boy. They've already faced their consequences. Issei approaches and greets Kyo, joining him under the tree. They share a laugh about the antics of their classmates. Kyo's attention is drawn to a appealing red-haired girl at a window, who blushes when he waves at her. Who was that? He asks Issei. That's Rias Gremory, head of the occult research club, Issei explains. Kyo raises an eyebrow, intrigued but decides not to dwell on it. It's not like we're going to fall in love at first sight or anything, he jokes. As the school bell rings, Kyo tells Charn to wait for them and heads inside with Issei. Meanwhile, in the occult research club, Rias is blushing as she discusses Kyo with her friend Akino. Who was that boy with the black and red wolf? She asks. Akino pulls out a file and reveals Kyo's name and his connection to Issei. Rias gazes out the window, sensing something intriguing about Kyo. Later, as Kyo and Issei walk home with Charn, they encounter two new girls from Kuo Academy. The blue-haired girl introduces herself as Karaya and her sister Yuma. They ask if Kyo and Issei would like to go on a date to show them around. Charn growls at the girls, but Kyo calms him down. Issei nudges Kyo, suggesting they accept the invitation. Why not? Kyo replies, and they agree to meet the girls. Yuma and Karaya express their excitement and gratitude, and after a brief chat, the brothers continue their walk home with Charn. Once they were home, the brothers and their wolf companion headed upstairs to change into their pajamas. Kyo looked at himself in the mirror and sighed sadly. Despite having a good athletic figure like Issei, he was marked with numerous scars across his body. Charn, sensing his MSDR's discomfort, rubbed his head against Kyo's leg. Kyo looked down and petted Charn's head. I'm okay, pal. Charn barked before laying at the end of the bed as Kyo climbed in. He flicked off the light and pulled the blanket over himself. At least I'll have a date tomorrow with Yuma. Hopefully that'll clear my head, Kyo thought before letting his mind go blank and falling asleep. After school, Kyo and Issei took Yuma and Karaya all over town. Later that night, Yuma and Karaya stopped walking, prompting Kyo and Issei to turn to them. Something wrong, girls? Issei inquired. Yuma stepped close to Kyo and whispered, Kyo, I had fun today. Kyo glanced to the side, feeling awkward. Why yeah, me too. Could you do me a favor? She asked softly. It. Could you die for me? Yuma asked coldly. Kyo's eyes widened. Say what now? Suddenly, Yuma pushed him away, and she and Karaya flew into the air, their clothes transforming into revealing outfits with black feathers sprouting from their backs. Kyo stood in shock. She's a devil and my hamster. This doesn't make any sense, he thought, gripping his head. Charn, having slept under Kyo's bed, crawled out and stretched his hind legs. The wolf looked up at Rias and sniffed her before happily liking her. Charn. Bad boy. Stop liking her. Kyo ordered. Rias giggled as she petted Charn. You're so cute. Breakfast is ready. Mrs. Hayadu called. Kyo's eyes widened. CRP. My mom can't see you like this. Cover up. He stumbled and fell on top of Rias while trying to grab a blanket. Mrs. Hayadu walked in and stared at Kyo and Rias's position on the bed. Hello, Kyo. When you're done fumbling around, come down for breakfast with your friend. Kyo watched her slam the door and ramble on excitedly about grandchildren. He got off Rias and sighed. That mom of mine. Things sure are hectic in the morning, Rias said. Kyo groaned in embarrassment. You have no idea. Listen, would you mind putting your clothes on? Want me to stand so you can better view? Rias asked playfully. Kyo was taken aback. She did not just say that. There's no way any girl would say that until after, oh God. Did we do We couldn't have. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered my first. Rias stood and grabbed her outfit, putting it on. Is that better? Yeah, fine. Kyo replied quickly, still looking away. Rias then put her top on. Can you help me with this? Kyo glanced over his shoulder and then turned back. Are you sure you wouldn't rather do that yourself? Rias giggled again. I wouldn't ask if I didn't trust you. Can't argue with that logic, Kyo admitted. Charn barked in agreement. Doh. Who asked you anyhow? Get out of here. Charn snorted at Kyo before liking Rias's hand and walking out, head held high. Kyo rolled his eyes and clipped her top. Can I ask you something? By all means, Rias replied calmly. How did we end up in bed together? Rias turned around and smirked. Well, after that fallen angel stabbed you, I had to use my healing powers to help you. However, I can't do that unless we're completely naked. Kyo cleared his throat and nodded, looking down at his scars and noticing the new one from when he was stabbed. Rias then made him look at her. Why are you so down? This world is magical. And I have to say, I like the name Kyo. I'll let you keep it. Kyo smiled sheepishly before looking at himself in the mirror. Rias touched one of his scars running down his stomach, making him blush. Kyo, if you don't mind my asking, how did you get all these scars? Kyo was interrupted by a knock on the door. Hey, come on, bro, mom told you to come down. Issei called. Kyo rushed to the door and held it closed with his hand. I'll be right there. Quit calling me already. He looked back at Rias. Grab the rest of your clothes and let's go. Kyo then grabbed his shirt and jacket and quickly walked out of the room. What happened to him? Rias thought. As the brothers and Rias, who had latched onto Kyo's left arm, entered the school, everyone stared at them in shock. What? How did Nagasaki score a girl like Rias? Kyo heard one of the guys cry. He also saw many girls crying in disappointment, wishing they could be in Rias's shoes. Once they got inside, Rias let go of Kyo and looked at him. I'll send someone to fetch you and Issei after class. Okay, Kyo said, confused. Rias covered her mouth, giggling. You're so cute when you look confused. She leaned up and kissed his cheek before walking off. Kyo touched the spot where she kissed him and gave a cheeky grin, which quickly faded as he caught a fist belonging to Matsuda. You JRK. Matsuda exclaimed, practically crying. Issei pushed him off Kyo. What's your problem, man? My problem. He just got kissed by the hottest girl in school. Kyo grabbed Matsuda by the head and pushed him against the wall. I am sick of you constantly calling out girls because of their looks and not their personality. Quit being such a whiny wart, Kyo growled before he and Issei headed to class. Kyo listened as more girls gushed over him and whispered among themselves. Did you hear? Rias is his girlfriend now. No. Our Kyo can't be with that beauty queen. Kyo rolled his eyes as he entered class and sat down. Later on, Kyo looked out the window when someone approached his desk. Kyo turned to see Kiba Yudo. What's up? Rias asked me to grab you and your brother. Kyo nodded, and he and Issei gathered their things to follow Kiba out, along with Charn. As dawn broke, Kiba led the brothers to a large wooden house near the school, surrounded by trees. Once inside, Kyo and Issei spotted Kaneko Tuju sitting on the couch eating. Issei took a seat opposite her while Charn wandered around the room. Kyo set his things down and noticed the candles. Was there some kind of epidemic going on before we got here? No, we just light up the room with candles, Kaneko replied, not looking at him. Who is that? I didn't see you. Kyo turned to see Akino approaching. So you're the newsome twosome. Akino stepped closer, making Kyo slightly uncomfortable. It's okay, I won't bite. It's nice to meet you, there's nothing to be nervous about. My name is Akino, I'm the vice president. Kyo extended his hand, shaking hers. I'm Kyo Nagasaki. Nice to meet you too. Issei looked at his brother and smirked, thinking how Kyo was effortlessly attracting interesting girls. Rias then stepped out of the shower. Oh good. You both made it. Sorry for showering, but now that you're here, allow me to officially welcome you. Welcome to the Occult Research Club. Kyo sat down next to Kaneko as Rias addressed them all. Now then, to the matters at hand. You and your brother should know I'm not the only devil here. The man that attacked you yesterday was a fallen angel. Remember Yuma and Karaya? Kyo and Issei dropped their jaws in shock. How do you know them? Issei demanded. You two dated them for a while, didn't you? Rias said. Kyo and Issei exchanged glances. The two girls you both went out with are fallen angels as well. Once they accomplish their missions, they erase all records of their existence from anyone involved with the target. And their mission was what exactly? Kyo asked. To kill you both because of the gears you possess, Rias stated. It's a very intense and unique power found in only a rare few. Aquino explained, the only few I know who possess them are historical figures, so you two are pretty big deals around here. Not to mention when you fought Donasik last night, you unleashed some of that power, Rias added. Kyo widened his eyes, recalling the intense anger he felt during the fight. The gears you both possess are those of dragons, Rias continued. Issei's sacred gear is called Boosted Gear, giving him the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. As for you, Kyo, yours is still yet to be determined. While you did do a number on Donasik's coat, that was only a fraction of your power. Issei looked down at his hands. So, how exactly are we supposed to use these sacred gears? Ria stepped off the shelf she was leaning on and took Kyo's hands. Kyo, I want you to think of something that makes you feel strong. Something you want to do or wished you could have done that makes you feel powerful. Kyo nodded, thinking back to his past, his cousins, his aunt, his sisters, his mother. He looked down and let out a low growl as his teeth sharpened. Issei stood and touched Kyo's shoulder. Are you okay? Issei gasped as Kyo's hand gripped his throat, not choking him but holding tightly. Kyo looked up, his eyes now red with black scara. My apologies, young Hairu. A dark voice emerged from Kyo's mouth. He released Issei and turned to the others. Greetings to all of you. My son is unfortunately not here right now. Rias and the rest of the occult research club stared at Kyo in surprise. And who are you, may we ask? Rias inquired. I guess having been gone so long, my voice is unrecognizable. I am the Black Dragon. The dragon whose power rivals that of the King of Dragons, Great Red. I am the Death Dragon Emperor, Erakhan. Rias gasped along with everyone else. Wait, son. What are you talking about? Issei asked. Erakhan raised a hand. Please, young Hype, fear not, all will be explained in due time. But for now, I wish to reveal myself to you all as acknowledgement of my return. I ask a favor. When Kyo returns, do not tell him of my possession over his body that you have just witnessed. The group was speechless. Erakhan added, My son is returning, so I will leave you with this. When the time comes, I will reveal myself again, but only when summoned by Kyo. Farewell. Kyo blinked, his eyes returning to normal along with his teeth. He fell to his knees, holding his head as a massive migraine hit him. Charn rushed to his side, rubbing against him in concern. Kyo petted him and said, I'm okay, boy. He looked up at the others. So, did it work? Ria stood speechless along with everyone else. Kyo then stood and raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? You all look like you just saw a ghost. Amazing, Ria breathed quietly. What, did I do something bad? Kyo asked anxiously. No, it was just surprising to see the power you possess, Kiba stated. Rias then cleared her throat. Back to business. Suddenly she sprouted two black curved wings from her back, shocking Kyo and Issei. Now then, as servants of my peerage, it's time for you both to go out and secure some contracts. Kyo and Issei both raised their eyebrows in confusion. After passing out flyers for about an hour, Kyo and Issei were heading back when they heard high-heeled footsteps behind them. Hello, boys. Surprised to see you're still alive. Issei stood speechless. The brothers turned around and saw Kara Warner with a cruel smile on her face. Kara Warner. Issei growled. Kyo watched as she formed another spear like before. Issei move. Kyo tackled him out of the way as the spear hit the ground. This time I'll make sure you stay dead. Kara Warner yelled. Kyo then turned and unexpectedly sprouted large black and red wings, unlike those of a fallen angel or Rias. Kyo's arms became covered in black armor-like gloves with red gems in the center. He collided his fists together and let out a loud roar. Kara Warner looked on in fear as Kyo charged into the air and punched her into the pavement, tearing some of her clothes. I'm not dying here. Screw this and you little pricks. Kara Warner shouted before flying away. Issei watched in shock as Kyo slowly descended back to the ground and let out a calm breath. His wings retreated into his back, but the gauntlets remained on his arms. Kyo, Issei asked. Kyo looked back at him and grinned. That was satisfying. Back at the club, Kyo held out his hands to show Rias the black gauntlets. Well done. You've unlocked your sacred gear. Now you can summon and deactivate them at will. Kyo flexed his arms. They do look cool, though not gonna lie. Akino then wrapped her arms around Kyo's neck, hugging him. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Kyo. Thanks, I guess. Kyo concentrated and deactivated his gauntlets. However, he said, looking back at Rias, now that the fallen angels know you and Issei are alive, that's bound to make things more complicated for us. Kyo sighed. I'm sorry. Rias smiled. Don't be. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Issei then stood from the couch. Don't mean to interrupt, but me and bro should probably get back home. Kyo nodded. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Kyo. Rias walked up and hugged him. Please, try to be more careful next time. You never know if more will come, and it could be too much to handle. Kyo hugged her back and nodded. I will. Don't worry. Issei shut the door behind them as Kaneko took a bite from her sandwich. Those two sure are close, she remarked. Rias touched her chin. I've been thinking about something, Erakhan said. Akino tilted her head slightly. What? He said that Kyo was his son. Why would the Death Dragon Emperor think that a boy would be his son? The next morning, Kyo, Issei, and Charn were walking down the street. Kyo couldn't stop glancing at his arms. Geez, I hope I can get a handle on my powers better. Oof. The three turned around, and Issei blushed as he saw a appealing blonde girl in priest's clothing sitting on the ground. Oh, I'm such a klutz. Issei rushed over to help the girl. Are you okay? Oh yes. Thank you, she replied appreciatively. Issei helped gather the things in her suitcase as Kyo and Charn watched. Kyo smirked. Guess bro has a crush on the little blonde. I'm Issei, by the way, Issei Haidu. And that's my brother Kyo and his wolf Charn. The girl nodded. I'm Asia. Asia Argento. It's nice to meet you. Kyo noticed her handkerchief and gave it to her. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Listen, would it be too much trouble to ask if you could show me where the church is in town? Asia asked nervously. Issei rapidly nodded. Sure. We'd love to. We. Kyo questioned. Ignoring his brother, Issei led Asia down the street. Kyo looked down at Charn with a confused expression before sighing and following them. Once they reached the top of the hill, the church was in plain sight across the road. Kyo felt a weird jolt in his hands and gasped. He took a deep breath and composed himself. Man, what was that about? Thank you for your help, Asia said. Issei nodded. Sure, I'm always glad to help. Kyo scoffed at his brother's comment. As Asia left for the church, the boys headed back after being summoned by Rias. What's up? Issei asked. The both of you must never go near the church, Rias ordered. Kyo raised an eyebrow. How come? For devils like us, the church is enemy territory, Rias explained. Taking one step inside causes problems for both angels and devils. Surely you must have sensed something telling you to be careful. Kyo then looked at his hands. So that's what that sudden pain was in my hands. Rias leaned against the railing and crossed her arms. Being with someone from the church is a very risky proposition. Also, some of the exorcists affiliated with the church possess sacred gears as well. They could hurt you both. Issei looked down in shame as Kyo patted his back. Remember, if a devil ever receives a devil purge, they become completely erased from existence. They'll feel absolutely nothing. You can never come back from that. Do you understand? We gotcha, Kyo nods. Rias sighs and pinches her nose. I'm sorry. I've just been too worked up. I only want you to be careful. Kyo then approaches her and pulls her in for a hug. Rias is startled at first but then wraps her arms around him. I'm sorry. We won't do it again. And if you need help to relieve some of the stress, don't hesitate to ask me, Kyo states. I'm your servant. It's my job to help you, right? Rias parts from the hug and walks off abruptly. Kyo stands there confused. What was that about? Issei asks. Kyo looks at him and shrugs. Kyo was inside the ORC living room, playing his guitar to pass the time. You play very well, Akino says, appearing out of nowhere. Mother. Kyo falls off the couch as Akino laughs at his reaction. Sorry about that, Akino apologizes. Rias then enters the room and sees them both. Oh, you're still here. I thought you would have left by now. We've just received a message from the Archduke, Akino relays. The Archduke? Rias questions. It was urgent. A stray devil has been causing trouble nearby. Rias teleports the group to a house outside the city. Kyo turns to Kiba. So what's a stray devil again? It's a devil that kills its MSTR to gain freedom. Then they become strays, Kiba explains. Akino adds, according to the reports, it's been tricking people into that abandoned house. And eating them. Issei shivers at that last part. That's gross. Tonight's job won't be hard. Just find the beast and kill it, Akino says simply. Kyo nods and activates his dragon gauntlets. The group then enters the room, and Rias looks to Kyo. Kyo, how much do you know about chess? Kyo shrugs. Never really interested me. Devils with titles and nobility grant the characteristics of chess pieces to each one of their servants, Rias explains. We call them our evil pieces. Sweet, Issei grins. That sounds awesome. It's here, Kaneko states. Now what could that foul smell be? An eerie, feminine voice says. Something smells quite delicious as well. I wonder if it tastes sweet or bitter. Suddenly, a large woman with a furry lower body comes out, having a completely exposed chest and piercing eyes with sharp nails. Oh, that's just festering ugliness, Kyo says, disgusted by her appearance. Visser, you wretch, Ria sneers. In the name of the great Marquis Gremory, be gone. Or face your death. Visser just grins. Oh, shut up, you witch. You're just jealous because... Visser doesn't finish as Kyo interrupts by roaring and punching her to the ground. Kyo lets out a large dragon roar. Visser would be lying if she said she wasn't intimidated. Well, what do we have here? Another boy for me too. Kyo shuts her up and uppercuts her into the air. Shut up already. Kyo yells as he sprouts his armored wings, grabs Visser by her hair, and throws her into the wall. Visser then becomes more monstrous, her eyes turning red and growing numerous sharp teeth. You'll regret that, you wretched boar. I gotta kill you now, Kyo says, gagging at her new appearance. You're just too disturbing to live. Kyo then brings his dragon gauntlets together and shouts, Death Dragon Evisceration. Kyo sends a small black ball of energy at Visser, the size of a coin. It disappears into her skin, and Visser screams as her BLD sprays in every direction. Her organs reveal themselves, completely destroyed and beyond salvage. The devil falls to the ground as a bloody mess. Issei, Rias, and the rest of the ORC are petrified in shock. Kyo cracks his neck and deactivates his gauntlets. That was entertaining. Issei goes to the side and is visibly sick as Rias approaches Kyo. Kyo, where did you learn that move? Kyo looks at his right hand and curls his fingers into a fist. I honestly don't know. It's like a voice told me what to do, and then I just did it. But on the bright side, at least the devil's dead. Rias smiles and nods. Indeed. Kyo then remembers something. You said that we were based off of chess pieces, right? Who's what piece? I am a king piece, Rias says, pointing at herself. Akino is my queen, Kiba is my knight, and Kaneko is my rook. Issei then comes up, wiping his mouth. So what are me and Kyo? Both of you are my pawns. For each to revive you both. What's most interesting is that your pawn pieces, Kyo, became mutated pieces, making you 4 times stronger than a normal pawn. Kyo whistles and grins. I'll try not to let that statement go to my head. Issei looks at him in shock. Dude, aren't you the least bit disappointed that we're pawns? Wouldn't you rather be something badass like a knight? Kyo shrugs. Honestly, I don't care what we are so long as we're alive and we get to hang out with awesome friends like them. Rias smiles and hugs him, shocking Kyo. I want to apologize for my reaction to when you hugged me before. I guess it was just unexpected to hear someone willing to help me for no reason other than pure will. Kyo rubs her back. It's fine. Now come on, let's head back to the house. Actually, there's something I need you and Issei to do, Rias says. Man, this stinks. Issei groans as they teleport to a nearby house. Dude, what is your problem? Kyo demands. Issei huffs. I just want to go home and sleep, man. First, we kicked a stray devils but, Kyo clarifies. Now we gotta do another contract. Bro, I just want to catch some ZS. Kyo sighs. What am I gonna do with you? He rings the doorbell as Issei follows him up the steps. Kyo gasps as he feels another jolt in his hands, similar to when they took Asia to the church. Get behind me, Kyo orders. Issei complies hesitantly before Kyo kicks down the door. Hello? Anybody in there? The two brothers see a light at the end of the hallway. Stay close and don't get cocky. Kyo summons his right dragon gauntlet and cautiously makes his way toward the light. Issei follows, nervously fidgeting at the creepiness of the house. Kyo smashes the door down with his gauntlet and shudders at what he sees. A dead body on the floor with blood splattered everywhere. Punish the wicked. Kyo and Issei turn to see a white-haired man sitting on the couch. Words to live by. Yes, wise advice to heed from a holy man. The man laughs crazily as he sticks out his tongue. Kyo grits his teeth and summons his left gauntlet, getting into a fighting stance. I'm afraid you walked into the wrong house, my friends. Fried Selza, at your service. And you must be the new devils this holy priest is gonna exorcise. A priest? Says shocked. Yep. I work for a certain devil organization you may have heard of. Fried nods with an insane look in his eyes. End of the line, sinner. I had to chop him up into little bitty pieces. And no one is better at it than me. Fried then pulls out a gun and a light sword. First, I'm gonna cut out your hearts with my heavenly blade of light, then, blah blah blah, keep on yapping. Kyo snarls. I'll show you that I'm not some dog you can just put down. Fried attacks with his sword, but Kyo blocks the attack and pushes Fried back. The white-haired priest fires his guns several times, forcing Kyo to block and dodge them all. Issei seizes the opportunity to charge and tackle him, but Fried sidesteps and slashes his back, making Issei cry out in pain. Too slow. Fried laughs. Say, you be asserty. Kyo then runs and rams Fried against the wall, punching him continuously until Fried kicks him to the ground. Suddenly, all three hear a scream and look to see. Asia. What the hell? Asia, what are you doing here? Fried demands. Are you finished creating the barrier already? Don't do this, Asia pleads, horrified. Oh, that's right. You're new here, so let me explain. Fried says. This is what the job is, my dear. We dispose of unfortunate people who have been bewitched by the evil devils. Kyo, Issei, and Asia all look at Fried shocked. Asia shakes her head. I don't care if they're devils. Issei is my friend and so is Kyo. Fried grabs Asia and pins her to the wall. Why shouldn't an upstanding priest like me do whatever he wants to an outstanding girl like you? Fried grins wickedly. Don't hurt me. Asia pleads. Stop it. Issei demands, standing. Kyo looks at Issei, amazed at his strength. Leave her alone. Issei yells, and then a red gauntlet, smaller than Kyo's, forms on his left hand as he punches Fried away. Kyo looks at Issei shocked. He unlocked his sacred gear. I'll admit I'm impressed, Fried says, standing back up. Let's see how many pieces I can chop you into. Fried jumps and prepares to strike until a red glyph appears, and Kiba jumps out, blocking the strike with his own sword. Kiba. Kyo says in relief. Sup guys, Kiba grunts, holding Fried back. Akino and Kaneko then walk out of the glyph as well. Kiba pushes Fried back as he laughs hysterically. More devils for me to kill. Oh, how wonderful. Fried says excitedly. You're welcome to try, a voice says before a large blast of red blows Fried back. But it won't end well for you. Rias finishes, coming out of the glyph. Kyo stands beside her. Sorry Rias, again Rias stops him from speaking by putting her finger on his lips. No. I'm sorry Kyo, I sent you to this place without truly knowing what was here. Fried growls in annoyance. Forget this. We're leaving. Fried grabs Asia as purple energy starts to form around them. Asia. Issei cries. Asia forms small tears in her eyes. Don't worry Issei. I'll be fine. Go. Rias forms another circle and orders the group to leave. Issei tries to grab Asia, but Kyo holds him back. Issei no. We gotta go. Asia. Issei screams as the group then disappears. 2 days after what happened, Kyo watches as Issei continuously trains himself in the park. Issei is doing incredibly fast pull-ups on the monkey bars. Bro, don't overexert yourself, Kyo says. I have to if I want to save Asia from that freak, Issei argues. I'm not just gonna sit by and let Fried treat her the way he did. Issei then loses his grip and falls to the ground in pain. Damn it. He looks up and sees Kyo with his hand extended. Kyo pulls him up and Issei sighs. Chuckles, look man, if you want to save her, you're not doing her any good by wearing yourself out, Kyo tells him. Issei, it's you. The brothers turn and see the familiar blonde nun from yesterday. Asia. Kyo and Issei say. Later, the three find themselves eating lunch at a nearby fast food place. Asia stares at the food, unsure. Issei smiles. Trust me, There's no other way. There isn't. Asia asks. Kyo holds back, rolling his eyes at the drama between them. Issei shows her how to eat a hamburger, and Asia follows his motion. She looks up in enjoyment. Oh my, it's so yummy. Kyo then stands from his seat. I gotta hit the restroom. You two have fun. Kyo winks at Issei, making him groan in embarrassment. Kyo enters the bathroom and does his business. When he finishes, he washes his hands and looks at his reflection. To see his eyes completely different. I will see you again soon, his reflection states. Kyo cries as he falls back and sits on one of the toilets. He gets back up and rushes to the mirror, where his reflection's eyes are normal again. What was that? Kyo mutters, tightening his grip on the counter as he steadies his breathing. He exits the bathroom and heads back to see the booth empty with a note. Me and Asia left to go hang out. We'll be back soon. See ya, bro Issei. Kyo smiles and shakes his head. He then exits the restaurant and walks down the street, looking up at the clouds. Save your brother, a dark voice says. It was the same voice that spoke as Kyo's reflection. Kyo didn't know how to respond until he heard yelling. It ran into an alley where he was out of sight and summoned his death gauntlets and dragon wings. He shot into the air and flew towards the scream, where he saw Issei, Asia, and Rainer. Kyo landed in front of Issei and Asia, smashing his gauntlets together. Well, if it isn't the man I dated. Rainer says, smiling. How's it going, lover? Kyo aims his right gauntlet at her. What do you want, Rainer? My business has nothing to do with you and your brother. I must follow Donasik's orders, Rainer states, summoning 2 purple spears of light. CRP, Spears of Light. Issei then summons his own gear. Rainer gives a shocked look at first, then starts laughing hysterically. Is that really all you've got? Yours is nothing but a twice critical. That thing only doubles your power. You might as well be fighting me with sticks and stones. Kyo's eyes change from blue and white to black and red. Don't talk about my brother like that. Rainer feels slightly intimidated by his eyes. Rainer throws the spears at the brothers. Kyo catches the spear thrown at him and crushes it in his hand. The other pierces Issei's stomach, making Asia scream. Issei! Kyo and Asia shout. Rainer then flies up and kicks the brothers away. Now then, are you going to come quietly, Asia? Or do I have to hurt these boys to prove my point? Asia falls to her knees. I'll go with you. Kyo pulls Issei up and stares at Rainer. You can take her, but know this. When I find you, I will end you. Rainer just smirks before she and Asia vanish. Rias then slaps Kyo in the face. I told you and Issei that you need to let Asia go. Akino is busy tending to Issei, who is unconscious. Kyo cracks his neck. Look, I am sick of people telling me what I can and can't do. So if it's too much trouble for you to understand that, then I think it's time you release me and my brother from your peerage. Rias sighs and leans against her desk. Remember when I told you that my evil pieces have the same attributes as their chess characters? Kyo nods. Well, pawns matter quite a bit. When they advance into enemy territory, they can be promoted into any other piece besides the king. Kyo widens his eyes and looks down at his hands. So then you're saying that I can have the same powers as everyone else? That I could have Kaniko's strength or Akino's lightning? Yes, but only if the MSTR declares that play in enemy territory. Rias then takes his right hand. Now, about your sacred gear. Kyo activates his gauntlets. Yeah, they've helped me a lot over the last several days. I think Rainer was actually afraid of me for some reason. Rias then touches Kyo's face. Any person's sacred gear responds to the person who wields it. Or to put it another way, the more powerful your feelings, the more powerful your sacred gear will be. Kyo then deactivates his gauntlets and tightens his fists. Akino steps up and whispers something to Rias, making her face become serious. Something has come up. Akino and I have to step out for a moment. Rias and Akino then exit the room. Kyo looks at the couch, staring at Issei's bandaged and unconscious figure. Kyo grits his teeth, thinking back to everything that Rainer has done. She will pay. You're going? Kiba questions. Yep. I'm going to bring Asia back and stop Rainer once and for all. Kyo then summons a black circle like the one he used to teleport him and Issei. You're gonna get yourself killed. This is suicide, Kiba states. Kyo turns to him with an angry look. And I don't recall asking for your opinion. I'm going to bring her back. Kiba then brings out his sword. I'm coming with you. I thought you just said, didn't you hear? You step into that church and you're promoted, Kiba states. But she also said you wouldn't be able to do it on your own. Kaneko then stands from the couch. I'm in too. Kyo activates his gauntlets, his teeth sharpening. Then let's kick some butt. Kyo, Kiba, and Kaneko then teleport outside the church. Kyo's gauntlets glow a faint red. Geez, feel that? Kyo asks. Kiba nods. Yeah, there must be a ton of priests in there. Thanks for coming with, it means a lot. Kiba smirks. We're pals, aren't we? Besides, I hate fallen angels just as much as you do. Kyo cracks his neck. Well, that's one thing we have in common. Kaneko then approaches the door and kicks it open with ease. They know we're here. The three enter and take in the aged and dilapidated interior. Suddenly, they hear clapping, and Fried walks out grinning. So, we meet again. Glad you could make it, I bet I'm a sight for sore eyes. Kyo ignores him and charges, yelling, Promotion, Rook. He punches Fried into the wall. That's for slicing my brother, freak show. Fried gets up and pulls out two light swords. Be sturdy. He charges at Kyo but is sent back by Kaneko throwing a bench at him. Kiba charges and tries to slice him, but Fried dodges and hops to the top. I'll be dead before a bunch of devils get the best of Fried Selzen. You've won the battle but not, Death Dragon Roa. Kyo shouts, sending a blast of black and red at Fried, burning half his face. Fried screams in agony, holding the right side of his face. You'll pay for that, you brat. But not today. Fried then disappears in a ball of light. Screw him. Let's go. Kyo says as Kiba and Kaneko follow him. Kyo destroys the furniture blocking the stairwell, and they all run down the stairs. Come on into devils. Welcome to the party, Rainier says, turning to them. Though I'm afraid you're too late. Kyo looks up and sees Asia chained to a cross. Asia, hang on. Glad you could make it, but the ritual's already over, Rainier states as Asia begins to scream, and the center of her chest glows green. Two rings emerge from her chest and float down to Rainier as Kyo feels tears fall from his eyes. I failed Issei. I promised I'd bring her back. Now she's dead. Please, someone help me. Suddenly, the gems in Kyo's gauntlets glow, and a voice speaks. You called. Kyo feels himself get Issei into a void, surrounded by black and red fire. Hey, where the hell am I? Kyo demands. Calm yourself, kid. Kyo looks around, having heard the booming voice. Relax, I mean you no harm, young one. However, if you are to save the girl, Argento, you must listen. Who are you? Kyo asks Fried. Sigh, when the time comes, I will reveal myself. But to save the young girl, you must allow me to help you increase your power. Kyo continues to look around the black void for the source of the voice. How? He looks down and sees the red fire surrounding him, coming toward his heart. You will be the strongest and most powerful being in all of heaven or hell. My son. Rainier holds the two rings in her hands with greed. Yes, I've been lusting after this power for years. Those miserable hearts are at the palm of my hand. Perfect. Rainier merges the rings into her chest and becomes surrounded by a green aura. She looks back at Kiba, Kaneko, and Kyo, who is looking down with his eyes shut. I'll be beloved. I'll be the most powerful fallen angel there is. All those who wronged me will regret it. Regret? Kyo says. Kiba and Kaneko look at Kyo in shock. The only thing regrettable here is the fact that you chose to mess with me, you black-hearted witch. The red gems and highlights on Kyo's gauntlets and wings glow as he speaks. Kyo opens his eyes, revealing that his blue eyes have turned black and red again. The men in the chamber charge at Kyo, but he clenches his fist, making them all fall to their knees. Death Dragon Corruption, Kyo says simply. All the men scream in agony as purple veins crawl up their skin. Finally, they all fall to the ground, their bodies reduced to ash, leaving nothing but their robes. Rainier takes a step back in shock but merely laughs. That's supposed to frighten me. Kiba, Yuto, and Kaneko Tuju look after young Argento. The fallen must die. Kiba and Kaneko nod and run up to the cross as Rainier flies away. Kyo shoots after her and knocks her into the church hall where they fought Fried. Rainier coughs as Kyo descends in front of her. She forms a spear and tries to strike him, but Kyo blocks her attack and backhands her to the ground, leaving a large cut across her cheek. Rainier laughs. You've got guts, little boy, but I have twilight healing. I can heal any injury. She puts her hand on her cheek to heal the cut, but nothing happens. What? Impossible. Kyo grins as he grabs her by the throat. Did I forget to mention? I am your demise. Your downfall. Your death. It doesn't matter what powers you possess. Nothing can heal my attacks. Kyo knees her in the gut and throws her through several benches. Rainier groans and grits her teeth. How is this possible? I have the supreme power. Kyo lets out a dark laugh. Power. Power is standing before you, Rainier. I am the Black Dragon Emperor. The rival and equal to the Dragon of Dreams, Great Red himself. Rainier immediately shudders at that last part. Great Red. She screams and shoots away to escape, but Kyo teleports in front of her and crosses his arms. You're not leaving here alive. Kyo then smacks her to the ground, leaving her in the center of a large crater. Rainier coughs as Kyo descends. Kiba and Kaneko arrive with Rias, who has Asia in her arms. You took her down all by yourself. I'm impressed, Rias admits. Kyo retracts his wings and deactivates his gauntlets before turning to her. It's what happens when people push me too far. Rias approaches Rainier. You must be Rainier. I am Rias Gremory, the next head of the House of Gremory. Rainier gasps, Gremory? You must be kidding. Rias continues, it's wonderful to meet you. Unfortunately, we don't have time to chat. But she drops 3 fallen angel feathers on the ground. It's time for you to join your friends I dealt with earlier. They were rather rude to me, especially to Kyo. Kyo, please, Yuma begs. I'm sorry. I know I did some mean things, but I had to fulfill my role as a fallen angel. Kyo looks down at her. You are the most cowardly and shameless person I've ever met. Have fun facing the consequences. He activates his right gauntlet. I'll take those. Asia's healing rings depart from Rainier, and Kyo clutches them in his left hand. He raises his right and says, Death Dragon Erase. Black mist surrounds Rainier, and she screams as the mist consumes her, erasing her from existence. Kyo sighs and walks up to Kiba, taking Asia from him. He sets her lifeless body on a bench and closes his eyes. I'm so sorry. I tried to be strong, I tried to save her, and I failed. I failed you, Rias, by not listening and being your servant. I failed Issei to bring Asia back after I promised, and I failed Asia to save her. Rias kneels and hugs Kyo from behind. None of this is your fault, Kyo. You failed no one, least of all me. Kyo places his hand on Rias's arm. Doesn't change the fact that she's gone because of me. Rias kisses his cheek. Stop talking like that. She pulls out a chess piece. What's a chess piece gonna do? Kyo asks. A lot, actually, Akino says as she appears from a magic circle. That one is called the bishop. Kyo stands. I don't follow. The bishop's role is to protect and heal the other devils in the household, Rias explains. Perhaps the timing is perfect. We could use a good clergyman. She places the piece on Asia's chest. In the name of Rias Gremory, I call to Asia Argento, hear my command. Return thy soul from shadows of death to the human realm. Rise once more as my demon servant. Rejoice, for you have been given new life. Kyo watches in shock as the piece dissolves into Asia's chest. Asia glows red and then blinks her eyes. Where might, Kyo? Kyo kneels beside her, placing his hand on her shoulder. It's okay. You're safe now. Welcome to our family, Asia. Later, Kyo sits in the club room with Charn, playing his guitar until Rias enters. Good morning, Rias says cheerily. Sleep well. Kyo nods. Oh, and how are Issei and Asia doing? They're doing great, Kyo replies. Issei's never been happier. I'm glad he has a friend like Asia. Rias raises an eyebrow. So, what's bothering you? Kyo sighs. It's nothing. Rias takes a seat next to him. Kyo, please. Talk to me. He leans back against the couch. It's nothing really, but there is something I've been wondering about. Ask away, Rias pleads. If we're all based on chess pieces, does that mean all the positions are represented? Rias nods. It does. Kyo exhales. Guess that means me and Issei have 6 more challenges to face. I mean, I'm not insecure about it or anything. You're the king, you choose your pieces. Rias smiles and places her hand on his cheek. You and Issei are all the pawns I'll ever need, Kyo. Kyo feels himself flush. Sweet. When I decided to bring you and your brother back as my servants, I used 4 pieces on you and 4 on Issei. Kyo widens his eyes. 4 pieces each. Rias continues, now that I know you and Issei possess 2 of the Longinus, I'd say I made a good choice. The crimson-haired Prince of Ruin and the Black Dragon Emperor of Death. I don't think we could be more perfectly matched. Kyo chuckles. Well, Black and red have always been my favorite color combination. Rias smiles and kisses his forehead. Now, that ought to strengthen you even more. Kyo blushes and touches his head. Charn wags his tail and hops on the couch between them, liking Rias. Charn. I thought we talked about this. Kyo snaps. Rias giggles as she hugs the black and red wolf, scratching his ears. Suddenly, Kyo feels himself enveloped in another pair of arms. Sorry, Rias, but I think it's about time I had my turn with Kyo. Kyo looks behind him and sees Akino holding him close. Rias then stands. I don't think so. Oh really? Akino taunts. Kyo thinks as he backs away from the two, feeling the tension rise between them. It was nighttime, and Kyo was sleeping in bed with Charn curled up next to him. He had been sleeping soundly until a loud crash of thunder jolted him awake. Blinking, he realized he was in a colorless wasteland with clouds of thunder and lightning striking every few seconds. What in the heck? Where am I? Kyo exclaimed, standing up. You are in my realm, a dark voice stated. That voice. You were the one that helped me fight Rainier. Kyo said, recognition dawning on him. Indeed. Turn around. Kyo obeyed, only to stumble back in shock at the sight before him. A massive black dragon with 4 large wings, 2 tails, and piercing dark red eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, Kyo dropped to his hands and knees. Please, don't hurt me. The dragon chuckled. Fear not, Kyo. I have no intentions of hurting my offspring whatsoever. You may rise. Kyo looked up, astonished. Offspring. I am Erakhan, the Death Dragon Emperor and rival to the Dragon of Dreams, Great Red, the dragon introduced. It is time you know the truth of what I am and who you are. Kyo furrowed his brow, confusion washing over him. I don't understand. Erakhan extended a large-scaled paw. Come, all will become clear. Kyo climbed into Erakhan's hand and was placed on the dragon's neck. With a powerful flap of his wings, Erakhan took to the sky. Kyo held on tightly, eyes shut, not from fear of heights but to avoid witnessing the lightning strikes around them. Erakhan flew through the clouds, chuckling at Kyo's reaction. Soon, he descended and landed. You can open your eyes now, my son. We are on the ground. Kyo opened his eyes to see a large cave before them. What's in there? The answers to your questions. Inside, you will find a pool of water where you must fully submerge yourself. It will explain all about who you are. Kyo nodded and entered the cave. Walking into a deep, dark cave. Not the creepiest thing I've done today. He made his way through until he found the pool Erakhan mentioned. Okay, let's do this. Kyo ested down to his boxers and stepped into the water. Taking a deep breath, he submerged his head. As he did, surges of energy shot through his body, and his eyes turned black as visions flooded his mind. Outside, Erakhan noticed the storms intensifying. A bolt of lightning struck through the cave, hitting Kyo and unlocking a torrent of memories. He saw dragons, wars between humanity, devils, angels, fallen angels, and demons. He witnessed the construction of heaven and hell. Among the images, he saw a man with black hair and red eyes arguing with another man who had red hair and silver eyes. Erakhan, it is not our way. You know dragons are to have nothing to do with humans. The red-haired man exclaimed. It is my decision, brother. I want to understand humanity. It is my choice, and you cannot change my mind, the black-haired man retorted. Kyo watched as the scene shifted to the black-haired man with a woman who had black hair and yellow eyes. They laughed, talked, kissed, and embraced. Then, another scene appeared where they held a baby with vibrant blue eyes, similar to his own. Is that me? Kyo questioned. The scene shifted again to the woman crying, and the black-haired man shedding tears. Wait, what happened to the baby? The man and woman parted ways, and Kyo then saw the black-haired man with the red-haired man in a colorful space. Erakhan, I am so sorry you had to leave him, the red-haired man said. Kyo's jaw dropped. Erakhan was that man. I know it, but he is better off not knowing what I am. At least not yet. I have every confidence that he and I will reunite again. For now, he is better off thinking he is human, Erakhan replied. Kyo was shocked beyond belief. He was not only the son of Erakhan but a full-blooded dragon as well. Erakhan and Red then transformed into their dragon forms, clashing in a cosmic battle. You wish to return again. Even after everything you've endured. Red roared. He is my son. And not you nor the god of heaven himself will stop me from returning. Erakhan bellowed. Kyo saw one final scene of himself as a baby, a small black mist entering his body. The vision stopped, and Kyo emerged from the water, gasping as he pulled himself out and coughed violently. Slowing his breathing, he looked up to see Erakhan in his human form. "Father!" Kyo breathed. Erakhan knelt and embraced Kyo. "My son, forgive me. I never wanted to leave you. Nor did I ever expect that wretched family of witches to hurt you." Kyo sniffles and hugs his father. "I forgive you. Just, don't leave again." Erakhan nods, and they both stand, still embracing one another. When they part, Erakhan ruffles Kyo's hair and chuckles. "You and I have a lot of work to do if we are to make you the most powerful dragon in the underworld." Kyo asks, "Way to break the tender moment." Kyo then wakes up and sees he's back in his bedroom. He looks at his clock and sees it's 2 in the morning. Charn wakes up and looks at Kyo in confusion. Kyo rubs Charn's ears. "I'm okay, buddy. In fact, I'm better than okay. I'm the son of a dragon god." Asia finishes packing her bag and looks at Issei. "Okie dokie, I'm all set." She, Issei, Rias, and Kyo are in the ORC club room. Issei stands. "Asia and I are gonna go hand out some flyers." Kyo kicks up his feet and pets Charn. "Just try not to get into any more trouble." "Dude, come on," Issei groans. Rias raises her hand. "Hold on. I think you'll be glad to know your flyer days are over." "They are?" Kyo questions. Rias stands up from her desk. "Relax. It's not a punishment. The 3 of you have done great work. But normally, the task of running around and handing out flyers is the job of a familiar." "Hell yeah," Issei says happily. "So is this sort of like a promotion?" Rias nods. "Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. But first things first, we need to find you 3 familiars." After gathering the rest of ORC, Rias snaps her fingers, and a bat appears. "This is my familiar," Rias states. The bat then disappears in a puff of smoke and turns into a girl in a red dress. "Wow, she's appealing," Kyo compliments. This makes Rias's familiar blush before transforming back into a bat. "And I've got one too, of course," Akino adds. A square appears on the ground, and a green creature appears. "Whoa, is that an EMP?" Issei asks. Kaneko then reveals hers to be a kitten. "This is Shiro. Mine's badass too." Kiba holds out his arm, and a bird appears. "Is that supposed to be a hawk or something?" Kyo asks. "This is Moro," Kiba states. Rias then explains, "Familiars are a major part of being a devil. When you're in need, they're always there to back you up." "That's great. Only problem is we have no idea how we're supposed to get one," Asia says. A knock at the door is then heard. "Yeah." Akino calls. The doors open to reveal several girls and one guy. "Sorry to interrupt," the lead girl with short hair and glasses says. "What are they doing here?" Kyo questions. Charn growls at them. "Charn, down." Asia leans to Issei. "Issei, who are these people?" "The one in the middle is Sona Shirtorai, the student body president," Issei explains. "And the girl with the glasses behind her is Tsubaki Shira. Looks like they brought the rest of the council with them." "Hello, Sona," Rias says. "What can I do for you?" "Nothing. I just wanted to congratulate you on increasing the number of your servants," Sona states. Kyo widens his eyes. "How does she? Her real name's Sona Citri," Akino explains. "She's not just the student council president, she's the next head of the House of Citri. A big devil family." "Are you saying there are other devils at our school?" Issei questions. The lone boy in Sona's group then says, "Rias, I'm hurt to find out you didn't tell one of your servants about us. But I suppose if you didn't trust him with inside info, then he must not be worth much to you, huh?" "Who brought the jackass?" Kyo asks. "It's considered bad form to get involved in the affairs of other households, Saji," Sona says to the blonde. "It's only natural that Rias held this back." "Saji?" Kyo questions. "Wait, Spike." Saji widens his eyes at the nickname. "Shadow." Kyo and Saji then laugh and share a friendly hug. "Where the heck have you been, man?" "It's a long story that I'll tell you later," Kyo states. "Wait, Kyo, you and Sei know each other?" Rias asks. "Hell yeah." Kyo chuckles. "Saji and I were best buds in elementary. We were neighbors too." "So, where did the names Spike and Shadow come from?" Sona inquires. Saji turns to her. "Kids, we played like agents or spies, and eventually, as time grew, we just called each other those nicknames." Kyo watches as he sees his 2 best friends chatting after Asia introduces herself. Kyo slaps his forehead. "Charn." Charn pounces on both Issei and Saji, pinning them to the ground with his paws, growling inches from their faces. Anyways, Rias. Back to the familiar situation. Kyo points out. Are you getting familiars for your new members as well, Rias? Sona asks. Rias nods. I was thinking of going next week, actually. Sona touches her chin. Well, that's a bit of a problem for us, seeing as how he only takes people once a month. In that case, why don't we have a friendly little contest to sort this whole thing out? A contest? Whoever wins earns the right to make their request first, Rias states. Surely you're not talking about a rating game, Sona says, somewhat hesitant. A dark voice laughs, causing everyone to look around the room. Where did that come from? Sadi asks as Charn gets off him and Issei. No offense to you, Lady Citri, but I believe my son would defeat you without a thought. Everyone then sees Kyo's hand glowing red. What in the world is that? Sona inquires. Kyo huffs. You really gotta work on your entrances, father. Subtlety has never been my strong suit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Erakhan, the Death Dragon Emperor and rival to Great Red. Kyo is my son and a dragon, Erakhan says. Sona and her peerage widen their eyes in disbelief, as does Rias. Kyo, since when could your dragon talk to you? Rias asks. That's another long story. But please, let's discuss this another time. Right now, competition over familiar choosings. Rias turns back to Sona. Regarding the rating game, we'd never get permission to do something like that. Yes, you're right, Sona agrees. Besides, this isn't the time to call attention to yourself, now is it? Rias grows serious. Don't go there. Then she smiles. I know. We should settle this the good old-fashioned high school way. With sports. After Rias and Aquino played against Sona and Tsubaki in tennis, and then beat Sona's peerage in dodgeball, Rias and the ORC won the right to go first with familiar picking. They teleported into a dark forest and looked around. Where are we? Issei asks. Duh, a magic forest where all the familiars live, Aquino states. Kyo whistles at the size of the forest. Hate to get lost in a place this big. Don't be scared. This is where we came to get ours too, Kiba adds. Asia hides behind Issei. It's really freaky. Charn then smells something and growls. Charn, what's up? Kyo asks. Who wants me? Issei and Asia yelp as they see a man with red hair and a cap. Who the heck is this guy? Kyo scoffs. The MSTR of the familiar, aka the Toji. The man declares. If you want to find familiars galore, you've come at the right time, that's for sure. The full moon is out to help you decide, and I'll be your guide. Sounds like somebody's been reading too many pirate and Shakespeare books, Kyo snickers along with Issei. The Toji's way obsessed with making things rhyme, Aquino states. Now, how can I help you? Toji inquires. Tell me all your wants and desires. A strong one, a fast one that likes to set fires. Kyo says, shaking his head. Look man, we're just looking for familiars that'll be beneficial to us. Got anything like those? I'd like one that's cute and fun to be around, Asia says. Fun. Done and done. Toji states. Guys. Kiba asks as he looks around. Where did Kyo and Charn go? Everyone looks around to see the wolf and human/dragon duo had disappeared. Kyo had felt himself drawn away as he walked through the forest with Charn. He kept walking until he heard feminine singing. Hello. The singing continued as Kyo and Charn moved on. They finally stopped upon seeing a woman on a rock. Excuse me, Mississippi, Kyo asks. Suddenly, the woman disappears, and Kyo feels himself struck to the ground. Kyo groans and sees the woman standing over him. Who dares to come to my domain? Anaria. Erakhan gasps from Kyo's hands. The woman steps back in shock at the voice. It can't be. Erakhan. My love, it has been too long. Erakhan says happily. The woman, now known as Anaria, steps back. Why do you speak from this boy's hands? Kyo stands as Erakhan continues. You do not recognize him. Look closely. Anaria stares at Kyo for a moment before gasping and covering her mouth. KK Kyo. Father, how do you know her? Kyo asks. And does she know me? Erakhan sighs. Kyo, this is my wife when I was human. Is your mother? Kyo's gaze shifts from his hands to Anaria, and he steps back in shock. And mother? Anaria runs to Kyo, bringing her son's face to her chest. My appealing boy, oh look at how you've grown. Kyo feels tears in his eyes as he looks at his mother in joy. I've always wanted to meet you. Suddenly, growling is heard, and they both look toward the source as something stomps out of the forest. What is that? Kyo asks. Charn growls at the monster, which growls back. Anaria stands in front of her son. A dangerous creature that has roamed this forest for quite some time, eating other familiars, Anaria states. Kyo summons his gauntlets and brings them together. Then let's take this thing down. The monster snarls in shock at Kyo's gauntlets and steps back. I think it's afraid of you, Anaria concedes. Kyo slowly approaches the monster as it snarls back in fear. Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you, Kyo says calmly. The monster slowly steps toward him, revealing its height to be at least 10 feet tall. Kyo deactivates his left gauntlet and sticks his hand out to the monster. He gently touches its snout and works his way up its face, rubbing underneath the creature's jaw and smiling. You're not so bad, are ya? Kyo chuckles. The monster leans its head against Kyo's hand and growls lowly in pleasure. Suddenly, screaming is heard, and Kyo looks in the direction it came from. Asia. Kyo then runs along with Anaria, who sprouts black feathered wings and flies over the forest, while Charn and the monster keep close pace with him. DM it. Ain't no way, bro, Matsuda cries. This has to be some kind of mistake. Motohama says, sobbing as well. Way to go, Kyo, Issei cries too. Kyo looks at them, confused. Guys, why are you, what in the name of Armageddon? He looks down and sees he's in a black suit with a red button-up. It's your wedding day, Matsuda states, still crying. Say what? Kyo shouts. Kyo, now we can finally be together forever. Kyo turns and sees Rias in her appealing white wedding dress. Just you and me alone. Rias? Where did? How? Kyo stutters as he looks around the church. This can't be happening. I mean, I really like Rias, but getting married already. This is insanity on a roller coaster. You may now kiss the bride, the Reverend says. Rias turns to Kyo with her eyes closed and lips puckered. Aight. Kyo continues to stutter. Suddenly, an evil feminine voice laughs. Him. Get married. Ha. Everything around Kyo disappears, and he finds himself in a disorienting situation. Face it, big boy. The closest experience you'll ever feel that's close to love is us. Kyo's adoptive mother laughs. You'll always be nothing but a toy, his aunt adds. Kyo's sisters and cousins walk in too, all laughing as they approach. No. Not again. Get away. Kyo pleads. Get away from me. Kyo then explodes in a black aura, and everything goes white. He shoots up from his bed to see his mother standing beside him with a worried expression. Kyo, are you okay? Anaria asks. Kyo breathes shakily before tears stream down his cheeks. Anaria sits on his bed and hugs him close. Siggy, it's okay. Whatever happened in your dream wasn't real. I am. Just let it out. I'll stay here all night. Kyo continues to cry into Anaria's shoulder, sniffling and shaking. After finishing another day at school, Kyo is on his phone reading some stories. Oh hey, a new Jurassic World X-Male OC story came out. Charn then enters his room and hops on his bed. Feiko. Feeling better. After making Charn one of his familiars, Charn can now talk in his normal wolf form, though he does it discreetly when it's just him and Kyo or inside the ORC club room. Should I be? Kyo questions. Anaria told me what happened last night, Charn states. Kyo puts his phone down and sits at the edge of his bed. Charn climbs up and sits next to him. Kyo, I'm sorry about your nightmare. Charn, I can't control what I dream, Kyo replies. I had to dream about that of all things, but it was just one of those things. Charn sighs. Still, I'm sorry you had to remember that. But you've got me, your mother and father, Rias, Issei, and the ORC to help you when you feel alone. Know them and. Kyo smiles at Charn and nods. Thanks, buddy. Charn smiles and licks Kyo's cheek before hopping off the bed and exiting his room. Kyo exhales and falls back on his bed. My life just doesn't cease to fill me up with anticipation. Good or bad. Suddenly, a magic circle appears on the floor, startling Kyo. What the heck? Rias then emerges from the circle. Rias. But, what's up? Is there another stray devil loose? Rias climbs on Kyo's bed and pins him down. Kyo, please. You have to take me. Kyo widens his eyes. Beg pardon. I need you to take my virginity. And I need you to do it now, Rias says bluntly. What? Kyo screams. Rias starts to undo her school clothes, but Kyo stops her. Are you choosing to deny me? Rias asks sadly. Look, Rias. Kyo says, breathing slowly. I've gotten to know you a great deal. And I know you wouldn't just randomly want to do something like this without a good reason. Rias sniffles for a moment before hugging Kyo. They're going to marry me off. Kyo rubs her back, confused. Who is? Suddenly, another magic circle appears, this one being purple. A woman with silver hair in a maid's outfit appears. Really, Rias, the woman sighs. You're here with this lowborn. You realize Surzex is going to be terribly disappointed in you. Rias lets go of Kyo and stands. My virtue is mine to do with as I please. How is it wrong for me to give it to whoever I want? And another thing, I will not allow anyone to call one of my servants a lowborn, whether you're my brother's queen or not. Kyo stands. Rias, you should give it to who you love. Actually love. I'd hate to think we were doing this only for pleasure. If anything, it would hurt you more than do any good, whatever the reason might have been. The woman widens her eyes at Kyo's words. Wise words from a lowborn. He's not a lowborn. Rias insists angrily. This is Kyo, my most prized servant. The woman stares at Kyo. This is the boy who possesses the Death Dragon Emperor. Kyo extends his hand. Kyo Nagasaki. Nice to meet you. The woman smiles and shakes his hand. Very well mannered. I am Graphia, wife to the great Devil King and queen to his peerage. I will listen to what you have to say at my headquarters, Rias declares. You won't mind if Akino and Kyo join us? Of course not, Graphia nods. Rias turns to Kyo and smiles. Thank you, Kyo. And I'm sorry for being straightforward. Kyo shakes his head. You have nothing to apologize for. It was all a misunderstanding. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Rias then kisses his cheek. With that, Rias and Graphia disappear in a magic circle. Kyo falls back on his bed again. The anticipation never ceases. Rias had gathered Graphia, Akino, and Kyo to discuss her concerns about her recent behavior. Rias's brother and father had arranged for her to marry a devil named Riser Phoenix, a decision made to secure peace beneficial to all devils in the future. Kyo was furious. So, you mean to tell me you're being forced to marry some arrogant fool and you can't even have a say in this arrangement? It was planned years ago by Riser and Lord Zeoticus, Rias's father and the previous Devil King, Graphia explained. The rest of the group then entered the room. Good, everyone's here, Rias said, standing from her desk. An orange circle appeared, and fire erupted from it, revealing a man with gold hair and a cocky grin. And Riser has arrived in the human realm, he declared. Issei instinctively pushed Asia behind him, unsure of Riser's intentions. I've come all this way to see you, my beloved Rias, Riser said, his tone dripping with arrogance. Kyo's fists shook in anger, but Erakhan advised, calm down, Kyo. I know you want to confront him, but don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Kyo took a deep breath to compose himself. Who's this guy? Issei asked. This is Lord Riser Phoenix, Graphia explained. He is a pure-blooded devil of noble birch and the third heir in line for the House of Phoenix. Akino had prepared some tea, and Riser took a sip. Lovely. The tea prepared by my Rias's queen is most delicious, he said, prompting Akino to bow. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Kyo's thoughts turned dark as he noticed Riser touching Rias's hair. All right, that's it. Kyo yelled, marching over and standing protectively in front of Rias. Who do you think you are? Riser growled, standing tall. You dare to touch me. Kyo's eyes turned red, and he growled like a dragon, causing Riser to take a step back in fear. Kyo, calm down, Rias ordered. He glanced at her, sighed and returned to normal. Rias faced Riser. For the last time, I will not marry you. Riser shoved Kyo aside and grabbed Rias by the chin. For the final time, Rias, besmirching the reputation of the House of Phoenix is unacceptable. Kyo pulled Riser away from Rias and threw him across the room. Touch her again and you'll regret it. Riser laughed, unfazed. Rias, I have to ask, is this the extent of your noble servants? Especially this boy here. They're all you have. So what if they are? Rias shot back. Riser snapped his fingers, and another circle of fire appeared, revealing 15 females in various attires. Riser has 15 pieces. In other words, I have a complete set, he stated proudly. Yubalana, come. Yes, Lord Riser, the purple-haired woman replied, walking over. Riser began to flirt with her, making Kyo's anger boil over. Riser Phoenix, bold you may be, but ignorant you are as well. You've angered my son, and now it's time I reveal myself. I am the Death Dragon Emperor, the Black Dragon of darkness and destruction. Riser trembled in fear. No, that's impossible. You haven't been seen in years. Kyo dissipated his aura. Rias, devils compete in raiding games, correct? Rias nodded. Then Miss Graphia, with yours and Lord Surzek's permission, I'd like to fight in a raiding game against Riser and his entire peerage by myself. Everyone gasped. Kyo, no you can't. Rias pleaded. Graphia considered the request. It has never been known for one lone devil to fight an entire peerage in a raiding game. However, I cannot foresee the consequences of such a request. You can't be serious. Rias exclaimed. Kyo stepped closer to Riser. Know this, when I win and I will win, this arranged marriage is off, and Rias gets to marry whomever she pleases. Got it? You will regret ever challenging me, boy. Riser will show no mercy in the game, Riser warned before leaving with his peerage. Kyo turned to the others, who still looked shocked. He clenched his fist. Guess I have training to do. That night, Kyo trained intensely. Days had passed since the confrontation with Riser, and Kyo had neither eaten nor slept. Surzek had approved of Kyo taking on Riser's peerage solo, but Riser insisted the match take place on his home turf, with the wedding scheduled for the same day. Riser was confident that if he won, the wedding would follow immediately, mocking Kyo in the process. Rias, though hesitant, took Kyo and the rest of the ORC to a distant training house built to help him prepare. Late into the night, Kyo threw a barbell to the ground, creating a loud crash. He had been able to bench 400 pounds in several reps. Now, he practiced his dodging skills with a machine that shot bean bags. Kyo flew into the air, swatting the projectiles away with his gauntlets before letting out a roar and crashing down to split the machine in half. Kyo was breathing hard and fell to one knee. His gauntlets glowed. Kyo, you've been training non-stop for days now. It is time to rest. Kyo shook his head. Not until I'm sure I've reached my full potential. My son, you won't be able to reach anything if you don't rest and recharge yourself. How do you think you'll be able to fight Riser if you're absolutely exhausted? Erakhan questioned. Kyo stood, looking down at his body. Only for a few hours. He grabbed his towel and wiped himself off. As he headed inside, he saw Rias walking down the steps in her nightgown. Hey! Kyo nodded, still somewhat out of breath. Rias approached him. Been training, Issei. I won't let Riser marry you against your will. We both know that peace isn't what he has in mind when it comes to you, Kyo stated. Rias took his hand. Come with me. She led Kyo outside to the railing as they looked up at the stars. Kyo, I appreciate how you stood up for me against Riser. I really do. But you must realize that Riser isn't just any opponent. He's never lost a raiding game, and his title fits his power. What does that mean? Kyo asked. His ability is the same as the beast his family is named after, Rias explained. Phoenix. It gives him immortality. Kyo looked up at the stars. Immortality, huh? Rias nodded. He's indestructible. He regenerates immediately from any attack. Riser's win/lose ratio is 8 to his peerage has always had the highest score. How are you supposed to lose if you're immortal? Kyo pondered this and then turned to her. He will lose, Rias. It's time to show that arrogant opponent where his place is. You shouldn't have to be forced into a marriage that you don't want, just like I didn't have to endure the pain inflicted by my family. Rias remembered Kyo telling her about his past. I am so sorry. For what? For being involved with me. Sometimes I wonder if maybe you joining us was a bad decision. It's not you, but everything you've had to face because of us. Rias said, holding her arm. I just don't want to see you hurt. Kyo held her shoulders. You won't. I promise you, I will never fail to protect you or anyone in the ORC. You, Issei, Asia, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko are my family. And I'll protect every single one of you for the rest of my life. But you've put yourself in danger because of us. Why protect us? Why fight for me? Rias asked. Kyo smiled. Because I love you. Rias gasped as Kyo then left without another word. He entered his room and fell onto the bed. His brow furrowed and then he sat up. Father. Yes, Kyo. Is there any way to make me more powerful? Kyo inquired. There is a way. But are you prepared to sacrifice anything in order to gain the extra power you seek? Whatever it takes, I'll do it. And I think Asia might be able to help too. The day had come. Riser and his peerage were ready, and so was Kyo. Rias, however, was in a separate part of the household, looking at herself in the dress she was forced to wear. This is a rating game. So why am I in a wedding dress? Rias questioned, looking at herself in the mirror. Because Riser wanted it, Riser said as he appeared in the room. Just look at that dress. You really are a appealing bride, my love. I am not your bride, and I am not your love, Rias scowled. Riser nodded. True, not yet, but once Riser defeats your dragon servant, you will be mine. He then disappeared, making Rias worry for Kyo. Kyo stood on the battlefield and summoned his gauntlets. Game on. The first to show were Riser's 8 pawns. All right, who's first? Kyo shouted. 2 of Riser's pawns jumped in the air and kicked downward at Kyo, but he disappeared and split-kicked them away. 4 more pawns ran full speed at Kyo, and he took them down with a dragon blast. Death Dragon Dark Blast. Kyo sent a ball of energy that blew them away, leaving them bruised and beaten. The last 2 pawns linked arms, and one threw the other at Kyo at great speed. Kyo crossed his gauntlets and blocked the attack before grabbing the girl and throwing her back at her partner, knocking them out cold. Riser's pawns retired, Grafia announced. Kyo watched as the pawns disappeared and smirked. Just warming up. Don't get cocky, Kyo. You may be powerful, but do not become prideful. Think tactically and observe your opponent's stances as they attack. That will give you the advantage to see an opening. Kyo nodded. Got it. Riser's 2 bishops then appeared. Kyo could smell something unusual about the blonde one. She's got a scent that's similar to Riser's. Must be his sister. Doesn't mean I'll hold back. The 2 bishops sent waves of energy at Kyo, making him slide and dodge the attacks around the arena. Kyo jumped up and charged his own attack. Death Dragon Explosion. He looked to see that one of the bishops was defeated, and Riser's sister was smoking as well. They both then disappeared. Riser's bishops retired. Riser's knights then appeared and drew their swords. Kyo cracked his neck and got into a defensive stance. They charged, and Kyo dodged their attacks. He took one of the knight's swords and put it on his back before kicking them both back. Kyo took the sword and said, "Merge." The sword then became white and attached itself to Kyo's left gauntlet. Try this on for size. Kyo charged forward, unleashing a powerful blast from his newly acquired sword. The knights were sent soaring into the air, allowing Kyo to summon his wings and take flight. He seized both knights by their heads and slammed them down to the ground. Riser's knights retired. Kyo smashed his fists together in satisfaction. I'm really pumped now. Riser's rooks appeared, eyeing Kyo warily. He made the first move, charging forward and smashing the ground beneath him. The rooks dodged and retaliated, striking Kyo with equal force and sending him sliding back on his knees, spitting BLD, not bad, he acknowledged. One rook charged at him, launching a flurry of punches. Kyo caught her fist and kicked her into a pillar. One rook retired. He turned to the other rook, catching her flying kick and throwing her to the ground. Death Dragon Incursion. Last rook retired. Kyo breathed, falling to one knee. You're tiring out, boy, Riser's voice echoed over the speaker. Just give up already. It's pointless to continue fighting when you have no strength. Shut up, flame boy. Kyo grunted, standing tall. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. So send your queen already so I can fight you. Riser's queen, Ubalana, appeared. I commend you, Death Dragon. But you will go no further after fighting me. She unleashed a blast of purple energy, which Kyo dodged as he soared into the air. His wings glowed red as he shouted, Death Dragon Wing Attack. A massive wave of red energy enveloped Ubalana, causing her to scream in agony as she collapsed and disappeared. Riser's queen retired. Kyo descended, breathing heavily. Doubt crept in. I'm running low on power, but I still have several cards up my sleeve. Riser appeared, clapping slowly. Well done. I am impressed. And I'm rarely impressed. But this is where you will lose, boy. Kyo grinned. No, Riser. This is where I get you. Death Dragon Balance Breaker. Rias and the others gasped. The Balance Breaker. Kyo transformed, donning black and red scale armor. Filthy brat. Riser yelled, summoning his wings of fire and shooting into the sky. Kyo took off after him, and they clashed midair. Riser unleashed a wave of fire, which Kyo blasted away before landing a punch to Riser's stomach. Death Dragon Ruer. Riser was blown to the ground, struggling to rise. Kyo shot down and kicked him away. They charged at each other, landing blows to each other's faces. Kyo spat BLD while Riser laughed. You're pathetic. Riser coughed. This pain. Wait, is that a cross? Kyo held up a cross in his right hand. Our bishop was a member of the church, so I decided to borrow it. This is impossible. Even wearing your dragon armor shouldn't stop that thing from destroying. Wait, you gave that dragon your arm, didn't you? Both arms, to be exact. Kyo punched Riser with the cross again. Riser coughed, glaring at Kyo. Stop this, you fool. This engagement is for the benefit of all devils. A mere servant like you has no business interfering with the problems of your betters. Kyo grabbed Riser by his collar. I don't care. Can't you see that? Rias and the ORC are the only things that matter to me. I promised to protect them, and I keep my promises. Kyo unleashed another roar of darkness at Riser, tearing his clothes and sending him crashing to the ground. Don't hurt him. Riser's sister appeared, standing protectively in front of Kyo. Kyo noticed Riser had reached his limit. Fine. But I won't hesitate to end him next time. Know that, Sister of Phoenix. The battle is over. Kyo Nagasaki has won. Surzex announced. Kyo deactivated his balance breaker and fell as the arena vanished. He was caught by Issei, who had his devil wings, along with Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino. Way to rock the house. Akino giggled. You totally nailed it. Kiba added. Issei put Kyo's arm over his shoulder. That's my bro for ya. Kyo. Kyo looked up to see Rias flying toward him, tears in her eyes. Issei let Kyo drop into her arms. Hey, Rias, Kyo grunted with a smile. Rias sniffled. Kyo, you just saved my life. Thank you. Outside in the courtyard, a griffin appeared. Kyo rubbed its beak as it leaned into him. Isn't he cute? Akino said. Well, Kyo, since you saved the day, it's only fair that you ride with Rias. Fine by me. Kyo helped Rias onto the griffin before hopping on himself, and they took off into the sky. Surzex and Grafia watched as Kyo and Rias flew away. Appealing, isn't it? Surzex remarked. I had that griffin ready in case they needed to make a last-minute escape. Thank goodness it didn't come to that. We would have had quite the mess to clean up, Grafia pointed out. I wouldn't worry too much. Such a shame, though, for such an engagement to fall apart like this. Grafia nodded. Yes, you're right. It's very sad. You look devastated. It's truly amazing, Surzex breathed. The fact that the Black Dragon Emperor of Death and Darkness would come over to our side. It seems very likely that Kyo's brother will encounter the Vanishing One, the White Dragon, soon, Grafia added. Man, what a view, Kyo said in awe as Rias touched his cheek. What's the matter, she asked. Silly boy, Rias said, touching his gauntlets. To give up your arms just for me. It's like I said before, I keep my promises, Kyo replied. No matter what it takes, Rias sighed. Kyo, the engagement may be over now, but I promise this isn't the last we'll hear of it. Not by any means. Then I'll give up my legs and my voice too. I told you before, I love you and I promise to save you for the rest of time. Kyo was cut off as Rias kissed him. He was shocked at first but melted into the kiss. Rias parted and looked at him. I love you too, Kyo. You should probably know that was my first kiss. Kyo stayed awestruck before sliding off the griffin. Kyo. He then spread his dragon wings and zoomed into the air. I love being a dragon. Kyo soared joyfully across the sky. Later, Rias and Asia had moved in with Issei and Kyo. Akino and Asia were busy trying to heal Kyo's arms. Kyo looked at Rias and they both smiled at one another. I promise to protect the people I love. Forever. No matter what it takes. Kyo opened his eyes and found himself back in Erakhan's realm. Father. I am here, my son. Kyo turned around to see the mighty death dragon swaying his tail with a smirk. Sorry for disturbing your slumber, but there is something I must tell you. Go ahead, Kyo said bluntly. You were quite skilled when you fought Riser Phoenix. Well done. However, you have only scratched the surface of your power. There are other forms of your balance breaker. Kyo raised an eyebrow. Other forms? You mean the scale mail I used against Flame Boy isn't my only form? Erakhan nodded. Quite so. Each individual armor possesses and controls a certain power. Your first armor uses, at most, 10% of the powers of the other scale mails combined. But to unlock the other armors, your training will have to increase, both in and outside my realm. What types of armors are they? Kyoet. Explosion, absorption, combiner, destruction, corrosion, and the most terrifying, demonic slayer. Kyo grinned. I like the sound of that last one. Erakhan looked up as the stormy sky began to dissipate. It seems our time is up. But a final warning before you leave, Kyo. The Apocalypse Dragon twins will be coming. Kyo widened his eyes. Wait, who? Kyo opened his eyes again and saw he was in his room. He felt something soft press against his back and two arms snake around his stomach. Turning slowly, he saw Rhea sleeping next to him with a peaceful smile. Kyo laughed quietly and pecked her lips before moving her hair out of her face. Rhea stirred, opening her eyes to look up at Kyo. Good morning, Kyo. Morning to you too, appealing, Kyo said, stroking her hair. Sleep well. Always with you. She suddenly pinned Kyo to the bed and playfully bit his neck. Kyo growled in delight but gently pulled her off. Rias, as tempting as this is, let's save it for another time. We have training, remember? Rias pouted before sighing and nodding. A knock on the door interrupted them. Sweetie, it's time to wake up. Anaria called. Kyo's eyes widened in worry. Be out in a sec, Mom. Anaria opened the door and saw their position on the bed. Oh my, I'm hoping to be a grandmother soon, Kyo. Didn't expect it to be this soon, she giggled. Kyo rolled his eyes. Do you mind? Anaria giggled again before shutting the door. Sigh that mother of mine. Well, milady, shall we? Kyoat. Rhea smiled. We shall. Kyo and Rias walked to school with Kyo's arm around her waist. Rias sighed in bliss as they entered the school. After a kiss, they headed to separate classrooms. Kyo noticed Issei being backed into a corner by Matsuda and Motohama. Rolling his eyes, Kyo grabbed their ears and twisted them like a screwdriver. Is there a problem? The duo cried out in pain. Issei sighed in relief. Thanks, bro. These two were getting on my case about our and Asia's involvement with the club. Kyo shook his head. Why am I not surprised? He smacked their heads together, knocking them out cold. So, wait, aren't you and Rias having relations at night? Kiryu asked, a brown-haired girl with large glasses. Kyo smacked his forehead. Pervs, fangirls, stalkers, does the ORC have anyone normal in this school? He groaned and held his arms in pain. Are you okay? Issei asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Fine. Just need to see Akino. Arms again. Bingo. Kyo headed out. After Akino's healing methods, Kyo and the rest of the ORC held a meeting in Kyo's room. Well then, let's begin our regular meeting, Rias declared. This month's contract numbers are in. Akino, 11. That's right, Akino giggled. Kaneko, 10. Kaneko nodded. Sounds good. Kiba, 8, Asia, 3. That's great, Asia, Kiba complimented. Way to go, lady. Akino agreed. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Asia said gratefully. And finally, Kyo and Issei, 20, Rias finished. Kyo and Issei smirked and fist-bumped. Kiba patted them on the back while Akino kissed them on the cheek. Rias sipped her tea and smiled at Kyo. Well done. As to be expected of my boyfriend. Knock it off, you're making me blush, Kyo laughed. Sorry, we don't mean to intrude, Anaria said, walking in with Issei's mom. We just brought up some snacks. Thanks, mother, Kyo nods. Also, Issei's mom holds up a photo album. I brought something I thought might inspire everybody. Issei slaps his forehead. Mom. Rias, Akino, Asia, and Kaneko gather around Anaria and Issei's mom as they look at photos of Issei as a baby. Kyo laughs at Issei's embarrassment until he notices Kiba, who is staring seriously at another photo album. Yo, Kiba. You good? Kiba remains silent, focused on a picture. I guess anything's possible. Kiba puts down the album and exits the room. Kyo looks confused, glancing at the album to see a younger Issei with another girl and a sword in the background. Later that night, Kyo and his wolf companion, Charn, arrive at a hotel room for another contract. Guess this is it, huh buddy? Kyo says. Charn grins. Just try not to flip if it's another hot chick. That was one time. Besides, maybe you forgot why she summoned me. Any other guy would react the same way. Kyo argues before knocking on the door. It opens and Kyo bows. Hello, I'm Kyo Nagasaki. I'm the devil you summoned. Sorry if I'm not what you'd expected. Well, you're here now. Might as well come in. Kyo enters the room with Charn and sits on the couch. Nice place you have here. The man returns with a tray of wine and glasses. Something to drink. Kyo shakes his head. Sorry, no. I don't drink anything alcoholic. The man shrugs. Bummer. I was hoping to have a drinking partner. Is that why you summoned me? Kyo inquires. Is that bad? The man asks. No, not at all. Honestly, it's kind of nice. Most of my summons have been women and… Never mind. Rather not talk about that. Anyways, what else can I do? The man laughs. You're an interesting character, that's for certain. Kyo thinks, I'm getting a weird vibe from this guy. After several hours of talking, the man asks, so, Kyo, if you don't mind my asking, anyone special in your life? Kyo is taken aback. Well, I mean, what? Just a curious thought. Handsome young man like yourself. It's not really a wonder why women have been summoning you. Don't worry, I'm not coming on to you, it's just guy talk. Kyo nods, but suddenly his arms begin to hurt, and he clutches himself. Not now, not now. Well, I guess I should let you go. Thank you for your time. I may summon you again. You seem like a nice fellow. Kyo exhales slowly, ignoring the pain. Thank you, sir. What was your name again? The man doesn't respond and takes a painting off his wall. Take this as my payment. Kyo takes the painting and smiles at it. It's appealing. And thanks for the talk. He exits the room with Charn, tucking the painting under his arm. The duo strolls down the sidewalk when Kyo receives a text from Rias about a stray devil. They make their way to the group's location at the entrance of a large warehouse. Over here. Rias calls. Kyo and Charn jog over. Sorry to call you like this. Hey, I'll always be here whenever you need me, Kyo says, smiling. He turns to the warehouse. So this is where it is, huh? No one can miss the smell of a rogue devil, Kaneko states. No kidding. We've been given orders to take it down before the night is over, Akino adds. Rias says, whatever it is, must be extremely dangerous. We shouldn't try to fight it inside. Asia, you wait at the rear. Akino and I will wait out here ready for it. Kyo, Issei, Kaneko, and Kiba will flush it out. Kyo grins. Let's do this. He summons his gauntlets. Hell yeah. Boosted gear. Issei agrees, summoning his gauntlet too. The four make their way to the door. What do you think it is? Issei asks. Who knows? Kyo shrugs. Kaneko smashes the doors down with one punch. Kyo notices Kiba looking down and waves his hand in front of him. Kiba, let's go. Right. Kiba follows as they enter the warehouse. Charn sniffs the air and suddenly growls. Kyo follows his gaze and spots a girl with gray hair hiding. She screeches, growing a horn and the body of a spider. A spider? Kyo groans. Why did it have to be a spider? The devil spider shoots something at Kaneko, melting part of her clothes. Issei jumps in the air. Be sturdy. He sends a dragon shot at the spider, but it has no effect. Kyo jumps in and uppercuts it into the air for Charn to transform into his two-legged form and dropkick it away. Charn grabs Kaneko to keep her safe. Kyo sees Kiba zoning out again. Kiba. Kiba widens his eyes and jumps at the devil, slicing it with his sword. The spider screeches in pain before tackling Kiba to the ground. Sit. Double blast. Kyo shouts. Issei and Kyo regroup and interlock their fingers. Combined Dragon Blast. Red and black energy combines and blasts the spider through the roof, allowing Akino to electrocute it. The spider lands at Rias's feet. Stray devil, you left your MSTR to fulfill your desires. For that, you shall face the consequences. Rias declared, sending a final blow that erased the spider from existence. Kyo and the others rushed out to witness the aftermath. Oh, that's my girl. Akino cheered as she landed next to them. That poor creature had lost her way. You could barely call her a devil anymore. Issei shuddered. I wouldn't want to end up like that. Suddenly, a slap echoed through the air as Rias confronted Kiba. Do you think you have it together now? You put everyone in danger with your obliviousness. Kiba sighed. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Rias held his shoulders. Concern etched on her face. Kiba, what's wrong? This isn't like you. He shrugged her off. I'm fine, just having an off day. Now, if you'll excuse me, President. Kiba walked away, leaving Rias worried. Kyo approached Rias. I'll go talk to him. He kissed her cheek and jogged after Kiba. Yo, Kiba. Kiba halted but kept his back turned. What? Kyo pressed. What's been going on with you, man? First, you refused to talk to us, then you zone out during the fight, and now you're just walking off. Seriously, what's up? Again, it's nothing. It's none of your business, Kyo, Kiba replied rudely. Angered, Kyo turned Kiba around. Listen, we're trying to help you. The least you can do is not be a jerk. Kiba shot back. Kyo, what's your purpose in life? Kyo stepped back, taken aback by the question. What do you mean? I mean, what do you live for? Kiba clarified. For you guys. For Rias, Issei, you, everyone in the ORC. Kyo stated passionately. Kiba exhaled. Kyo, I appreciate your willingness to help me. But trust me when I say that I'm not worth it. I went through some rough patches when I was younger, so let's just leave it at that. With that, Kiba walked away, leaving Kyo deep in thought. In Kyo's room, he showed Rias a picture of Issei with a girl holding a sword. This picture made him unfocused. What is it? It's just a sword. Rias took the picture. That's not just any sword, Kyo. It's a holy sword. They're the worst weapons against devils. Just touching one could be fatal. This sword was part of Excalibur. Kyo's eyes widened. Wow, didn't see that coming. But what does that have to do with Kiba? He was part of something called the Holy Sword Project, Rias explained. Children were raised to wield Excalibur. Kiba nearly died from it. Kyo was shocked. Kiba. So what now? Rias stood up. For now, nothing. We can only hope that nothing will come of this. Kyo nodded. Right. We should probably get some sleep. He fell to his knees, gripping his head. Kyo. Rias knelt beside him. What's wrong? Kiba. Kyo groaned as he stood up. He's in trouble. Stay here, I'll be back. Tell Issei and Asia. Indo appeared in his human form. Yes, we've got trouble, I need your help. Kyo said, and they rushed out after Kiba. Kiba walked through the rain, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Kyo. Suddenly, an old man stumbled out of an alley and collapsed in front of him. A priest. Kiba muttered. Yoo-hoo. It's been a while, hasn't it? Fried said, stepping out with a sword and a mask covering half his face. Did you miss me? It's nice to see the playboy of the some underworld has come to pay a visit. Fried Selzen, Kiba growled. Have you been here this whole time? Such a wonderful reunion. It's bringing a tear to my eye, Fried mocked. Kiba summoned his sword. Unfortunately for you, I'm not in the best mood today. Fried laughed hysterically. That's perfect. I need some fun. Fighting priests is getting old. How about a dragon then? Kyo yelled, appearing and clashing his dragon blade with Fried. You just don't know when to back off, do you? Fried laughed again. Well, the black dragon. It's so good to see you. Allow me to return the favor for what you did to my face. Fried pushed Kyo back and slashed at his chest. Kyo grunted as the effects of the holy sword took their toll. DMN. Forgot about the power his sword deals out. Suddenly, Fried's sword began to glow gold. Kiba's eyes widened. No, it can't be. Ha. As penance for your actions, let's have a little test to see who is stronger, Fried declared. Will your cursed blades prevail, or will the holy sword known as Excalibur be the victor? Excalibur. Kyo cried. Fried rushed forward, clashing with Kiba. Hasn't anyone told you to heed the pretty faces you make? We wouldn't want our prince getting stuck that way. Luckily, Excalibur isn't picky, only hungry for your BL'd. Kiba pushed Fried away. That's enough, freak. Kyo stood tall. Indo. Fried and Kiba heard a roar as Indo charged in his monster form. Indo grabbed Fried by his leg, shaking him furiously before throwing him into the air and swiping at him with his tail. Fried rolled back, furious. You can't bring familiars into this. That's cheating. Oh, put a sock in it, you silver-haired nuisance. Kyo growled, charging and drop-kicking Fried back. A green circle appears, making Fried widen his eyes. Sorry to cut this short, but someone more important is calling. Fried then throws something down and disappears in a flash of white light, blinding Kiba, Kyo, and Indo. As the light fades, Kyo walks over to Kiba. You alright? Kiba responds by punching him in the face. Oh, what the hell? You had no right to get involved. That was my fight. Kiba says with anger in his voice. Indo transforms into his human form and helps Kyo up. Kyo adjusts his jaw and replies, Look, Kiba, I understand you want to destroy everyone connected to Excalibur, but fighting with blind rage won't get you anywhere. Kiba takes a few deep breaths before making his sword disappear. So Rias told you about the project, huh? Kyo nods. I'm sorry for what happened. Kiba turns away. You could never understand the revenge that I want, Kyo. Kiba then walks off. I understand better than you know, Kyo whispers. After last night, Kyo is resting in his room. Keiko. You in there? Issei calls. Yeah man, what's up? Rias and Asia are making breakfast. I'll be down soon, Kyo states. Issei then walks downstairs, leaving Kyo with his thoughts. Kyo, Erakhan says. Kyo looks at his hand. Father. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but I came to give you a warning. As I said before, the Apocalypse Dragon twins have awakened along with the Vanishing Dragon. It's making me worried and I can't sleep. Kyo remembers the warning his father gave him after he explained about the other armors. That's right. How many dragons are there? Albion is the Vanishing Dragon. He and Ddraig are the twin heavenly sky dragons. And they've been fighting for several years now. Why? Hell if I know. I doubt even Ddraig remembers what they were fighting about. Pointless rivalry. Well, what about the Apocalypse twins? Minirina is the purple cow's dragon that has sent everything in her path into chaos. Then there is her sister, Rivora. She is the magenta anarchy dragon. Her fire can burn anything that poses a threat to her. Man, no wonder they're called the Apocalypse twins. Kyo shivers. So, I understand Issei will have to fight the Vanishing Dragon, but what about Minirina and Rivora? Am I going to have to fight them? I have sensed their presence for a while now, so it is likely that we will encounter them. As for their hosts, I have no clue what to expect. The Apocalypse sisters rarely choose hosts because they prefer being alone. They choose hosts based on their pasts, whether they seek power or wish to correct their mistakes. Kyo stands. Then it sounds like I need to increase my training. From the way you describe them. Indeed. Kyo then grows a determined expression. I swore to Rias and the others I'd protect them. I keep the promises I make, even if it means my life. Erakhan laughs heartily. You never cease to surprise me, my boy. But, then again, you are my son, so it makes sense that your determination is astounding. After school, Kyo, Issei, and Asia return to the club and see how spotlessly clean it has become. Wow, look how shiny the floors are. Asia exclaims. They did a pretty good job, Kyo agrees. Hey, what's that? Asia asks. They walk around the corner and see a room taped and locked shut. That's the forbidden room, Issei states. It's never been opened. What do you think is in there? Kyo asks. Issei shrugs. Search me. They then enter the living room and see Kaneko eating an apple while Rias pets Charn. Rias smiles as Kyo sits down next to her. They did a good job cleaning the place, didn't they? Feels like we're getting a fresh start. So, where's Kiba? Issei inquires. Let's just say he's not in the best of moods, Kyo replies. Does this have to do with the Holy Sword thing? Rias sighs. Do you remember when I said that Kiba was the survivor of the Holy Sword project? What I didn't tell you was that there were several other children involved, being raised to use an Excalibur. Kyo, Issei, and Asia all become shocked. As of now, there are 7 other holy swords named Excalibur. Rias continues. Pieces of the original Excalibur were scattered during the war. There were 7 of them, and it was up to the church to find those pieces. They then used alchemy to create 7 entirely new swords. So, does that mean Kiba can wield those swords? Kyo asks. Actually no. He never fully adapted to the strength of the swords. In fact, none of those who were trained ever could. The entire project failed. Those in charge decided to dispose of Kiba and the other test subjects. Kyo thinks, that's why he said I wouldn't understand. The door then opens and Akino walks in. Fantastic. It looks like everyone's here. Akino, why are you so late? Rias asks. Well, I brought some guests and was helping them get here. Akino then gestures to who she brought. Irina jumps up and slashes at Kyo, making him jump back and summon his dragon wings. Kyo leaps into the air and drives his fist into the ground, sending a blast wave of dark energy at Irina, making her get blown away. Kick her butt, Kyo. Issei cheers. Zenobia and Kiba stare at one another. The Black and Red Dragon Emperors, along with Asia's healing and your sword Biarch, you devils certainly have a significant amount of sacred treasures. Kiba then grabs one of his swords. I have another power, one that comes from the grudges of my fallen comrades. With this power, I will destroy all the Excaliburs. Kiba declared, clashing swords with Zenobia. And along with them, I will annihilate their wielders. Kyo backflipped away, summoning his dragon sword to engage Irina. You're just holding back now, aren't you? Irina challenged, pushing against her hilt. Kyo chuckled. It's only friendly competition. Besides, I may have achieved Balance Breaker, but I still have more armors to acquire and unlock. If anything, you're just making me stronger by the second. He leg swept Irina, sending a wind attack her way that made her lose her sword. Kyo grabbed it and slung it over his back. Kiba yelled in frustration, grabbing 2 more swords and launching an attack on Zenobia with fire and ice. Zenobia effortlessly cut the swords apart before stabbing her own into the ground, creating a massive crater that made everyone stumble. "The holy sword of destruction," she declared. "Believe me, this sword is not just for show." Kyo jumped in. "Well, I love a challenge. Bring it, sister." Zenobia charged at him, but he sidestepped and kicked her in the back. Her sword flew into the air, and Kyo caught it, placing it on his back. He raised his hand and shouted, "Death Dragon Wing Attack." Zenobia and Irina screamed as they were sent flying into the air, crashing to the ground with great force, leaving them covered in dirt. "Seems like you two still need more practice," Kyo grinned. Zenobia growled in embarrassment while Irina looked away, flustered. Kyo took their swords off his back and returned them. "How were you even able to hold the swords?" Zenobia demanded. "Even the handles should have burned you. I'm the Death Dragon Emperor. I've gotten a lot stronger since I was first attacked with holy spears. My dark magic makes me immune to anything holy, including your swords," Kyo explained. Zenobia and Irina grabbed their cloaks. "Are you satisfied?" Zenobia asked Rias. Rias nodded. "Yes. I'm glad neither were dealt final blows." "Of course, and remember what we talked about earlier," Zenobia reminded them. As they started to leave, Rias stopped them. "Just out of curiosity, did you find out which fallen angel was guilty of stealing the swords?" "We know who it was, yes. It was the fallen angel General Kokabeel." Kyo helped Kiba up but gripped his head upon hearing that name. Memories of Kokabeel flooded back, fighting in battles, laughing at those he had defeated. "The two of you are after a leader class?" Rias asked. "Are you planning to die?" Zenobia replied, "We will do what we must to keep the fallen angels from the holy swords. I am willing to trade my life to annihilate them." "We understand the danger," Irina added. "There has already been one casualty. A priest who came to this town to check things out ahead of time was killed." Kyo and Kiba exchanged worried glances. "We know who killed him," Kiba stated. "Freed Selzen." "What do you mean freed?" Issei cried. "The stray priest killed him." Rias asked, incredulous. Kyo nodded. "It's true. He's got a holy sword too and definitely knew how to use it." "Interesting that a stray priest would kill him," Zenobia noted. "At least we know what we're up against. I appreciate the information you've shared, but don't involve yourselves further in our affairs. We'll take our leave." With that, Zenobia and Irina walked into the forest. Later, in the club room, Kiba walked towards the door. "Where are you going, Kiba?" Rias demanded. "You do realize I will never permit you to leave me. Remember, you are a knight of the House of Gremory." "I know, President. And I'm sorry." Kiba left the room. Kyo stood from the couch. "If you don't mind, I'm going for a drive." Rias nodded as Kyo headed out. He saw his motorcycle parked nearby and climbed on. "Kiba, where are you?" Kyo revved his engine and zoomed away. There's gotta be a way to help Kiba. But how? And who's even gonna be willing to help me? Kyo looked up at the sky as he stopped at the edge of a cliff. Wait, that's it. Kyo was sitting at a cafe with Charn and Indo in his human form when he spotted Saji. "Hey, Shadow," Issei called, approaching. "Got your call?" "Spike." They fist bumped and sat down. "Glad you could make it." "So what's up?" Saji asked. Kyo explained everything, leaving Saji in shock. "Hell no. Are you out of your mind?" "No, I'm not," Kyo replied calmly. "You're insane." Saji glanced around, noticing others nearby, and sat down again. "You do realize that both our presidents will punish us if we get involved with those holy swords, right? And you still want to go out and destroy them? We'll be killed for sure." Kyo sighed. "Look, Saji. I know that both Rias and Sona are going to hand our buttes to us on a silver platter, but Kiba's my friend. He's become a brother to me just as much as you and Issei. If anything were to happen to him, Rias and I would never forgive ourselves. I may be just a pawn, but that doesn't stop me from doing the right thing." Saji shook his head. "Even as a kid, you still wanted to help despite what would happen to you. Look, Shadow, I want to help, but I just can't. If you don't, I'll tell everyone about that incident in Santa Prisca on our school trip," Kyo threatened with a smirk. Saji drops his jaw. "You're seriously gonna use that against me?" I'd advise that you listen to Sir Kyo, Sir Saji, Indo suggests. Saji stands up. Sorry man. But I'm more afraid of being tortured by Sona than embarrassed by the whole school. He walks around the bush only to be held back. Big surprise. I kinda had a feeling you would try and run away, Kaneko says, enjoying a sundae. So you wanna cooperate with the church? Kyo asks, sitting down with Indo and Charn at Kaneko's table. Yeah. For Kiba's sake more than anything else. I don't know how to feel about that, Zenobia, but I do know that Irina might be willing to lend a hand. Look at it this way. The church wants the swords back, but Kiba wants them destroyed. Granted, they both have different reasons, but either way, they keep them from the fallen angels. While that is true, Kyo, it won't be easy to make them work together, Kaneko points out. Never said it would be. But I won't stand by and watch as Kiba gets himself killed over Excalibur. That's the whole reason I'm doing this. Besides, we could even save lives, Kaneko. If this Kokobeel gets his hands on those swords, then God only knows how powerful he'll be and what he'll do along with Freed. Kaneko nods. First, we'll have to find those girls. I don't like keeping secrets from Rias and Aquino, but you are right, Kyo. We have to help Kiba. Later, they walk down the streets of town. Charn sniffs the air and runs off. Charn, get back here. Kyo shouts, running after him with the group in tow. Charn stops in front of Zenobia and Irina, who are asking for money for food. Charn barks at them, getting their attention. Wait, isn't that the Black Dragon's dog? Zenobia questions. Charn growls at that statement as Kyo arrives. He's a wolf, not a dog. Get it right. We've been trying to find you girls. The devils and familiars watch as Irina and Zenobia scarf down everything on the table. Did not expect to see this, Kyo comments. Suddenly, both girls stop and beg forgiveness from God. Lord, please have mercy on these kind souls even if they are devils, Irina prays, making Kaneko and Saji hold their heads in pain. Irina, hold off on the praying until after our talk, please, Kyo suggests. Oh right, sorry. So, why did you want to speak with us? Zenobia asks. Indo replies, Emsar Kyo wishes to assist you in the destruction of the Excalibur swords. What? Zenobia says, surprised. I understand the situation. I don't mind letting you take care of one sword. Wait a minute, Zenobia. Irina cries. Darn it. I was hoping she'd say no. Saji whimpers. You know who the other side has, Zenobia reminds her. Kokobeel is dangerous. Honestly, it'll be impossible for us to recover all 3 swords on our own. I get that, but they're devils, Irina states. Kyo pounds his fist on the table, startling the girls. I've had it with this, they're devils nonsense. It doesn't matter what faction we come from. The only thing that matters is destroying these swords before multiple innocents die at the hands of their current wielders. It doesn't matter if I'm a devil or a dragon. So, are you gonna be a crybaby over who helps you, or are you gonna accept the help that's right in front of you? Irina and Zenobia are shocked by Kyo's speech. They look at each other and then back at Kyo, nodding in agreement. I get it, Kiba says. But I'm quite disappointed that someone who can wield an Excalibur would approve of their destruction. Speaking of disappointing, didn't you recently abandon your place in the House of Gramarye? Zenobia snaps. All right, knock it off, Kyo says. I kicked your butts once already, wanna see me do it again? Zenobia falls silent. Good. Now look, Kiba, we want to help you destroy the Excaliburs. But you need to accept the fact that you can't do this on your own. And you know it. Zenobia adds, we know about the incident with the Holy Sword Project. That has left those within the church with great repugnance. We know, and that is why the person responsible was punished, excommunicated. His name was Galilee Valper, Irina states. Also known as the Archbishop of Annihilation. I know Valper, Kiba replies. It was all him. He was responsible. I agree to cooperating with you. Zenobia nods. Good. And thank you for the food, Black Dragon Emperor. We should hope to return the favor someday. Irina winks at them as they leave. Kyo grins. Seems like everything's gone well, huh, Spike? No. Suji screams. This is not good at all. We could have been responsible for another war with the church. Kyo slaps him. Will you get a grip? I want you to stay out of this, Kiba demands. What's going on here is my revenge, not yours. I cannot allow this. I won't let you get involved. Kyo walks up to Kiba and grips his collar. Now look, you need to understand that you can't do this on your own. You're my family. Does that mean anything to you? Of course it does, but, nothing. Kyo shouts. Have you even thought about Rias? Kiba widens his eyes. Of course, President Rias. We first met because of the project. I'd be dead if not for her. We were just kids being experimented on, day after day. Our freedom was taken, and we weren't even treated as humans, yet we all believed we were chosen by God. We held to those beliefs, hoping that we were special. However, not one of us was able to wield a holy sword. The experiment failed. We were disposed of quickly to cover up that it had failed. Even as we were in pain, we hoped for salvation. My friends sacrificed their lives for me, and every day I thank Rias for taking me in as part of her house. I wouldn't be here without their sacrifices. I have to destroy Excalibur. That sword holds my friends' pain. As the only survivor, I have no choice. Saji unexpectedly cries and sobs. Kiba, I had no idea you had such a tragic past. I don't care about Sonya's punishment anymore. Saji extends his hand to Kyo. Shadow, I'm in. I'll fight with everything I've got. Kyo smiles. My man. They shake hands firmly. Kaneko turns to Kiba. I will also help you. Kaneko. Kiba breathes. Don't be foolish. I'd be sad if you weren't with us. Kaneko states. Same. Kyo adds, placing his hand on Kiba's shoulder. You're my brother, Kiba. Nothing will change that. Kiba smiles. Thank you, Kyo. Suddenly, Kyo punches him in the face. Oh, what was that for? For punching me last time for helping you, Kyo states smugly. Fair enough. Kyo punches Kiba again. Oh, now what was that for? That was just for fun. Now let's go kick some butt. The man from Kyo's contract was fishing at the dock when he received a call from Kyo. Makes sense. Only a devil would cancel on me last minute. The man turns and sees 3 females behind him. Hey, have you come to keep sad little old me company? That's funny, I didn't realize you ever got lonely, the silver-haired girl with a chain on her hip says. What's your impression of the black dragon? The black-haired girl asks. He's very strong, but I can sense some dark pain he has stored away. Whatever it is, it drives him, the man replies. The white-haired girl adds, I can imagine. Pain can be used as strength. My sister and I know how to deal with it better than anyone. However, that's not why we wish to meet him. Is that so? The man questions. You know why we need to see Nagasaki, the black-haired girl points out. We didn't become the cows and anarchy dragons for nothing. How can you guys wear these? Kyo says, wrapping the cloak around him. It feels like wearing a huge curtain. Kiba puts on his cloak. Nothing will stand in the way of my goal. I think we'll be more efficient in 2 groups, Zenobia suggests. Let's split up. Kyo nods. Good idea. Indo, Charn. You 2 are one group. Take the north side and report back as soon as you find anything. Indo wraps a cloak around himself, and Charn transforms into his 2-legged form. They take off. As for us, we'll take the east, Kyo states. Then we'll take the west, Zenobia says. Call if you see or find anything. As Kyo starts to leave, Zenobia adds, Wait, Black Dragon Emperor, there's something important we forgot to tell you. You've helped take care of us, so you should know that the Vanishing Dragon and the Apocalypse Dragon Sisters have awakened. Kyo's eyes widen. Have you seen them? Zenobia shakes her head. Unfortunately, no. However, the church has informed us of several sightings of the 3 dragons. So be on your guard. Kyo, Kiba, Saji, and Kaneko walk through the east side of town, keeping their heads low and their eyes open. Kaneko sees Kyo clench his fist, shaking nervously. Kyo, are you okay? Fine. Just a little uneasy, that's all, Kyo assures her. Any suggestions on where to next? Kyo. Everyone turns to see Indo and Charn running towards them. Mr. Kyo, we found out where Freed is, Indo says. Come with us. The familiars lead the group to an abandoned mansion. Kyo recognizes it immediately. This place. This is where we fought that stray devil Visser. You guys fought a stray devil here? Saji questions. Yeah, and let me tell you, that was the most disgusting stray you could ever meet, Kyo says. Charn sniffs the air. Up top. They see Freed at the top of the mansion. He laughs as he jumps down and tries to strike Kiba, who WHPs out his sword to block it. Kiba pushes Freed off, and he jumps back. I forgot to thank you earlier, Freed snickers. For what? Kiba asks. Is that a stray priest? Saji breathes. Freed sells Zen, Kyo states, activating his gauntlets. Well, Black Dragon Emperor. So good to see you again. Now I can even the score for what you did to my precious face. Fried says. I was really looking forward to a little priest hunting tonight, but all I found was devils in costumes. Kyo removes his cloak and activates his wings as Saji and Kaneko do the same. Charn extends his claws as Indo transforms into his monster form. Oh my, for devils and 2 monsters in one night. I'm overwhelmed by my popularity, Fried laughs. Don't get too excited, I'm your only opponent, Kiba growls. Kiba, wait. Kyo calls out just before Kiba jumps up and starts clashing with Fried. Kaneko takes out her phone and calls someone as Saji and Kyo watch the battle unfold. Damn it, there's got to be some way we can help him, Kyo says. We gotta slow him down. Slow him down? Allow me. Saji grinned as he summoned a violet gauntlet on his left hand and shot a blue rope that wrapped around Fred's ankle. The hell? Kyo said, Whatcha think? The absorption line, or you can call it my sacred gear. Saji smirked. My man. Kyo laughed. Fried cursed as he tried to cut the line with his holy sword. This must be another one of those dragon sorts. Alright, chew on this, Jax. Kyo shot up, grabbed Fried by his hair, and swung him around, flinging him into the air. Kiba, you're up. Kiba kicked Fried down and then landed. Sword beer. Swords began to form around Fried as he sliced at them to avoid being pierced. Oh Fried, looks like your use of a holy sword could still use some brushing up, couldn't it? An old man said, walking out with a cross on his clothes. Look, it's old man Valper, Fried stated. Kiba's eyes widened as he stared at Valper. He's the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project, Kaneko stated. Valper Galilei. Kiba shouted. The one and only, Valper replied, turning to Kiba. One and only what, old man? Make yourself useful and get this lizard tongue off me. Fried ordered. Pour your energy into the sword, Valper calmly said. Oh, is that all it takes? One energy cocktail coming up. Fried made his sword glow and sliced the rope on his ankle, knocking Saji back. Indo roared and jumped at Fried, making the holy priest slice his stomach. Indo fell to the ground, hissing and flailing in pain. Indo! Kyo yelled. Fried then jumped at Kiba again, only to have his attack blocked, but not by Kiba. Zenobia! Kyo shouted in relief. Irina then ran up to Saji and Kaneko. Yoo-hoo! Irina, what are you doing? Saji questioned. What do you mean? You contacted me so I came to help, duh, Irina replied. We did. Yeah, good to know you're paying attention, Kaneko said, rolling her eyes. Zenobia pushed against Fried. You're both traitors. Valper Galilei. Fried Selzen. I condemn your souls in the name of our God. How dare you say that? Don't you ever say that disgusting name in my presence again. Fried yelled before Kyo jumped in and punched him to the ground, next to Valper. You're done, Valper said. All you had to do was get rid of those vermin from the church who had snuck in. But there they are with holy swords, and you're outnumbered. Especially with the Black Dragon at their disposal. Time to pull back. Ah, so soon. Fried shrugged as he took out a pellet of sorts. Well, CYA. Fried laughed as he and Valper then disappeared in a flash of light. Zenobia then jumped off and ran into the forest. Let's go, Irina. Irina and Kiba followed her as Kyo jumped down next to Saji and Kaneko. Guys, wait. Kyo called. Goodness, what have you gotten yourselves into? Ria said as she appeared with Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki. Oh, see, Kyo muttered. I'm sure this will be a lively story, I can't wait, Sona said. Whenever you'd like to start explaining, I'm ready. Inside the mansion, Kyo and Kaneko stood in front of Rias and Akino as Saji stood in front of Sona and Tsubaki. Charn was tending to Indo, wrapping a bandage around his torso as he was back in human form. I know I said we wouldn't intervene, but I'd at least like to know what's going on, Rias said. Therefore, Akino and Tsubaki will be keeping an eye on them. Saji. Sona said. Saji flinched in fear. You weren't nearly as cautious as you needed to be back there. Seriously, I'm disappointed. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, Saji whimpered. Kiba isn't here because he went to look for that Valper. Is that correct? Rias inquired. Kyo nodded. Yeah, along with Zenobia and Irina. I'm sure he'll be all right. Rias sighed. I wonder. His head is so filled with thoughts of revenge, plus I don't know that he would call if he wanted to. Son of a, Kyo mumbled. Kaneko, why did you get involved in all of this? Because I didn't want Kiba to go away. Sorry, Kaneko apologized. Well, there's no use dwelling on it now, is there? Rias said. I need you to be more mindful of your actions next time. The choices you make will always have an effect on the rest of us. Kyo sighed. I'm the one to blame for all of this. I dragged Saji into this, and Kaneko joined us of her own accord. I'll take whatever punishment you think will fit for what I've done. Saji then screamed in pain, making Kyo look to see Sona using her powers against him. Well, guess that's what'll probably happen to me. Goodbye, but... Seat warmer, Kyo thought. Kyo, Rias said, kneeling down to him. Yeah. Kyo gulped. Rias then hugged him and Kaneko. Honestly, why is it all you do is make me worry for you? Why is it they hug and I'm getting punished? Saji screamed. That's them. This is us, Sona stated, using her powers again. Kyo broke out of Rias's hug and turned to her. You do what you gotta do. I had this coming. Saji did warn me. DMN right I did. Ag. Rias smiled. Stand up. Kyo pet a brow and stood. So, I'm not getting punished. Oh, don't worry. Your punishment will come. Just not now. I have something special in mind for you, Rias said with a playful smile. Kaneko then hugged Kyo unexpectedly. Thank you, Kyo. Kyo ruffled her hair. Always. Kyo drove home on his motorcycle with Rias clinging to his back and Charn on the rear. Kyo parks and removes his helmet. See, told you it wasn't that bad. If it's all the same to you, I think I'll just stick with teleportation and walking, thank you, Rias replies shakily as she gets off. Pisach, you should have seen Kyo on his first try on this thing. That was brutal, Charn chuckles. Just for that, you're sleeping outside tonight, Kyo snaps. No regrets here, Charn shoots back. Asia opens the door. Welcome home, you guys. Kyo immediately stiffens upon seeing Asia's current attire. She is wearing a white cooking apron with nothing else underneath. Asia, why? Are you wearing that? What do you mean? Asia questions. You're wearing an apron with nothing else on. Say. Issei rushes in. What's going on? Where have you guys? Issei sees Asia in the apron, and BLD shoots out of his nose before he collapses. What's wrong with it? The girls at school said that the best way to help someone relieve stress was to wear something like this. Asia explains. Aika is so dead when I see her, Kyo mutters, slapping his forehead. Rias claps her hands together. Impressive. It's simple yet quite effective. Well done, you are going to become a wickedly charming devil one day. Asia fidgets nervously. But what if I don't want to be charming or wicked? Yeah, you do realize this is Asia we're talking about, Kyo points out. Now please go change before my mothers see. Welcome home, there's my appealing boy, Mrs. Hayadu says, popping out with Anaria. How was your day, Kyo? Anaria asks. Kyo instantly puts Asia behind him. She didn't know how to wear this. Of course she didn't. That's why we helped her, Anaria explains. Kyo slaps his hand over his eyes. Great, now my mothers have been corrupted. It's what I married her for, Erakhan chuckles. Mothers, I'd like to wear one too. Just like Asia, Rias demands. Anaria gestures to the kitchen. Follow us, Rias. There's plenty. Rias follows the older women into the kitchen, leaving Kyo and Asia. Kyo sighs. Can this day get any worse? He carries Issei over to the couch and lays him down, wiping the BLD from his nose. Oh, Kyo. Rias sings. Kyo gulps and turns around to see Rias in her own apron. Kyo feels BLD leak from his nose, making his father laugh heartily. Shut up, father. Kyo sneers mentally. What do you think? Rias asks. You look really appealing, Kyo says, keeping his eyes down. Rias then puts her hand under his chin and makes him face her. But, because this is your punishment. Say what? I said I'd give you punishment after what happened with Fried and Valper, didn't I? Well, this is it. You have to look at me and not turn away until we go to bed. Kyo groans. Please tell me you're joking. Nope. Take it from me, Kyo. No matter how convincing a man can be, he can't win an argument against a woman. Trust me, I would know, Erakhan states. The next day, the ORC, minus Kiba, all met in the club room. So, does that mean Kiba contacted you? Issei asks. Akino shakes her head. Nope. Not even one time. Good news is that the two he's with are pretty skilled, Rias says confidently. I figure they can take on a stray priest if they ran into one. Kyo sighs. I'm sorry if I made things worse. But I don't regret trying to help Kiba. You didn't, Akino replies. But we couldn't sit around waiting for him to contact us. So we sent out our familiars to search around town for us. Indo then appears. Sir Kyo. Indo, what is it? It's Lady Shido. She's been badly injured. We must hurry. The ORC teleports and sees Rias's familiar holding Irina. Her clothes are severely torn, and she is badly beaten and bleeding in several places. Irina. Kyo, Issei, and Asia run over to her. Can you hear me? Asia asks as she starts to heal her. Kyo moves her hair out of her face. Where's Kiba and Zenobia? I don't know, Irina winces. They got away. You mean Fried and Valper? I was too slow. I couldn't get away. He was too strong. Who's he? Issei asks. Please be careful, were Irina's last words before she fell unconscious. Kyo drives his fist into the dirt. DM it. Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji then appear. Thank you so much for coming, Sona, Rias says appreciatively. Sona kneels down to Irina. Of course, I came right after I received your message. The damage is pretty bad, isn't it? Maybe not, Erakhan says, taking over Kyo's mind and body. Black Dragon Emperor. Sona gasps. Erakhan holds his hand up, and it becomes engulfed in black flame. He places it on Irina's head, and her whole body glows red until all the injuries are gone. She will recover. However, she will remain unconscious for several more hours, Erakhan states. We'll take her to my house. Tsubaki. Tsubaki then grabs Irina and stands. I'll leave her with you. Understood. Tsubaki then teleports and leaves. I am aware of your presence, priest. So you might as well show your face, Erakhan growls. Everyone hears laughing and sees Fried walk out from behind a tree. Well, if it isn't the We All Took the Bait Club. Fried snickers. Welcome all of you. So many devils. Thought it was you. Figures, Issei says. Erakhan shoots at Fried and grabs him by his throat. I advise you speak now, lest I be forced to make sure you never do again. Fried chokes and then says, I'm only here as a messenger. Someone wishes to speak with the little sister of the Devil King. Who? Rias demands. My boss. Fried coughs before the sky changes to purple. Everyone looks up and sees a man with white skin, red eyes, and 10 fallen angel wings. It's a pleasure to meet you, daughter of the House of Gremory, the fallen angel says. I am Kokabeel. And I must say I am truly honored to be in the presence of you, Lord Erakhan. Centuries it has been since the Black Dragon Emperor was ever heard of. Erakhan tosses Fried away. State your business, follower of darkness. I was thinking that while I'm here, I might as well do a bit of damage. Starting with this institution and the rest of the town. Why would you want to harm our school? Rias asks. I figure if I do, Surzex will have to emerge and help out his sister. What do you think? Kokabeel grins. Erakhan spreads his wings through Kyo's back and flies up, face to face with the leader-class fallen angel. While I know it may be pointless, I will give you one chance to reconsider your decision, General. For know this, if you don't and continue this pointless charade of a journey, my son will rain down like an unending plague and make you wish you never existed. Kokabeel chuckles. I look forward to it. And when I emerge victorious, your son will make a fine addition to my forces. Erakhan grits his teeth. So be it. But until then, be gone. Erakhan raises his hand, and Kokabeel immediately gets blasted away along with Fried, through several trees. The two pick themselves up and retreat. Erakhan descends to the ground and faces Rias. I apologize, Lady Gremory. Rias shakes her head. Nothing to apologize for, Lord Erakhan. Kokabeel is a war-bent psychopath. He has everything he wants in place. You, the daughter of Gremory, and Lady Citri, the sister of Leviathan. He's an absolute maniac, and he must be stopped. Issei activates his boosted gear. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go confront him. Sona and her peerage stand with their hands out as a giant shield covers the school. We've put a protective barrier around the entire school. If nothing drastic happens, it should keep everything inside from getting damaged, Sona says. Rias smiles. Thank you, Sona. This means so much. Understand that this will only work if conditions remain the same. Got it, Rias nods. Tsubaki then appears. Tsubaki, how's Irina? Sona asks. Her condition isn't life-threatening anymore. You can thank Kyo for that, Tsubaki says, gesturing to Kyo. It's what I do, Kyo states. I hope Zenobia or Kiba will show up. Have you heard from Kiba? Saji asks. No, but I've got a feeling he won't miss out on this, Kyo says, crossing his arms. I'll keep the barrier up and keep the school from collapsing as much as I'd like to avoid it, Sona declares. I'm not going to let that happen, Rias says. Rias, it's not too late. You can still try to contact your brother, Sona suggests. You know what I don't see? Rias asks. You trying to contact your big sister? With good reason too. Surzex loves you. He'd want to assist us. There's no doubt he'd come here as soon as you called him. There's no need, Aquino says, walking up. I've already contacted Surzex. How could you do that without asking me first? Rias demands, irritated. Look, Rias, I understand that you don't want to bother your brother unless you absolutely must. Our enemy is a leader-class fallen angel. He's not someone you can take on your own. I think that qualifies this as a must, Aquino explains. Rias looks at Kyo. Kyo. She makes a good point, Kyo shrugs. Sigh fine, Rias sighs, defeated. Kino smiles. I thank you for your consideration, President. Surzex is on his way. I believe his forces should arrive here in just about an hour. Good grief, girl, Rias shakes her head. I cannot win against you, can I? Should be an interesting hour. The ORC walks to the other end of the school grounds as Rias explains her plan. Issei, I need you to be on support this time, Rias orders. I want you to use your power to transfer to the rest of us to increase our strength. No problem. I'm all over it. Issei grins confidently. In the meantime, I think we can stall until Issei can transfer his power to us, Rias says, looking to Kaneko, Aquino, and Kyo. Yeah, I bet we can manage that, Aquino agrees. Kaneko nods. Absolutely. Hell yeah. I've got a couple of trump cards that I've been saving for a fight like this. Kyo chuckles. Trump cards? Issei questions. Just trust me. They'll come in handy when the time comes, Kyo assures him. Rias then adds, let's concentrate on being the offensive for this battle. We have to get to the school and prevent Kokobile from releasing his power, whatever that may be. Unlike the fight with Riser, our lives will be at risk this time. Kyo grabs her hand, stopping her. No one is dying on my watch. I want that understood. If Kokobile hurts any of you, his head is coming clean off. Rias smiles and kisses his cheek. And that's what I love about you. Kyo sniffs the air, sensing danger. This way. Everyone follows Kyo's lead, where they see Valper surrounded by yellow light. What in the world is that? Asia asks. It seems like the 4 Excaliburs have been made into one. The ORC looks up and sees Kokobile sitting on a floating throne. That is just so Valper, you know? Kokobile. Rias shouts. Death Dragon Balance Breaker. Erakhan declares as Kyo summons his dragon armor. So is Big Brother on his way yet? Or is it Seraphal instead? Kokobile asks. Right now, we're the ones here ready to fight, Rias states. That's all that matters. Kokobile snaps his fingers and sends a giant spear of light at the gym. Kyo shoots between its line of fire and crosses his arms, blocking the attack from hitting the gym. Kyo is sent back by the blast, landing in the forest. Kyo! Issei shouts. Ignorant boy. Since you came all this way to see me, I might as well let you play with my favorite pets. Kokobile's throne releases a surge of energy that summons enormous 3-headed dogs. Cerberus! Rias exclaims in shock. Living at the gates of hell, it's the watchdog of Hades, Aquino explains. So he's real. Asia whimpers. What are we going to do? Rias states, bringing it to this world is forbidden. Let's send him back. Aquino. Kaneko. Yes, ma'am, they respond. Issei, use the sacred gear to enhance our power. Rias orders. Boosted gear. Issei says, summoning his gauntlet. Aquino and Rias dodge flames from the Helldogs while Kaneko jumps in, kicking one of the heads down. One of the Cerberus dogs lunges at them but is stopped when Kyo grabs its hind leg. Bad puppy, Kyo grunts, swinging the dog over him and slamming it into the ground. About time I used my trump cards. Charn. Indo. Kyo calls and they appear in their powerful forms. Time to use your gifts, he orders. They nod, and Indo gets down on all fours as Kyo sends a ball of fire at him and does the same to Charn. They roar as they transform, growing in height. Indo stands 50 feet tall, while Charn, surrounded by fire, reaches 40 feet. Kyo flies up between them and points at the Cerberus dogs. Sick him! Indo and Charn roar and charge at the Helldogs. Care to explain when Charn and Indo could change into monsters? Issei asks. Kyo shrugs. I live to entertain. One of the Cerberus dogs breaks away and heads straight for Asia. Asia, look out! She screams before the middle head of the Cerberus is cut off. You need a little help here. Zenobia grins. The rest of the Cerberus is stabbed with various swords before Zenobia slices it down the middle. Kiba jumps in front of Asia, smirking. Indo tears the heads off the Cerberus he was fighting and smacks the body away with his tail. Charn and his Cerberus exchange fire attacks, but Charn overwhelms it, causing an explosion of flames. Awesome! Issei laughs, joining Kiba and Asia. That was so cool. Awesome is a bit of a stretch, Kokobile states, standing. Though I must admit, I am deeply impressed by your skills and power, Black Dragon Emperor. You should reconsider your position and become my right hand. Think of all the fun we'll have. Rias grits her teeth and sends a blast of energy at Kokobile. Take that. Kokobile deflects the attack, destroying part of the basketball court. Impressive. Look how much stronger you've become just because I offered your servant a better life than what you've given him. Rias gasps as Kyo flies in front of her. Don't listen to him, Rias. My life with you is something I can't explain in words. Remember, I'll always love you. It is complete. Finally, it is done. Valper cackles as the light dissipates and swords combine into one. Now I get to have the massive power that results. From the combination of the swords, Kokobile says greedily. That's our trade-off. Sweet deal, right? So that power is what you use to make the ground collapse? Rias asks. Seriously? Issei exclaims, shocked. Does that mean you're going to use it to make our town disappear? Valper chuckles. I suggest you leave quickly. This whole area is going to be destroyed in less than 20 minutes. If you want to save your town, you'll have to defeat me. Kokobile makes his throne disappear and spreads his 10 wings. Ready, Rias Gremory. I'm ready. Rias and Aquino send blasts of their power at Kokobile, which he catches in his palms before combining them and sending a giant blast at the king and queen. Rias and Aquino cry out as they fall, but Kyo zooms in and catches them both. Kyo! Rias groans. You'll be okay, Kyo reassures her, landing softly and placing them on their backs. Asia! I'm here, Asia replies, running up with Issei to heal them. Kyo turns to see Kiba walking toward Valper. Kiba, what are you doing? Kiba stops several feet from Valper. Valper Galilei. I'm a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, or more accurately, of those you tried to murder. I refused to die because I knew that one day, I would avenge the deaths of my comrades. Kiba! Rias screams as Kiba jumps at Valper. Kokobile sends a blast at Kiba that blows everything around him away, keeping Valper shielded. When the dust settles, Charn is revealed, having protected Kiba from the blast. Charn collapses, BLD dripping from his teeth. Charn. Kyo rushes over as Charn transforms back into his original form. Kyo cradles Charn's head in his lap. Stay with me, pal. You're going to be okay. Kokobile chuckles. Your pets are very loyal to you and your friends, aren't they, Black Dragon? Freed. Hold. I'm here. Freed snickers as he appears. Not you again. Issei sneers. This is our last piece of entertainment. Use the power of the 4 swords of Excalibur to clear this debris, Kokobile orders. I would love to. Freed responds. Surprise. I just got one as a gift. Now who wants the pointy end of this bad boy first? Well, I'll just go ahead and chop off that devil and believer then. That sound okay? Zenobia then jumps in and tries to slash at Freed, but he disappears. Too slow. Freed chuckles. Have you met? Say hello to the chopper rapidly. This bad boy can make anything happen. Zenobia spins on her hands before kicking Freed in the face. My face. Who kicks her appealing face like this? Freed screams before Kyo pounces on him and grabs him by the throat. It's not like you're any less ugly than before. Especially since I burned half of it off. Kyo growls before slamming Freed into the ground and tossing him to the side. Freed growls as his sword stretches and goes in various directions around Kyo and Zenobia. It's not just mimicry, you know. It's a nightmare. Freed laughs. Kyo and Kokobile begin to clash around the sky in black and yellow streaks of light. Come now. Surely this can't be all the almighty Death Dragon has to offer. I'm disappointed, Kokobile admits, catching Kyo's fist. Trust me, pal, surprising others is just what I do. Kyo says, smirking underneath his helmet before kicking him back. Kyo brings his fists together and charges, managing to land several blows on Kokabeel. Kokabeel laughs as he wipes his mouth. Now there's the power I seek. Come boy, show me how much of a monster you are. Kyo growls and yells as he rushes at Kokabeel, but the fallen angel avoids his attack and kicks him down into the dirt, shattering his helmet. Kyo! Rias shouts as she and Issei run to him. Are you okay? Issei turns him over. Come on man, don't give up. Rias looks up and sees Aquino flying towards Kokabeel. No. Aquino. Now bring out thunder. Aquino says, sending a blast of lightning at Kokabeel. The general blocks the attack with his wings. Kokabeel smiles. Could it be she who possesses the power of Barakiel is trying to fight? Don't speak his name. Aquino sneers. I am nothing like that creature. Who the hell is he talking about? Kyox. One of the fallen angel leaders, Zenobia explains. He can use lightning and thunder, so basically Aquino's power. That's a strange coincidence, Issei says. Kokabeel laughs as Aquino stops and begins to breathe. Oh dear, say it isn't so. Why choose to be a devil? What an amusing house, Rias. The Black and Red Dragon Emperors, a ruined sword project subject, and Barakiel's daughter. Kyo drops his jaw in shock. Aquino's the daughter of a fallen angel. How terribly amusing, Kokabeel continues. A propensity for inferior products must run in the family. Kyo smashes the ground with his fist. Shut up you psychotic freak. Kyo rushes at Kokabeel again and grabs him by his wings before swinging him and landing a serious blow to the face. Kokabeel then gets sent into the ground as Kyo descends, hearing his laughter. Even now you still persist, exactly why I wish for you to join my side, Kyo Nagasaki. But please, may I remind you that you are facing the archenemy of all devils. You might as well take advantage of this opportunity. You may never get it again. Kyo was about to strike again, but Kiba and Zenobia jump in. We've got your back. Zenobia says. Just focus on powering up for now, Kiba adds before they both charge and clash with Kokabeel and his swords of light. What more fun than Holy Sword and Holy Devil Sword attacks at the same time? Kokabeel chuckles. Kaneko then flies down behind Kokabeel. Kaneko goes for a kick, but Kokabeel spreads his wings, blowing her, Zenobia, and Kiba back. Kyo turns to Issei. Issei, power me up. I can't. I need to charge too. Issei says as he and Asia tend to Kaneko. Kokabeel then brings his swords together and sends an X-shaped attack at Zenobia and Kiba, which they block at the last second. Still wanting more huh? Kokabeel scoffs. Well hop to it already. Kiba grits his teeth and yells, sword beat. Several circles appear around Kokabeel, and swords then attack him from all sides, which he blocks with his wings. Kiba then runs at him with two swords, which Kokabeel catches with both his hands. Give up yet? Never. Kiba summons another sword and uses it with his teeth to cut Kokabeel's cheek and break away from him. Kokabeel holds his face in pain. You cut me. He then sends a blast of light at Kiba, but Zenobia jumps in and cuts the attack in half. Kokabeel chuckles. Why fight so hard for a group of losers who don't even know they've lost their M-star? Zenobia gasps. Kokabeel, tell me what lost their M is supposed to mean. Whoops, that just slipped right out. Answer my question now. Kokabeel then begins to laugh hysterically. I guess I really am trying to start a war. There's no point in hiding it any longer, I might as well tell you the brutal truth. In the previous three-way war, God was actually killed along with the 4 great devil kings. No way. God is dead. Zenobia says shakily. He's what? Rias says with equal shock and fear. God has been dead. How is that possible? You're lying. I've never heard anything about that. The devils lost all their kings and most of their high-level devils, Kokabeel explains. The angels and fallen angels lost everyone else except for their leaders. Pure angels could not increase their numbers, and purebred devils are just rare, aren't they? That's not true. It can't be, Asia says in disbelief. All sides have been ruined to the point where they have to rely on humans to survive, Kokabeel continues. Angels, fallen angels, devils. The leaders of the 3 factions had to seal this information to keep the God-fearing humans in fear. But honestly, I couldn't care less about that. What drives me crazy is the fact that after God and the 4 devil kings died, it was decided to end the war. Why would they do something like that in the middle of winning? How dare they try to keep me from squashing my enemies just when it was getting fun? Even that BSTRD Azazel declared there wouldn't be another war. What the hell? God doesn't exist anymore. Asia gasps. Then where has the love that has been given to us come from? Michael has been holding his own so far, Kokabeel says. He's the one who's been keeping the other angels and humans together in God's stead. The Archangel Michael has been acting as God's agent. Zenobia breathes. Then that means all our prayers. As long as the system works, prayers and exorcisms will endure to a certain extent, Kokabeel states. I'm sure someone has been listening. Asia then faints, and Kaneko and Issei catch her. Asia says worried. It's natural, Zenobia says. It's a natural reaction. I'm surprised I can still think right now. Well, I suppose knowing the number of believers in God has drastically dropped doesn't really help anything, does it? Kokabeel states. But without the proper balance, I shouldn't be surprised to see something like the Holy Devil's Sword appear. Which means the war must continue, and I'll keep it going if I have to. Aquino looks at Rias, shaking. Are you okay? Again, Rias breathes. I let my pride get in the way. It's my fault. Enough. Kyo yells, grabbing Kokabeel by his throat. First you hurt Irina, then you hurt the rest of the people I care about, now you take away their beliefs. You will suffer, Kokabeel. Kyo throws Kokabeel into the air as the ground begins to crumble and fire surrounds him. Death Dragon Balance Breaker. Transform. Everyone watches in shock as Kyo's armor begins to shift and change until the fire dissipates, revealing him in new armor. Explosion armor achieved. Erakhan declares. Well done. Kokabailil. Kyo screams as he charges at the fallen angel. Kyo doesn't relent in his attack, reeling his hand back to create a large ball of energy. Explosive burst. He yells, sending a flare of red energy at Kokabeel. Kokabeel is thrown back, yelling in pain. This is impossible. Your armor shouldn't be able to transform into a completely different scale male. My research never went into that. Kokabeel exclaims. Like I said to Freed, never underestimate your opponents. Kyo yells, grabbing Kokabeel by his wings and throwing him to the ground. Kyo rushes down again, charging up his wings. Electric Hailbird. Kyo sends an immense amount of electricity through his wings at Kokabeel. Choke on this. The electricity shocks Kokabeel, and he yells out in agony before falling to his knees. Gripping his side, he coughs BLD as Kyo stares at him. You've managed to injure me, actually injure me. This is interesting, boy. I find this very interesting. Really? A feminine voice says. Kokabeel looks up. Who's there? The barrier around the school breaks, and everyone looks up. What are the Vanishing Dragon and the Apocalypse Sisters doing here? Kokabeel asks. The Apocalypse Sisters. Kyo's shocked. The white dragon then appears behind Kokabeel and rips off several of his wings. Your wings remind me of a filthy crow, the white dragon empress says. Indeed. Azazel's wings are deeper, like everlasting darkness, the purple dragon adds. UBSTRD. What do you think you're doing? Kokabeel groans. Someone who's fallen lower than the ground hardly needs wings, don't you agree? The magenta dragon comments. Kokabeel flies up with his remaining wings and starts to create a giant spear of light. The white dragon merely extends her hand, and the spear shrinks into nothing. What have you done? Kokabeel exclaims, shocked. His name is Albion. One of the powers of my sacred gear is divine dividing. Every 10 seconds, it cuts the power in half of whatever it touches, sustaining me with that power instead. Better hurry, or you won't be able to defeat a human. Kokabeel charges again but screams when pink fire attacks him. The magenta dragon had opened her hands and sent a blast wave of heat at Kokabeel, burning his wings to a crisp. The purple dragon then grabs Kokabeel. Azazel told us to bring you back, if it took all our power, but it only took us 10% of it. The purple dragon lifts Kokabeel upward and then downward toward the ground. Azazel. Kokabeel yells as he hits the ground. The white dragon sees Freed on the ground. Oh good. There are a few things we need to ask our stray priest as well. We'll take care of the rest afterward. Are you going to ignore me, White One? Ddraig speaks from Issei's hand. The dragon hand talked. Rias gasps. The white dragon turns and speaks through its wings. You are still alive, Red One. I've been wondering when we would meet again. As have I. We are still fated to fight. It is inevitable. Kyo then shoots down directly in front of the white dragon. Surprised to see me, Albion? Erakhan, the white dragon stutters. No one has seen or heard from you in centuries. Well, I have returned now. And know that my son is far more powerful than you can imagine, Erakhan states. Oh please, Minirina says, peeking through her host's armor as she and Rivora land on either side of the white dragon. You always have been one to bluff, haven't you, Erakhan? Indeed, Rivora agrees. Albion may fear you, but know that we do not. And neither do our hosts, because ours and yours know each other all too well. The hell's that supposed to mean? Kyo inquires. Until we meet again. The three dragons then disappear along with Kokobil and Freed. Rias turns and sees Sona and her peerage. Sona. I wondered why the White Dragon Emperor and the Apocalypse Sisters showed up out of the blue like that. Sona asks. I wonder if they realize they saved our town, Rias adds. I highly doubt it. Sona turns to her queen. Now, Tsubaki, time to repair the damage done to our school. Kyo deactivates his balance breaker and returns to normal, sighing. This has been one crazy night. He turns and sees Kiba. Kiba, way to go man. Thank you Kyo, Kiba replies. Kiba. Rias approaches with Akino. I'm glad you decided to come back to us. And for you to be a balance breaker, as your I can't tell you how proud I am of you. Kiba kneels in front of her. Still though, I betrayed the club members. And more importantly, I betrayed the one person who saved my life long ago. I can't make up for what I've done. But you came back, that's enough for me, Kiba, Rias replies calmly. That's enough for all of us. Next time, don't let everyone's feelings go to waste. Kiba closes his eyes and lowers his head. President, I'll make my vow to you once more. I, Kiba Yudo, promise to you and your companions as a knight of the House of Gremory for the rest of my life. Rias then hugs Kiba. Thank you and welcome home. Sir Kyo. Everyone turns and sees Indo walking over with Charn in his arms, badly injured. Charn. Kyo runs over and takes Charn from Indo. Charn. Can you hear me? Come on, talk to me buddy. Charn just whimpers in response. Tsubaki walks over. Let me heal him. It will take time, plus I can imagine you've used a lot of energy against Kokobil. Kyo looks down at Charn before nodding and handing him to her. Tsubaki then disappears with Charn in her arms. Kyo sighs in worry. Rias walks over and kisses him. He'll be alright. I promise. And just like you, I keep my promises. Oh, I almost forgot. You and Kiba need to bend down now. Wait, what? Kiba ran off all the time, and you took on Kokobil alone without my input. Time to accept your punishment. Here's 1,000 spankings. Issei laughs. Hope you enjoy, guys. Shut up, Issei. Kyo and Kiba say together. The next morning, Zenobia walks into the room in a Kuo Academy uniform. Hey, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei stands and looks to Rias. Why is she here? She's the newly made knight of the House of Gremory, Rias states. Welcome home, Zenobia. Now it's important you get along with her, Issei, Akino says. She's your new knight. This has to be a joke. Issei's question is answered when Zenobia sprouts her devil wings. You've been transformed into a devil. Asia gasps. Well, that's a rather unexpected development to say the very least, Kiba says, sipping his tea. Zenobia crosses her arms. After I found out that God had actually died, I was desperate, so I begged her to take me in. Rias chuckles. It'll be nice to have the Durandal added to our ranks. With this, you will be the sword fighters covering our right and left flank. Kyo then enters the room with Charn behind him, having a bandage wrapped around his stomach and left ear. Hey guys. Kyo says cheerfully. So what's been what the heck? Kyo stands shocked to see Zenobia in a uniform. Good to see Charn on his feet. Both of you say hello to the new knight of Gremory. Rias says. Zenobia continues, without God, I have no meaning. I honestly don't know if becoming my old enemy is the best thing, but for the little sister of the Devil King, she's been shockingly kind. Oh, I hope I made the right choice. I feel like I have, but there's so much doubt. Please help me. Zenobia then gets a headache from praying and falls to her knees. Anyone else getting deja vu? Kaneko asks. Issei slaps his forehead. That girl's genuinely crazy. Speaking of, what happened to Irina? Kyo helps Zenobia to her feet, and she answers, she returned to our headquarters. Irina's faith is deeper than mine. I didn't tell her about God because I didn't know if she'd be able to handle the truth, and as for me, I'm now a dangerous person who found out the truth about something I shouldn't have. So the church has declared me a heretic. They kicked you out, Asia says. So that's why you became a devil. Yes, and Asia, I owe you an apology, Zenobia says, walking over to her seat. If there is no God, then there is no hope of salvation or love, so I am very sorry. The things I said to you were wrong and hurtful. You may hit me if it will make you feel better. No, thank you, Asia replies. Zenobia then looks to Kyo and walks over to him, bowing. Then I ask you to slap me instead, Black Dragon Emperor. Kyo raises his hand, making everyone think he was about to do so, but instead merely rests it on her cheek. Zenobia blushes and feels his hand become warm. When Kyo stops, she touches her cheek where he had previously scratched her and finds the scars are gone. Kyo then pulls her into a hug. We may not be the church, but that doesn't mean we don't know how to express love just as well. Welcome to the family, Zenobia. Zenobia begins to sniffle before silently crying on Kyo's shoulder, making him hug her more. Thank you, she whispers. Always. Kyo smiles. At a karaoke party, Kyo and Issei cover their ears as they hear Motohama and Matsuda sing terribly. Kyo leaves to get a drink and receives a text on his phone. He sees that Rias and Akino have sent pictures of themselves at the beach. Kyo pinches his nose, trying to shake off the distraction. He notices Kiba sitting on the couch and joins him. You good, man? Kyo asks. Yeah. Listen, Kyo, I never got the chance to thank you before, so. Thank you, Kiba replies appreciatively. Kyo puts his arm around Kiba's shoulder. It's what family's for, right? Kiba smiles. Right. Family. Kyo gets another text on his phone. It's that one guy again. Gotta go. Do me a favor. If the pervs keep singing, save Issei, Asia, and Kaneko for me. Kiba laughs. You got it. Kyo sits down in a chair, talking with a man who frequently calls him, sharing details about his past. My adopted family was the worst thing that ever happened to me. But you know the saying, good things happen to good people, because now I've got a better family than before. The man smiles. That's quite a story. You're really strong to have an upbeat attitude about it now. Not many people turn out good from an experience like that. You're very strong, Black Dragon Emperor. Kyo widens his eyes as the man stands and reveals 10 black fallen angel wings. I am Azazel, he introduces himself, otherwise known as the head of the fallen angels. Kyo immediately activates his right gauntlet and sword. What do you want? I've had my fair share of fallen angels, so your excuse better be good. Easy now, Azazel says. I'm not here to fight. After what happened with Kokobile, I thought I should check in. Haven't seen you in a while, Erakhan. I've had other things to do than listen to your political antics. Governor, Erakhan snaps. Wait, you knew who he was the whole time. And you didn't say anything. Kyo exclaims to his father through the gauntlet. I haven't seen him for centuries, Kyo. Plus, even though I've lived longer than him, Azazel is over 10,000 years old. Back to matters at hand, I have a special interest in you and Issei Hayadu's sacred gears, Azazel states. It looks as though Albion, Minirina, and Rivora did some good work, didn't they? You were the one that sent them. Kyo realizes. Unfortunately, I wasn't as present as I'd liked, so I had them take care of it for me. I must say I was impressed with how they followed directions this time. Kyo cautiously deactivates his gauntlet, not seeing Azazel as much of a threat. For now at least. Though I have to admit, you did quite a bit of damage to Kokobile before the Vanishing Dragon and the Apocalypse Sisters arrived, Azazel compliments. At this rate, you might even become more powerful than me. Also, because of recent events, the fallen angels, and devils have decided to hold a summit. Kyo points at Azazel. Know this, Governor, if you try to make a move against anyone I care about, or if I even pick up your scent anywhere, I promise you won't live to see another 1,000 years. Azazel laughs. You really are something else, Kyo Nagasaki. I'm absolutely livid, Ria states angrily when Kyo returns to the ORC and informs her of Azazel and the summit. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels has infiltrated my territory and interfered with my business. He deserves to face consequences. Kyo raises his hands to calm her. Okay, take it easy. Look, I'm not happy about him being here either, but if he really wanted to cause damage, he would have just left us to Kokobile. So, are there really going to be a bunch of leaders meeting here? Kaneko asks. There are, Rias nods. It's absolutely true, I received confirmation earlier. We're going to need to make a plan and discuss what will happen in the future. Any thoughts on the matter? Zenobia crosses her arms. I still can't believe this happened. All relationships have changed. Nothing's the same between anyone, devils, angels, or fallen angels. That's why a meeting of this sort happening so suddenly could complicate things, Rias says. I honestly can't help but wonder what's really going on. Kyo taps his chin. There is still one thing I'm worried about. What's that? Issei asks. Look at it this way. Azazel had all the opportunities to try and take away my sacred gear, but he didn't. He didn't lie about not being interested in it either. Then there are the other 3 dragons in play, Albion, Minirina, and Rivora. And if I'm being honest, there was something uncomfortably familiar about the Apocalypse Sisters hosts. Either way, I have a feeling something bad's coming. No matter what, it's going to be okay, Rias says, bringing Kyo's head to her chest. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Pretty sure that line is supposed to be vice versa, but what do I know? Kyo sighs in bliss, holding his girlfriend. The next morning, the ORC gathers outside the school in front of a pool covered in green algae. Gross, what is that? Issei asks, disgusted. Akino giggles. It hasn't been used since last year. And we actually have to clean this. Kyo says, covering his nose from the smell. How does it make sense for our club to have to clean the swimming pool? Zenobia asks. It's actually the student council's job, Rias clarifies. But we've taken it over. We thought taking on this responsibility would be a great way to thank them for helping us with Kokabeel. On the bright side, once we finish cleaning it, the pool will be ours to use as often as we like for at least a little while. Kyo pumps his fist. Finally some time to relax. Rias then turns to her peerage. What do you say we impress everyone with how clean the Occult Research Club can make the school pool? Inside the boys' locker room, Kyo, Issei, and Kiba were changing with Charn lying at the door. Kiba turns to tell Kyo something but notices he's keeping his shirt on. Kyo, why aren't you going shirtless like us? Kiba asks. Kyo thinks, can't let them know. None of them will ever know. I just get sunburned real easily, you know. Putting it aside, Kiba then says, I just want to say if anyone tries to harm you or Issei, I will protect you. Issei widens his eyes. Okay, that's random. I know it seems that way, but I was waiting to find a time when we were alone to tell you guys, Kiba states. You saved my life. If I can't return the favor, then I can't call myself a knight of the House of Gremory. Kyo chuckles. Dude, you are way too dramatic for your own good. It's fine, everyone's forgiven you, and we're all just glad you're alive. That's more than enough for me. Kiba smiles. Thank you, Kyo. It's what I'm here for. Kyo then turns to head outside but suddenly groans and falls to the floor. Kyo! Issei, Kiba, and Charn rush to him and see his arms have become scaly and black. Kyo sits up with Issei and Kiba's help. Easy man. You okay? Issei asks. Kyo grips his head. Fine. See, I was hoping that all this stuff got Esigidi out. Remember to be mindful around others with higher power, such as the governor of the fallen angels. Power can disrupt power, Erakhan points out. Right. Kyo nods. Kiba leaves and grabs Rias and Akino, who come to see Kyo's condition. Not much we can do about it, I'm afraid, Rias sighs. Akino will have to help you again. Great, Kyo mutters. Sorry about this. I'm making an exception for such an adorable underclassman. Akino giggles. Rias and the others leave to go scrub the pool while Akino stays behind to help Kyo. Kyo looks away from Akino, feeling embarrassed. This is so awkward. You look so cute when you're flustered. I'm just dying to know what you look like in a different situation, Akino says. Here we go, Kyo mumbles. Don't you want to do something fun with me? Akino asks. We could probably learn a lot from each other. Akino then inches closer, and Kyo feels his instincts kicking in. Just then, Rias walks in. Which one of you would like to explain? Hey, she straddled me. I'm the victim here. Kyo protests. Akino giggles. I wanted to make sure the energy was evenly distributed. Yet somehow, I don't believe you. Kyo, tell me the truth. Rias demands. What do you mean? I just did. Kyo gets his cheek pinched hard. I mean, did you get the chance to know your big sister in the way you always wanted to? Rias clarifies, pinching his cheek harder. Oh, again she straddled me. I'm the victim here. Kyo says in pain. Well, it's none of my business. Rias releases her hold on Kyo and exits the locker room. Rias, wait. I didn't. Rias slams the door, not letting him finish. Well, that's just perfect. Was that not the sweetest thing? Akino laughs. She got jealous. I'm so glad our relationship is starting to go in a better direction. If by better, you mean now giving my girlfriend something to hold over my head for the rest of my life, then yeah. This relationship is going smoothly. Kyo says sarcastically. Akino stands at the edge of the pool after it has been cleaned and summons a magic circle that fills the pool with water. All right, feel free to swim to your heart's content, Rias declares. Ready, Kyo. Kyo swallows, noticing Rias in a white two-piece bikini. Yep. What do you think of my new swimsuit? Rias asks, twirling. You look absolutely appealing. Then again, what don't you wear that doesn't? Kyo says. Akino walks up in her magenta and purple swimsuit. Oh my, this is really getting to you, isn't it, Rias? It's adorable how badly you want to impress Kyo with that outfit. Kyo stands unfazed as Valia, now known to be the Vanishing Dragon, is practically next to his ear. Valia leans back and chuckles at his serious face. I have to say, out of armor you look very intimidating. Must be why the girls at this school go crazy for you. Valia reaches to touch his face, but Kyo grabs her wrist. Cut the nonsense and tell me what you're doing here. Two swords then cross at Valia's throat. Don't you think this joke has gone on long enough? Kiba says. It wouldn't be smart to allow you to start a fight with the Black Dragon Emperor here, now would it? Zenobia adds. Issei and Asia walk up. What's going on, dude? Issei asks. Hello, Red Dragon Emperor. I must say, from what I saw of your power on the battlefield, it's still incomplete, Valia states. Issei widens his eyes. Who is she? She's the Vanishing Dragon, Kyo tells him. Valia glances at Kiba and Zenobia. Is this really the best move? If all of you still fighting couldn't bring Kokobile down, you'll never beat me. But don't take my word for it, keep going if you feel like causing a scene. Kiba and Zenobia look to Kyo, who nods for them to lower their swords. The knights do so and stand by Kyo. Valia then rests her chin on Kyo's shoulder. From the stories I've heard about you, Kyo, you're quite the devil. Taking down Riser and his peerage, defeating stray devils effortlessly, and I must admit you did quite a bit of damage to Kokobile before I arrived. You have a point to make? Kyo asks, remaining still. I do. I really think you should reconsider your position with the Gremory clan. Someone like you deserves to be treated like a king. Wouldn't you agree, Rias? Kyo turns and sees Rias. With Akino and Kaneko. I don't need your advice, Rias says, walking up next to Kyo. Valia removes her chin from Kyo's shoulder as Rias continues. Mind telling me what this is all about? If you've come here on behalf of the fallen angels, I assure you it's a huge waste of time. I merely came to see what our Black Dragon Emperor looks like. And I must say, I'm not disappointed, Valia says, eyeing Kyo. Also, from the stories told about Erakhan, most who have any involvement with him or the Heavenly Sky Dragons have never had the best of luck. Until we meet again, Kyo Nagasaki. The ORC watches Valia walk past and leave. Valia turns and adds, one more thing, the Apocalypse Sisters hosts are very much looking forward to meeting you out of armor when the summit happens. Valia then leaves without another word. Rias looks at Kyo to see his arm shaking and holds his hand. Kyo grips it tightly, making sure that this was in fact real. Something bad is coming. One way or another, it won't succeed, not on my watch, Kyo thinks. Later, Kyo and Charn walk down the path of the school. I can't stop thinking about who the Apocalypse Sisters could be. And why would they be so anxious to meet me? Kyo says. Doubt it has to do with Erakhan and your balance breaker forms, Charn replies. Yeah, but what other reason would they have to see me? Me of all people. Kyo exclaims. Hello Kyo, Rias says. Kyo sees his girlfriend, Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki all together. Oh hey ladies. What's going on? Kyo asks. I hear you met the White Dragon Empress, Sona says. Kyo nods. Yeah. But I'm not really worried about her, it's the Apocalypse Sisters. Who could they possibly be? Azazel and Valia both said they were anxious to meet me out of armor. Are you sure there is no one you can think of from your past that would want to see you more than anything? Erakhan asks. No one, Kyo sighs. Valia and the Apocalypse Sisters all seem to be working for the fallen angels, so I don't think we have to worry about them making rash decisions, Rias points out. Regardless of their intentions, I don't want any of them on the school grounds, Sona states. Rias looks down. Me either. Especially since we'll have a much bigger problem to deal with soon. Good, we agree. Talk to you later. Sona and Tsubaki then leave. Kyo grips his head, getting another headache. Rias notices and steadies him as he begins to wobble. Are you okay? I think I got another headache from meeting Valia. I swear, no amount of pain meds gets rid of these things. Kyo groans. Let's just get to class, Rias says as she helps Kyo along with Akino. Later at home, Kyo finishes his workout and decides to take a shower. When he opens the door, he sees Rias undressing, preparing to take a bath. Kyo immediately slams the door. Sorry, Rias. Rias merely opens the door and drags Kyo inside. It's all right, Kyo. Besides, I was kind of hoping to take a bath with you. Mind joining me? The next thing Kyo knows, he is washing Rias's back as they sit in the tub. Why does stuff like this happen to me? It's not that I don't like it. I just always manage to get into situations like this whether I want it to happen or not. I think you've washed me enough. My turn to do your back, Rias says. Kyo shakes his head rapidly. I mean, it's fine, I can do it. Kyo reaches for the soap, but Rias beats him to it. I'm washing your back. Discussion, Rias says calmly but firmly. Yes, ma'am, Kyo gulps. He turns so his back faces Rias as she begins to scrub his back. Kyo sighs as his thoughts wander. Thinking about the Apocalypse sisters again. Rias asks. Kyo exhales. Why would they want to meet me so badly? I agree with Charn. I don't think they want to see me because of my power but for something else. I just can't figure out who, though. Rias wraps her arms around his neck and kisses his black hair. I know that everything we've been through seems to be getting harder by the second, but me, Issei, Akino, everyone will be there to help you. None of us will ever give up on you like your other family did. Kyo lets his head fall back against her chest. I know. I love you. I love you too, Rias smiles. It was here. Open house. All the parents were in the classroom, including Anaria, watching their kids create with clay. Kyo stared at his modeling clay, feeling stuck. Maybe I can help, Erakhan suggested in his mind. Close your eyes, Kyo. Picture what you enjoy most, then take the clay and form it into your own image. Taking his father's advice, Kyo closed his eyes. Seconds later, he opened them to reveal a mini sculpture of him and Rias, with Erakhan in the background, wings spread and roaring. Everyone in the class gathered around Kyo's sculpture in awe. How did you do that? One student exclaimed. Dude, I'll pay you to make a sculpture of me and Rias, another chimed in. No, make a sculpture of you and me kissing. Anaria hugged her son. You are one talented little boy, Kyo. Kyo slapped his forehead. Why me? After class, Kyo showed Rias the sculpture. Rias stared at it in amazement. Kyo, you made this. It's appealing. Akino giggled. You really don't know when to stop being a charmer, do you, Kyo? Kyo shrugged. I'm being honest, I literally have no clue how I made that. I just closed my eyes for a few seconds and bam. Just like that. You should make a statue of me, I'll be sure to pose for you, Akino said playfully. Sure, I guess. Kyo replied uncertainly. No, he won't, Rias said firmly. Suddenly a guy shouted, in a way. A Magi Girl photo shoot. As he and several others rushed to the gym. Magi Girl? Kyo questioned. It can't be. Rias exclaimed. Or can it? Akino giggled. They entered the gym to find a group of guys taking pictures of a girl in a cosplay outfit. As if this day couldn't get any weirder, Kyo sighed. Knock it off. Saji said, stepping in front of the girl and addressing the guys with cameras. We're still on school property. You've seen enough. We don't need this kind of commotion on open house day. Get out of here. The guys groaned and left, muttering under their breaths. Are you related to someone at this school? Saji asked the girl, who nodded. Well, they should have told you that this kind of outfit is unacceptable here. The girl twirled and exclaimed, Sparkle shine. Your command is mine. You have to stop that. Saji ordered. Kyo whistled. Hey Spike. What's up, man? Hey Shadow. Look, I don't have to talk right now, Saji replied. Sona then entered the gym. Saji. What's going on here? Oh hey Sona. This girl says, I finally found you, Sona. The girl interrupted, making Sona look shocked and uncomfortable. I'm guessing that's the girl you thought it couldn't have been, huh? Kyo asked Rias, who nodded. The girl ran over to Sona. I'm so happy to see you. What's the matter? You look sad. Aren't you excited to see your big sister again? You should run into my arms and tell me how much you missed me. Sounds like someone had too much coffee this morning, Kyo chuckled. That is the Lady Seraphal Leviathan, Ria stated. Lady, who? Issei questioned as he walked up with Asia. She's one of the 4 Devil Kings, Saji explained. I didn't recognize her since this is the first time we've met. Rias approached Seraphal. It's certainly been a while, Lady Leviathan. Oh yes it has, Rias. Seraphal said excitedly. How excited are you to see me? Very. Thank you for asking, Rias replied. Did you come here to visit Sona for open house? Seraphal pouted. Yeah, but I had to find out about it on my own. Sona's a meanie and didn't tell me. I was so mad when I found out the truth. Kyo leaned over to Issei and Saji. While I believe she could, it's hard to take her seriously in that outfit. Agreed, Issei and Saji said together. Seraphal then spotted Kyo and gasped with stars in her eyes. Oh my gosh. You're Kyo Nagasaki. I've heard so much about you. Saving Rias from that fried chicken riser and then sweeping the floor with Kokabeel. You're really something, aren't you, Erakhan? Kyo's hand glowed. Hello, Lady Seraphal, Erakhan said flatly. Why is everyone so depressed around me? Seraphal cried. Kyo chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head. It's nice to meet you, Lady Leviathan. No need for formalities, Kai. You can call me Little Levia. Now I understand what people are getting depressed about, Kyo muttered. Sona stepped forward. Listen to me, I am responsible for the entire student council here. Even if you are family, this is inappropriate school attire. You're going to have to change. Why do you have to be like that? Seraphal whined. Can't you hear the tone of your voice? You're borderline violent. All I want is to be a magical girl. Okay, now it's even harder to believe that Seraphal is Sona's big sister, Kyo sighed. Plus, she even looks younger than Sona. I'll take that as a compliment, Kai, Seraphal said, making everyone but Sona laugh. Please stop calling me that, Kyo begged, annoyed. Seraphal then spins her staff. With my sparkling staff, I will do my duty and obliterate all the angels and fallen angels. Do you have any respect at all? Sona shouts. If you start sparkling, you could obliterate a small country in minutes. Issei pps a brow. Hey, I just had a thought. Why didn't Sona mention her to us earlier, like when Kokabeel attacked? You think she would have needed her help? Is it because they don't get along? No, it's the opposite, Aquino explains. The problem is that Lady Seraphal loves her little sister a little too much. Some would say she's obsessed. Sona could have asked for help, but it would have gotten out of control. Also, if she found out that her baby sister had been harmed by a fallen angel, she would have started a war right then, Saji adds. I can't take it anymore. Sona cries, running off. Sona, wait. Seraphal shouts, running after her. Saji chuckles. Looks like Sona's gonna need my help. Talk to you later. Kyo pats his back. I gotcha. See you on the flip side, Spike. It's not really my place to say, Asia. But yes he is. All the Devil Kings are like this. He's got his work cut out for him, Ria sighs. What does, like this mean? Kyo inquires. High-strung and excitable, Ria states. It can be exhausting. Kai. Kyo growls and pulls Rias to him. You call me that one more time and you're in trouble when we get home. Rias giggles. How's that supposed to stop me? I hate my life, Kyo mumbles. Kyo, Rias, Issei, Asia, and Aquino all walk into the main hall. Over here. Anaria calls. Hello, mother, Kyo grumbles. They see that Anaria is with Issei's parents and a red-headed man not a day over 30. There you are. I've been looking for you, Rias, the man says. Hello, father, Rias sighs. Wait, what? Kyo's shocked. That's your dad. But he's so young. Rias's father extends his hand to Kyo. You must be Kyo, my daughter's boyfriend. Nice to meet you in person. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. Kyo shakes his hand. Absolutely, sir. Issei leans to his father. What's going on? Your mom, Anaria, and I ran into him in the hallway, Mr. Hayadu states. And here we are, still talking to each other in a hallway. Why don't we go back to the house where there's room to sit? Xiaticus nods. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Kyo and Ria stiffen. Wonderful. We'll see you back at the house, Kai, Anaria giggles, leaving with the Hayudis and Xiaticus. Kyo glares at his friends. Which one of you told her? Guilty as charged, Erakhan laughs. Kyo looks at his right hand. What? Son, What kind of father would I be if I didn't give your mother a cute nickname to call you by? I hate you so much, Kyo cries silently. Surzex laughs as he descends from the stairs. That's brilliant. Rias looks at him. Why are you laughing? It looks like we're having a family gathering with father tonight, Surzex states. Back at the house, a whole feast was spread as Zeoticus, Surzex, Anaria, and Issei's dad all talked. This is splendid, Zeoticus states. Everything looks delicious. Surzex agrees. Let's raise a glass to our new friend. They then start watching the films they've recorded of Issei, Asia, and Kyo. Issei, why do you always look like you ate a sour lemon when we film you? After this, I'd love to show you Rias's, Zeoticus says. You got video too. Splendid. Anaria says giddily. The video then plays, showing Rias waving her hand to put the camera down. Asia looks around. Where's Kyo? Issei chuckles. He's in his room with a pillow over his head. Can't exactly blame the dude. But Charn's keeping him company, so he should be good. The way I see it, it's part of a father's duty to embarrass his daughter at school, Zeoticus chuckles. Rias covers her head in her hands. I feel like I'm in the lowest level of hell right now. Isn't that sweet? Our little Riri is answering the teacher's question, Surzex states. Rias stands from her seat. I've had about enough of this. I'll be in my room, stupid Juz. Rias leaves the living room and goes upstairs, sitting with her head on her knees. She hears footsteps and gasps when she gets picked up bridal style. Rias sees that Kyo had picked her up and was wearing sweats. They embarrassed you too, huh? Rias sighs and nods. Come on, pouty face. Let's go to my room, Kyo says, walking to his room and opening the door quietly as to not wake Charn. He sits down on his bed against the frame, still holding Rias as she rests her head against his shoulder. Kyo leans his head on hers. Guess we both got embarrassing parents, huh? Yeah. Rias sighs. But look on the bright side, at least they're getting along. Kyo points out, plus, we don't have to worry about them not wanting us to be together. I know. Rias pushes herself off Kyo's shoulder and looks him straight in the eye. Kyo, can I ask you something? Kyo nods. Sure. Be honest. Are you glad that you met me? Kyo is taken aback, not expecting this. Rias continues, I'm very happy here. Of course, my life would be just normal and average if I hadn't met you. Kyo states, everything we've done and faced together has been one great memory after another that I'll never forget. Rias, you're the best thing that could ever happen to a guy like me. Rias smiles and kisses Kyo, who falls back with Rias on top. He wraps his arms around her as her nails dig into his back. The lights turn on, and they both sit up to see Surzex there. Am I interrupting something? Kyo drops his head on the pillow and huffs as Rias stands. What now? There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you, Surzex states. Rias nods. Go ahead. Okay, I was thinking it might be about time to release the other bishop. Rias gasps at the statement. Other bishop? Kyo says, confused. Wait, what happened to this bishop that it had? To be locked away. His power was too out of control, Rias explains. So he had to be sealed away. You're the one who organized all this, aren't you? Surzex nods. Guilty as charged. Rest assured, after the fight with Phoenix and Kokabeel, I've reconsidered. Then why? Rias asks. There are a lot more pieces to work with. And you're stronger now than you've ever been. I am more than confident that the time is right. Release the bishop, Rias. If you, I mean yes, if the great devil Lucifer orders it done. Rias nods. Surzex smiles and leaves the room. Kyo gets up from the bed and hugs her from behind, making Rias sigh in bliss. We'll help him. Don't worry. It's not really a question of helping him, Kyo, Rias states. It's rather if he wants to be helped. The ORC approaches the taped room that Rias had blocked off. This is where the other bishop is. Asia asks. Last night, my brother insisted that the bishop be released and allowed to leave this area, Rias explains. I'm not sure why, but the bishop refused the offer. So in other words, he's not much of an outside kind of devil, Kyo concedes. Aquino nods. Such a shame really, considering the child used to be the largest earner we had. No way. Says is shocked. You can't be serious. With special contracts, Kiba adds. The bishop used a computer to make them. Which means the power this bishop had must have been extremely dangerous if it needed to be locked away, Zenobia says. Rias raises her hand and makes a glyph that makes the lock and tape disappear. Alright, let's see how this goes. Rias grips the door handle and opens it, revealing ear-piercing screaming. What the hell? Issei says, covering his ears. Ow, Kyo says, removing his fingers from his ears. Hello, Rias smiles. I'm glad to see you're looking well. I don't understand what's going on, a childlike voice says. The seal has been broken. So you're free to come home with us now, Rias explains calmly. Akino walks over to a coffin and pulls the lid off to reveal a blonde child. No, I don't ever want to leave here. The outside is too scary. The child cries. What? Says. She's just a little girl. And look, she looks a lot like Asia. Does that mean all bishops have to be pretty blondes or something? Kyo chuckles and covers his eyes. Dude, you need to see an eye doctor. Because that's clearly a boy. Wait, what? I realize he may look like a girl, but he is most definitely a little boy, Ria states. Akino giggles. As you've noticed, he does like to dress up like a girl though. Rias then hugs the boy. Everyone, say hello to Gasper Vladi, the other bishop in my household. He's a first-year student here, and before I had the pleasure of making him a devil, this little guy was actually half human and half vampire. What? He's a real vampire. Asia says. Issei drops his jaw. As in a BLD sucker. You're kidding. Dude, with all the things we've seen regarding the underworld, is it really all that surprising that vampires would exist too? Kyo says. Issei exhales. Good point. Kyo kneels next to Gasper, who backs away in fear. Hey, what's the matter, little guy? Gasper looks away. You're the Black Dragon Emperor. So, I've seen what you did to Riser on my computer, please don't hurt me. Gasper says, cowering. Rias kneels next to Kyo. Hey Gasper, why don't you come with us outside now, okay? Gasper shakes his head. I don't wanna. Please don't make me. Issei rolls his eyes. Come on dude, let's go. You heard the lady. Issei grabs Gasper's wrist, making him shriek and everything freeze. What in the hell? Kyo says, waving his hand in front of Issei. It's his sacred gear, Kyo. Apparently, this bishop can control time, or at least some manifestation of it, Erakhan explains. Kyo hears a gasp and sees Gasper hiding in the corner. You weren't affected like them. Kyo makes his way over to the vampire boy. Please don't hurt me. Kyo gently picks him up and pats his back. You're okay, pal? No one here is gonna hurt you, I'll make sure of it. Gasper closes his eyes and opens them again, making time resume. What the? Issei says, confused. Kyo whistles at them. Over here. Everyone looks at Kyo and sees he's holding Gasper in his arms. He's okay. Just a little freaked out, that's all. Was that just me, or did you guys feel something weird too? Asia asks. Zenobia nods. I did, and I'm pretty sure he's behind it. It looks like Forbidden Baylor View to me, Akino points out. Also known as the evil eye that stops the world. It's Gasper's sacred gear. When he gets too excited, he can stop whatever he happens to be looking at in that moment for a certain amount of time, Kaneko explains. The group then meets in the club room where Gasper stands in front of them all. Akino continues to explain. Unfortunately, Gasper couldn't control his power. So Surzex had him locked away here as a precautionary measure. Rias adds, on top of that his power continues to grow unconsciously. So there's a distinct possibility it could become a balance breaker. Isn't that good? Issei questions. They hear Gasper whine and see he's hidden in a box in the corner. I don't like it when you guys talk about me like I'm not here, Gasper whimpers. Why can't you guys just ignore that I'm alive like normal? Kyo sighs. Charn, would you get him? Charn nods and walks over, tilting the box over and knocking Gasper out. Charn grips Gasper's collar with his teeth and drags him over to the group. Rias, I think it's about time for us to go, Akino says. Yes, you're right, Rias agrees. If you'll excuse us, Akino and I must leave to go to a meeting about getting ready for the Leaders' Summit. Kiba. Yes, how can I help? Kiba asks. My brother said he wants to know more about your balance breaker. I'd like for you to join us, as long as you're free that is. Kiba stands from his seat. Yes, I'm free. Rias summons a teleportation glyph. Wonderful. Now everyone else, I want you to take over Gasper's training until we get back. How are we supposed to do that? Issei asks. No. Gasper shouts as he runs from Zenobia. Do you call this running? Zenobia says. If you don't move those legs faster, you'll wind up Durandal's next victim. Gasper runs out of breath and falls against a tree. I don't understand why you have to be so mean to me. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body, Zenobia states. Trust me, you won't think I'm so mean when you're stronger. Looks like Zenovia's having fun, Kyo sighs. I don't want to do this anymore. Gasper cries. What you say doesn't matter if my legs won't work. Kaneko steps up and hands Gasper some garlic. Gasper, you'll feel better immediately if you eat this. Gasper screams, in a way. You trying to kill me? He runs back and forth with Kaneko on his tail. Kaneko seems to be having fun training too, Asia says. Who knew she'd ever care enough to tease someone? Issei admits, surprised. Saji walks up. Hey guys. Having fun. Kyo fist bumps him. Hey Spike. What are you doing here? I heard Rias released her dangerous bishop, so I wanted to check things out. Saji then awes at Gasper. Another pretty blonde. Pretty, but still a dude man, Issei states. C falls to his knees and cries silently. Well, don't tell me the households of the Devil Kings have all come out to play together, because that would be just too sweet, Azazel chuckles, appearing. Kyo summons his gauntlets and pins. Azazel to a tree, gripping his robe. You mind telling me what the hell you're doing here, Azazel? Whoa, hold on a minute Shadow, that's Azazel. So yes, shut. Kyo nods, making Zenobia ready Durandal. Kaneko crack her fists, Issei summon his boosted gear, and Saji summon his dragon gauntlet on his left hand. You could come at me all at once, but that would still result in failure, Azazel states. Even low-ranking devils such as yourselves realize that much. If you don't start explaining in the next 5 seconds as to what you're doing here, I'm gonna roast your butt. Kyo threatens, smoke emerging from his mouth. You really are something else, Kyo. Is that holy devil sword guy here? Azazel inquires. No, Kiba's not here, Issei replies. Word to the wise, better leave him the hell alone. So, no holy sword devil guy. Boring. Azazel then eyes Gasper. Hey, adorable vampire. Gasper peeks out from behind a tree. Forbidden Baylor view. You know this type of sacred gear could wind up extremely dangerous if the user's capacity is too low. Azazel points out and then looks to Saji. And let me guess, you've got the Dragon Pulse absorption line, right? Sunny pps a brow and looks at his gauntlet. During practice, you should connect that with the vampire so you can take away that extra power that no one can control. You're welcome in advance. Take away power. You mean I can do that? Saji asks. Don't tell me you didn't know, Azazel chuckles. Your sacred gear has the power of the evil Dragon King, otherwise known as Prison Dragon. It scatters the power of whatever it comes into contact with. Of course, attaching itself to something else for a short PRD of time is another perk. Kyo releases his grip and steps back. Why tell us all this? I figured you could use help. From what I've seen, your vampire buddy won't be doing much in his current state, Azazel shrugs. Plus, there is a simpler and faster way to control his power. He could drink your Kyo widens his eyes and looks at Gasper. The BLD thing is best, but I'm sure you guys will figure it out. Azazel then turns to leave. Kyo extends his hand. Wait, one thing before you go. The Apocalypse Sisters, do you know who they are? Azazel glances over his shoulder and smirks. Yes, I do in fact. However, they'd prefer to have the honor of revealing themselves to you at the summit. Until then, Death Dragon Emperor. Zenobia steps up next to Kyo. So he's the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. I do not understand him. At this point, people have become so vague and general that I don't care to want to know details, Kyo sighs. At the gym at night, the group was now training Gasper to stop attacks from hitting him. Saji attached a tendril to Gasper's head that would drain the power from getting out of control. Issei raises a volleyball. Here we go. Gasper gets into a stance. Okay, I'm ready. Alright then, have at it. Issei throws the ball, making Gasper yelp and disappear. Saji widens his eyes. Oh, did he just disappear? He was supposed to stop the ball, not us. Kyo states as Charn walks over, dragging Gasper. This type of training would be difficult for anyone, Zenobia says. And his power isn't helping much either, Asia adds. Kyo sighs. He's still got too much power. Saji, could you drain him some more? Saji nods. You got it. By the way, thanks for helping us out, man. Kyo says appreciatively. Don't worry about it. I mean, hey, I'm the one who's got to learn how to use a new power, right? Saji shrugs. Still, it makes me wonder why Azazel helped us in the first place, Kyo muses. Plus, the whole BLD thing makes me uncomfortable. Me too. I hate BLD so much. Gasper exclaims. What? Issei questions. How does that work? You're a vampire. I can't help it. The smell of BLD makes me want to puke. I hate that stuff. Kaneko shakes her head. You're like the worst vampire ever. Gasper cries, why are you so mean to me, Kaneko? Kyo, Rias, and Charn stand in front of Gasper's room, where he has locked the door and is crying. Gasper, I want you to know that I never wanted you in here, Rias states. Kyo shakes his head. Sorry about this, I didn't mean to take you away from your meeting. No, don't worry. It means a lot that you're all working so hard to do what's best for him, Rias smiles. I can't leave. It's too scary out there. Gasper cries. Still, I honestly don't know if we're helping, Kyo admits. Well, to be honest, knowing Gasper's background, there's only so much we can do, Rias states. Kyo turns to her. What happened to him? Gasper's father is a vampire from a well-known and distinguished family, Rias begins to explain. However, his mother is a mere human. Vampires are even more concerned with pedigree than devils. As a result, Gasper was discriminated against by everyone, including his own family. Sadly, when it came to the human world, he was treated like a monster. On top of that, he has the power to stop time, a power he couldn't control. He wasn't just feared, he was loathed. A person can't know what's happened to them once they've been frozen. Naturally, no one wants to be near someone with that kind of power. Kyo starts to feel water well up in his eyes. Poor kid. Sounds like he and I are more alike than I thought. Treated like nothing and abused by everyone. Rias looks at Kyo with sympathy. Yes, you do. And just like you, he would never use his power to do anything bad. What kind of king am I to him? Kyo grabs her shoulders. Don't say that. You and I both know you put yourself on the line for everyone in your peerage. You treat us like family instead of slaves, Rias. That's what a king does. Rias smiles. Thank you, Kyo. They both share a kiss, and Kyo turns to the door with a smile. Me and Charn will handle Gasper, alright. Why don't you go ahead and prepare for the summit? Are you sure? Positive. Rias smiles again and disappears in a teleportation circle. Kyo then sits and leans against the door with his lap. Gasper, just so you know, I'm not leaving here until you come out. Gasper continues to cry in response. Kyo sighs. Gasp, is it because you're afraid of us? You have no reason to be. Remember when you used your power when we woke you, and I didn't hurt you. Plus, I can understand wanting to control your power. Honestly, I'm afraid of my own. I'm the son of a dragon that's the most feared and powerful dragon ever to exist. But he's guided me as every father should, which your father should have done for you instead of abandoning you. But don't you worry about the things you care about most. Gasper asks. You might lose them all because of your power. I don't understand how you can keep going without any doubts like that. Everyone creates the thing they dread, Gasper, Kyo states. Men of peace create engines of war, heroes create their enemies, and to me, the only thing I ever create is chaos. When I unlocked my balance breaker, I was terrified I might not know how to use it, that I might cause more damage in a fight than I intended. Plus, when I fought Riser and his cronies, I was afraid I might kill them because of everything they said. And honestly, the fact that I wanted to scared me. Gasper peeks through the door. I heard about your fight with him. I had no idea you of all people could be scared. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Gasper. Things will be different now, I promise. Gasper opens the door and sits next to Kyo. Maybe. Fine. There though, I'll only bother everyone anyway. Kyo pats his back. You don't bother me at all. You're like the little brother I've always wanted. Plus, the things I cherish most are everyone in the ORC and my parents. That includes you too, Gasper. You mean it? Gasper asks. Absolutely, buddy. Kyo nods. I promise to never abandon you or Rias or anyone I have in my life. And if anything tries to come after you, I promise to be there and help you. Gasper looks down. I don't know. Well, what about drinking my beer? Kyo suggests. As much as I hate to admit it, maybe Azazel's right. Maybe you could control your power better. Gasper shakes his head. No, it's too scary. I don't like drinking BLD from living things. It takes everything I've got to drink BLD from transfusions every once in a while. Besides, I'm already terrified of this power. If it somehow got worse, I don't think I could handle it. It's too much. Kyo exhales. Maybe it's best if I show him. Kyo extends his hand. Gasper, take my hand. Why? I want to show you something. Gasper takes Kyo's hand, and his eyes turn dark red as he sees Kyo's memories. He witnesses the pain and suffering Kyo endured from the women he grew up with, his mother, aunt, sisters, and cousins. Gasper hears Kyo's screams and cries of agony. Kyo releases his grip, and Gasper stares at him in shock. You're not the only one who was treated like a thing instead of a human being. Plus, if anything, I'm jealous of your powers. You're really jealous of me. Kyo laughs. Are you kidding? Being able to stop time. Do you know how many fights or bad things you could avoid with that power? But honestly, I wish I could go back in time and fix my years with that family. I know your power only stops time, but to be able to go back and take away all the scars on my body. At least then I wouldn't look like the monster I do now. Gasper smiles. You may be a monster, but you're a nice monster. No one's ever said they were jealous of me before. You even have a good reason for it. I don't know why, but it makes me feel better. Kyo stands. Even if I am a monstrosity, I refuse to be judged by it. I made a promise to Rias that I would protect her and everyone in the ORC from whatever comes our way. And when I make a promise, I keep it. Gasper stands and smiles wider. I think you're amazing, Kyo. You're afraid of the power you possess, but instead of letting it control you, you control it. You're like a superhero. Kyo laughs again. I'm pretty far from a superhero, but close enough. So what do you say? Are you with me or what? Gasper looks down, still smiling. Okay, but on one condition. Name it. Gasper looks Kyo dead in the eye. Will you be my big brother? Kyo widens his eyes and laughs twice as hard, picking Gasper up and spinning him around. You are just a little ray of sunshine, aren't you? Of course, I'll be your big brother. Later, Kyo was in Gasper's room, telling him all about how he found out Erakhan was his father and meeting his mother, along with all the crazy stuff that's happened. Charn laid next to Gasper and nudged him every once in a while. You, Rias, Surzex, and Azazel are the only people outside of my parents who know about my past, Kyo states. Wow. Kyo, you really have to admit, your whole life is like that of a superhero. Gasper says. I mean, think about it. First, you're tormented and broken, and then once Rias saves you, you and Issei both become dragons. It's like an origin story. Kyo widens his eyes, having never looked at it like that. Guess my life does sort of sound like that of a superhero. Kiba then enters the room. Look at you two. Nice work, Kyo. And Gasper, you seem to be quite a bit more comfortable now. Kyo stands in front of Michael, wondering what this is all about as Akino sits to the side. Kyo finally speaks up. So, if you don't mind my asking, Chief Michael, what exactly are you here to see me for? Michael opens his hands, and two swords appear that are as black as night with red gems on the hilts. Behold, son of Erakhan, these are the swords of destruction, also known as the monster slayers, Michael states. Kyo whistles in astonishment. Would hate to be on the sharp end of those. The previous wielder of these swords made them live up to their names. Much evil has fallen to these swords, devils, fallen angels, demons, even dragons, Michael explains. Fear not, Kyo Nagasaki, these weapons were sent to you from on high. Kyo widens his eyes. Are you serious? Indeed. These weapons are to assist you and you alone and can be assimilated into your armor, Michael says. I have heard your reputation as the strongest dragon to exist and feel that these swords will aid you in the promise you've made to Rias Gremry. Kyo is again astonished. Okay, once again I appreciate the gifts, but why give them to me? Listen to me, child, Michael orders calmly. The time has come for all of us to work together or die trying. The Great War ended large-scale fighting, but as you know, we still have small skirmishes. If this is allowed to continue, all will be brought to ruin. It is entirely possible that a different power will attack us in all of the confusion. Such as what? Kyo asks. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy, Michael states. And this upcoming summit will provide us with a great opportunity. For what? For the three great powers to achieve an alliance. To put an end to years of senseless fighting. Kyo smiles. Peace sounds good to me. Michael then adds, it would not be the first time. Long ago, we all came together and fought as one. We had to end the destruction caused by the red and white dragons battle. I beseech you, Black Dragon Emperor, please help align the goals of the three great powers. Kyo continues to stare at the swords until Akino says, Kyo, this is the part where you accept his gifts. Right. Kyo steps forward, and the swords float to him. Man, how am I supposed to assimilate these? I believe it is time you unlocked another form of your balance breaker, Erakhan states. Kyo widens in realization. You mean the combiner armor? Indeed. Alright, here goes nothing. Death Dragon Balance Breaker. Transform. Combiner armor achieved. Now then, grab the swords, Erakhan orders. Kyo takes the swords by the hilts. Now match your wavelength to them and focus all your energy on combining them with your armor. Kyo closes his eyes and channels his energy into the swords, yelling with determination. Red light fills the room until it dies down, revealing the swords combined into his gauntlets. I have done what I set out to do. And now I will take my leave, Michael states. Wait, Chief Michael. Kyo pleads. Before you leave, there was something I needed to ask you, on behalf of me and Issei. My apologies, but I haven't the time, child, Michael says. I'll gladly hear you out when next our paths cross. Please, promise me that you won't forget. Michael nods. I promise. Farewell, Kyo. He spreads his wings and disappears. Kyo notices that he still has the swords out and retracts them, deactivating his balance breaker. Akino then makes tea for both of them and pours some. So wait, you did magic here with Michael on the swords? Kyo inquires. Yes, Akino nods. We conducted a ceremony here that tailored the swords of destruction and their specifications to you. Kyo sips some tea, then grows serious. Akino, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? When we fought Kokabeel, what did he mean by you being the daughter of Barakeel? Kyo asks. Akino widens her eyes and looks down. He's my father. I'm the half-breed daughter of the fallen angel leader Barakeel and a human. My mother was a young shrine maiden who found a wounded fallen angel and nursed him back to health. They fell in love, and soon enough I came along. Kyo sighs. I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring up anything painful. Akino stands, letting some of her kimono fall off her back to reveal two different wings, one of a devil and one of a fallen angel. Kyo breathes. I know, Akino exhales. One from a fallen angel and one from a devil. Signs of my heritage that I try to hide. I grew up hating my angel side. I jumped at the chance to become a devil when Rias made me the offer, despite my father. Maybe it was my half-breed BLD, but the result was a sad mix between both types of wings. And what could be a better way to show my impure lineage than mismatched plumage? Kyo stands. I'm so sorry. I never would have wanted you to talk about it if it caused so much pain. The truth is, I've wanted to tell you for such a long time, Akino admits. But you hate fallen angels. They caused so much for you, Issei and Asia. It isn't hard to guess what you think of them. Kyo looks outside and stares at the sunset. There are certain fallen angels I hate, Akino. But I'm not a racist person. I'll admit, when I saw Azazel I was furious, but he didn't attack me. He only talked to me, so for now he's on the level. And as for you, there's nothing in this world or universe that could ever make me hate you, Akino. Akino shrugs. Hey, you never know. My apparent congeniality could just be a mere facade. If you think for 1 second that I'm ever gonna think of you as bad as the fallen angels that have hurt me. Akino shakes her head. It's true, Kyo. I'm a terrible woman. Kyo grabs Akino and hugs her. Just stop with this. Your past doesn't define who you are. You don't judge people based on how they look. You could be a full fallen angel and I still wouldn't care. You're the amazing raven-haired girl that I love. You're Akino Himejima. That's who you are. Tears stream down Akino's face in joy. That means so much. It's the truth. Kyo states. Plus, I know what it's like to be ostracized by your family. Kyo wipes the tears off Akino's cheeks. Just smile from now on. Whenever you think back on your childhood, think of me. Or Rias. We're here for you. Suddenly, Akino tackles Kyo to the ground. I've decided. Decided? What? Kyo gulps. I'm totally fine with being your third. Akino smiles. I mean, don't you think it's a pretty good position? Kyo stammers. You've done so much for me, Rias, and everyone else. I think it's time I do something for you, Akino says, breathing into his ear. Kyo regains his composure and gently pulls Akino off him. Look, Akino, I do like you, but I'm not ready for that yet. One step at a time. Akino MMS playfully. Come on, you said you liked my side. So let me show it to you. Akino then puts Kyo's head in her lap. How's this feel? Kyo stiffens from laying on her lap but slowly leans in. I guess it's okay. Actually, it's pretty nice. Well, don't worry, Kai Kai. Akino's here to help you relax. Akino giggles. Kyo groans. You know I hate that, but I'll let it slide this once. I just hope Rias doesn't see this. Doesn't see what? Rias says, standing in the doorway. Answer me, Kyo. Kyo immediately stands to his feet. How do you do that? Rias starts to glow her red aura, signifying she's mad. Kyo slaps his forehead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you look over to the side, you'll see my situation about to get heated. Rias then grabs Kyo by his ear and yanks it. Did you at least get the swords? Oh well. I got them. I got them. Kyo cries in pain. And the angel? Rias asks, twisting his ear. OWWW. He left. Went back to heaven. Rias lets go of his ear. Then that means your business here is concluded. Let's go. Rias walks outside as Kyo follows behind, holding his ear. Kyo stays silent as he trails after his girlfriend. I am in deep trouble. Then again, I didn't intentionally mean to put myself in that position. I'd blame Akino, but I'm too nice to pin it on her. Rias stops walking but keeps her back to Kyo. Do you plan on having a charm? Kyo scratches his head. You're my girlfriend. But I can't help it when I find myself in situations like that. I love you, Rias, but I also can't help but have feelings for Akino and Zenobia. Rias turns to him. You really care about them like that? Kyo nods. It's not like I want to be shared or anything. Trust me, I've had plenty of bad experiences with that. But I also don't want to reject their feelings towards me either. But you're not only my girlfriend, you're my MSTR. So whatever makes you feel comfortable, I'm all for. Rias smiles and nods. They continue down the path. The summit takes place tomorrow. Final preparations need to be made. Do you have a plan to make yourself useful? Basically, I'll just state my opinion on why the opposing factions should stop fighting each other. What they haven't gained and what they've lost. Kyo shrugs. Plus, I need to head back to the school and continue helping Gasper with his training. Of course, this is where we part ways. Rias heads in the opposite direction, but Kyo grabs her wrist, yanking her back and kissing her. Rias melts into it and hugs him. Kyo parts from her lips and says, Don't say it like that. Rias, promise that you'll never doubt that I love you. Promise me. Rias nods. I promise. Good. I'll see you at home. Kyo then gets on his motorcycle and drives off, leaving Rias with her hair flowing in the wind. What would we do without him? Rias thinks. At the school, Gasper was focusing his power on holding a volleyball in place. Kyo, Issei, and Asia with her familiar watched him. Okay, let it go, Kyo says. Gasper breathes in relief as he lets the ball drop. Good work, Gasper. Issei nods. Now you're able to catch once out of every 20 tries now. Asia adds, which is a big improvement. Nice job, little bro, Kyo says, making Gasper smile. Okay, get ready for the next one. Gasper nods. Okay. Issei throws the ball, but it was too fast for Gasper to anticipate and hits him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Oh shoot. Kyo runs over and helps Gasper up. You okay, Gaspy? I think I'm done for today, big bro, Gasper groans. Hey, come on. The men of Gremory never give up. Think about our goal. Kyo reminds him. Gasper then remembers. You're right, I'm sorry. No need for sorries. Kyo grins. Now come on, get back up and try it again. Kyo dusts Gasper off and heads back over to Issei and Asia. Kyo grabs another ball. Here it comes. Kyo was about to throw the ball but stops, seeing his hand had stopped instead of the ball. Gaspy, pretty sure there's a distinct difference between the ball and my hand. Gasper whines. I screwed it up. I'm sorry, big bro, but Gasper, that's better. Kyo says, getting Gasper's attention. If you can stop the guy you're facing from attacking you, then you don't have to worry about stopping his attacks. Up above, Kiba, Kaneko, and Zenobia watch Kyo and how caring he is towards Gasper. Kyo really knows how to motivate Gasper, Kiba says. Why aren't you helping, Zenobia? Whenever I tried to help him, the poor kid would break down crying, Zenobia states. He kept saying something about how training made him feel guilty. Kyo's always known how to talk to people, Kaneko says. But I have a feeling he's putting on an act to keep us from seeing something. Kiba PPS a brow. What do you mean? He knows that we've all been through a lot and about our pasts. But one thing he hasn't told us yet is his past. Kiba and Zenobia realize that as well and look down at Kyo as he helps Gasper focus. Kyo holds Gasper's shoulders as he concentrates on the next ball Issei was about to throw. Issei throws it, and Gasper holds it in place with his power again. I did it. Ha! I knew you could do it. Kyo laughs, ruffling Gasper's hair. We're one step closer to our goal. Kyo, what goal is it you plan to achieve with Gasper? Asia asks. We're gonna be superheroes. Gasper cheers, making Issei and Asia confused. But what? Says. Kyo hefts Gasper over his shoulders. Basically, I promised Gasper if he could control his power, 100% control it, then he and I would stop evil together. Issei bursts out laughing. Are you serious? Dude, this is real life. Kyo scoffs at him. Oh sorry, forgot real life has devils, fallen angels, dragons, and vampires. No room for superheroes in the supernatural world. Issei's sweat drops, realizing his mistake. Later that night, Kyo fell on his bed and looked up at the ceiling. Looking back on everything we've been through these past few days, it's been a wild ride. Not everyone can escape their pasts, including my own, Erakhan points out. Some people grow up in poverty, while others have the chance to redeem themselves and become stronger, gaining more than they once had. But it comforts me to know you find happiness in those around you, my son. Kyo smiles. Thank you, father. But we still have one last challenge ahead, Issei and Valia's battle, along with my own against the Apocalypse Sisters. This fight will require everything you have. I have every confidence that we will emerge victorious, but be on your guard. Minirina and Rivora are opponents not to be underestimated. I sense you're still troubled about not knowing who their hosts could be. I still have no idea. But at least we'll find out tomorrow. Kyo sits up and stretches when he hears a knock and sees Rias enter with Aquino and Zenobia. Rias, what are Aquino and Zenobia doing here? Our meeting ran late, so they'll be sleeping over with us tonight, Rias explains. I figured you wouldn't mind. That's right, Aquino giggles and Zenobia smiles. Also, Aquino wanted to take a moment to apologize to you. Why? She has nothing to be sorry for, Kyo assures her. I am very sorry for surprising you today, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me, Aquino says, bowing. Kyo chuckles. You girls are too much for me to handle, but that doesn't make me second-guess having you all in my life. Glad you said that, because I talked it over with Aquino and Zenobia, and we've agreed to share you, Ria states, shocking Kyo. However, I am the alpha, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way, Kyo smiles. Come on, let's get some sleep. I have a feeling we're really going to need it for tomorrow. The three girls nod and climb into bed with him, each kissing him goodnight. Kyo lies comfortably with them, sighing in bliss before falling asleep. At dawn, a barrier surrounds the school. Rias addresses the group in the club room. Well, time to go. Gasper, behave yourself while we're gone. I don't mean to scold, but if you activate your power, it'll stall negotiations. I hope you understand. Gasper pops out of his box. Yes, ma'am. Kaneko will stay here and take care of you, right, Kaneko? Kaneko nods. Yes, of course. Kyo kneels down to Gasper and pats his head. Be good of it. Also Charn. Indo. Indo appears in human form, and Charn stands beside him. Indo, you'll come with me, and Charn, you'll stay here and keep Gasper company. Charn walks over and licks Gasper. Kaneko then puts a box of food on the table. I stocked up on some snacks for us. Whoa, I don't even know where to begin. Gasper says in awe at all the food. Issei leans to Kyo. Bet they're all for her. Kyo gives Gasper his bag to put over his head. We won't be gone long, okay? And remember, be strong and don't give in, Gasper quotes. Kyo chuckles. That's the spirit, pal. The ORC walks into the meeting room, where they see Surzex sitting at one end of the table, Serafal along with Sona and Tsubaki, Michael with Irina, and Azazel with Valia. Zenobia notices Irina, but the brown-haired girl turns away. Issei spots Valia and grows serious. Everyone's here, Surzex says. Actually, we're still missing our dear Apocalypse Sisters, Azazel states. The door opens and Kyo gasps at who walks in. Hello, Kyo, the silver-haired girl says. It's been a long time, hasn't it, brother? The black-haired girl adds, shocking everyone but Azazel and Valia. Kyo grabs both girls by their throats and pins them to the wall. What are you two doing here? He asks, rage seething in his voice. We aren't here to fight, brother, at least not yet, the black-haired girl says. And those must be the new girls that have replaced us, Kyo growls, smoke beginning to emerge from his mouth. Azazel stands. Before we do anything rash, let's try to accomplish what we came here for before any fire-breathing gets out of hand. Kyo's eyes change to red as he glares at Azazel. Is everything a joke to you? Funny things are, Azazel smirks. Please, Kyo, let them go. Kyo glares at the girls before releasing them and returning to Rias's side, clenching his fists. The silver-haired girl helps her sister up and says, allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Erakhan Akasajan, the Cow's Dragon Empress, and this is my sister, Mayana, the Anarchy Dragon Empress. We were Kyo's previous siblings before he decided to run away. Kyo steps forward, but Indo and Issei hold him back. Chief Michael begins, God and the Devil King are gone. Both of our war generals have been annihilated. Azazel leans forward. We have a complication. Once again, it's not even our three powers. But these forces are equally, if not more, destructive than the 5 dragons in this room. I'd like to hear their thoughts. Valia simply states, what I want is to fight someone who's as strong as me. Same goes for us. Mayana nods for her and Erakhan. Though, we also want something else. Mayana eyes Kyo and licks her lips. Kyo shudders slightly but relaxes when Rias grabs his hand. Yes, but you can still fight powerful opponents without having a war, Azazel points out. And you, Red and Black Dragon Emperors. Issei stiffens. All I want is to protect everyone, just like my brother, Kyo. Azazel then looks to Kyo. Kyo. Kyo steps forward to the table. I want to protect the people I love, but also end this 3-way war. Look at it this way. All 3 of you have duties as leaders to protect your factions, correct? But neither side has had much of a victory over the other without significant losses. When Ddraig and Albion battled across the world, you banded together to stop their reckless destruction. So I beg you here and now, end this war, and no one else will have to die. Devils and angels have been sworn enemies for a while, but there are also fallen angels working in the dark, plotting against both sides. But here and now, all the death and violence can stop. Kyo takes his place back with Rias, having nothing more to say. Surzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Azazel smile at the points Kyo has made. His argument is compelling and truthful. Black Dragon Emperor, do you have a question you still wanted to ask me? Michael asks. Kyo nods. On behalf of my brother and me, I want to know why you haven't been fair to Asia or Zenobia. Issei adds, yeah, why did you kick Asia out of the church? She loves God more than anyone. Both of you stop, Rias orders. Michael then answers, after God was destroyed, only the system remained. The only thing we had to administer our faith was to provide divine protection, mercy, and miracles. Even with me as the center, the church is barely functioning right now. Consequently, we had to avoid anything that could negatively affect our system. So in other words, you had no choice, Kyo concedes. Michael nods. Indeed. The faith of believers is the reason those of us in heaven exist. A threat to the system is a threat to our survival. Therefore, anything that could negatively affect it had to be removed. Of course, Zenobia says. That's why I suffered Asia's fate too, along with others who found out the truth. Exactly, Michael confirms. It was unfair. You were hardly heretics, we should have discovered another way. I ask your forgiveness. Irina widens her eyes. Then she didn't betray us. Apology accepted, Chief Michael, Zenobia smiles. It's interesting, I grew up in the church, so I must admit I have a few regrets. But to be honest, I am more than satisfied with my life as a devil. I am sad though for the other believers. Asia stands next to Zenobia. As am I. I'm so much happier as a devil too. I've met people I cherish who care about me. Both of you have forgiving spirits, Michael states. And I am grateful for that. Oh yeah, that's right, Azazel remembers. Wasn't one of my underlings responsible for killing you? Kyo pushes Asia behind him. Rainier has been dealt with. Trust me, I saw to that. Yeah. And you should be apologizing. Issei says angrily. You want to know why that fallen angel killed her? Because she wanted to be like you. Azazel looks at Issei and says, naturally, I take full responsibility. So to atone, I will satisfy you in a way that only I can. Kyo activates his gauntlets. And just why should we believe you? Rias touches Kyo's arm. Calm down, Kyo. Suddenly, the whole room is enveloped in a purple aura, and Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, and Asia are all frozen. What happened? Kyo asks. Did time stop? Azazel nods. It appears so. Fortunately, Those of us with superior powers weren't affected. Thank our dragons, Valia smiles. They protected us. The heavenly group over there was shielded by their holy swords. Erakhan nods at Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia. Irina stares at her sword. What? I don't understand. I'm okay thanks to you, Kyo. You did it again, Ria smiles. Suddenly, an explosion is heard outside, and everyone looks out the window to see various men and women in cloaks emerging from a large golden circle. Who are those people? Issei asks. Magicians, Seraphal states. They're so rude. I'm a real-life magi girl, and they're flat out ignoring me. But what is this power? Michael asks. It's the half-vampire boy, Azazel states. He must have been coerced into making balance breaker conditions for them. Gasper. Kyo cries in worry. He has the power to stop time, Surzek says. So I think it's safe to say yes, Gasper has fallen into enemy hands. Oh no, Kiba breathes. Terrorist magicians dare to kidnap a member of my household. Rias growls. They will pay for this disrespect. Our guards are disappearing, Michael says, watching through the window. Teleportation magic. That can only mean someone is connected to the gate within this barrier. And unfortunately, our magical troops are completely sealed off from us, Grafia adds. So we've been cornered. Azazel sighs. Yes. Michael nods. The timing with the use of Lady Gremory's bishop could not have been more perfect. We've been betrayed, Irina says. I recommend we take action soon. Surzek suggests, if they've somehow managed to make Gasper even stronger, none of us will survive. Gasper is really that powerful? Kyo asks, amazed. Because he's a mutation piece, Kiba states. Issei PPS a brow. What's a mutation piece? It's something that causes many strange phenomena, Rias explains. The bishop I used to turn Gasper into a devil should have required several of my chess pieces. However, only one ended up being used. It was a mutation piece. Kyo punches the wall. Those BSters are going to pay for what they've done to my little brother. Your little brother? Oh, you're just too cute, Kyo. Kyo shoots a glare. You want to take this outside? 'Cause trust me, I'm more than willing. Azazel watches more of their guards fall. If we don't do something about this vampire kid now, it'll be far too late to strike back. Rias turns to her brother. Surzex, I have an unused rook in storage where my household usually holds meetings. A rook? Surzex questions. That could work. Gasper is a member of my household, Rias states. He's my responsibility, and I will get him back. I would suggest using some of Surzex's power, Grafia says. Then another person will be able to escape with you. Kyo steps forward. Then I made a promise to protect her and everyone here. The chivalrous knight as always, Erakhan chuckles. You can go with her, Surzex nods. Shouldn't we go ahead and talk out the half-vampire with the terrorists? Vali asks. If you'd like, I could just do it for you. Kyo grits his teeth and summons his left blade. Not gonna happen, not on my watch, Valia. Valia, try to be a little bit more considerate, okay? Azazel says. After all, we're trying to make peace here. Sorry, it's hard for me to do nothing like this. Azazel chuckles. Fair enough. Then why don't you and the Apocalypse sisters go and handle those magicians? Upset their ranks some, seeing the three of you should help. Erakhan bows. Of course. Mayana waves at Kyo. We'll see you soon, baby brother. Kyo flips her off as they fly and summon their balance breakers. Kyo looks at Rias. Let's go get Gasper. First things first. Azazel then hands 2 armbands to Kyo and 1 to Issei. Take these with you. You should be able to use that bracelet as compensation instead of your arm. Issei widens his eyes. Are you serious? Thanks. That means I can become a balance breaker. Only as a last resort, Azazel states. It can't regulate how fast your strength is used. Azazel chuckles at Kateria. Here, have a gift. He then sends several blasts at Kateria, which she blocks with a shield. Kyo flies in and activates his swords. Talon slash. The magicians behind Kiba all disappear. The knight turns to Kyo. Thanks, Kyo. It's what I'm here for. Kyo asks. Rias hands Gasper to Surzex and Grafia. This is too dangerous. Which is why I need you to please take care of Gasper for me. Surzex nods. All right. Can we start fighting now? Kaneko asks. We're supposed to protect this area until the gate closes, so let's do that. Kyo and everyone else charges at the magicians, taking them down one by one until they hear Gasper cry. Rias. Kyo looks back at him. Please listen to me. I can fight too. I want to be a hero just like Kyo. Want to make you all proud of me. I will fight, I just have to. I'm going to do whatever it takes to protect my friends. Gasper then rips the bracelet off. Rias says, No, Gasper. Zex, stop him. Do something. I can do this. I can be a man too. Gasper shouts. Gasper, no. Kyo yells. Light then bursts out of Gasper, and the portal unleashing the magicians disappears, freeing Akino, Asia, Sona, and Tsubaki. Akino looks around. What was that? Sona turns to Tsubaki. Any idea what just happened? I don't have a clue, Tsubaki says. Seraphal hugs Sona. Welcome back, Sona. Sona blushes in embarrassment. Would you get off of me? Rias looks around in amazement. Gasper did it. I'm not sure how, but he made time go back to normal. Kyo looks as Gasper falls into Asia's arms. Way to go, little bro, he stopped the enemy gate too, Tsubaki adds. Seraphal smiles. One less thing to worry about. Asia then says, I don't understand. Rias spreads her wings. We'll tell you the details later. For now, I need everyone's help. The ORC, Sona, and Tsubaki all charge at the magicians. Kyo makes Indo and Charn turn into their monster forms and attack as well. Kyo slashes one magician away before looking up and seeing Azazel transform. Armor of the Fallen Dragon. Downfall Dragon, another armor. How many dragons are there? Kyox. He can do a balance breaker too. Sais is shocked. Azazel then motions for Kateria to make a move. Now come here. Kateria growls and charges before Azazel merely slashes her with his trident, making her scream. She turns around and tries to merge with Azazel's armor, stretching and grabbing his left arm. If I can take out one of the three great powers, then I welcome death. Kateria declares. I will destroy myself for glory. Destroy yourself, eh? Azazel chuckles. I don't want to mock your hopes and dreams, but it doesn't seem worth it. Azazel then cuts off his left arm and tosses his trident through her head, killing her and making her disappear. But I'm only willing to give up an arm for you. Azazel deactivates his armor and stops his arm from bleeding with a magic circle. A purple sphere of his armor descends into Azazel's hands. And yet again, there's still plenty of room for improvement. But I guess you can stay with me a little while longer, my Dragon King Fafnir. Azazel looks around and watches the ORC finish off the rest of the magicians. Nice, they've annihilated everyone. Suddenly, Azazel receives a blast in the back and gets sent to the ground. Azazel climbs out and sees Kyo extending his hand. Liking me already? Azazel chuckles. Just take the hand, old man, Kyo orders. Azazel takes Kyo's hand and gets hoisted to his feet. He looks up at Valia, Erakhan, and Mayana, who are still in their balance breakers. You got me. Must be losing my edge, bad Valia. Sorry, Azazel. Things look more interesting on this side, Valia shrugged. I thought they were with you. Kyo asked, confused. Hey, not really. Azazel then flew up to the three dragons. I can understand, but there's something I'd like to ask you. You know Shemahazai, my vice-governor general. He recently informed me about a faction that has been gathering dangerous elements and members of the three great powers. What were they called? Oh yes, the Chaos Brigade. Chaos sounds accurate, Surzek said. Whoever is in charge must be strong, but why would anyone gather such dangerous people together? So I bet I can guess who's leading you, Azazel smirked. Orphis, the Ouroboros dragon, right? Orphis, it can't be. Rias exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. Issei looked at her. Is that another dragon? The infinite dragon god, a dragon so powerful that even God was almost afraid of her, just as he was of Erakhan, Rias explained. Mayana nodded. Yes, it is true we have sided with Orphis. But believe me, not one of us has the slightest interest in world domination. We're just a group formed to use our power. Well, that makes more sense, Azazel admitted. Conspiring with Kateria seemed a little beneath the three of you, but even so, both you and Kateria had devil titles stolen, so I wasn't sure, Valia. She's a devil king descendant too. Seraphal said, shocked. What are you saying? Rias asked. Valia smirked. My name is Valia Lucifer. Lucifer what? Surzek said, surprised. Oh, see, Kyo groaned. I am a descendant of one of the great dead devil kings, Valia stated. My mother was human, so I'm a half BLD. My father was the grandson of the great devil king Lucifer. No, it can't be true, Rias said in denial. Surzek sighed. A half BLD, of course. There's no way we could have known. While you have the BLD of a real devil king, since you are also human, you just happen to be possessed by the Vanishing Dragon, Azazel said. So basically, your very existence is a joke. I would go with miracle, personally, Valia shrugged. But to each their own. Valia then spread 10 devil wings behind her dragon wings. Azazel touched his chin. I have a feeling this one will be the best white dragon empress the world has ever seen. Past, present, or future. The best dragon ever. Issei breathed. Issei hype, fate can be cruel, wouldn't you agree? Valia asked. Yeah, maybe, Issei agreed. I am the strongest dragon. And I carry with me the BLD of the Devil King. Yet you are just a lowly human. Unlike your brother, Kyo has become possibly even more powerful than me. But this fight is between you and me. And aside from the boosted gear, you are nothing. It's disappointing, almost to the point where it's funny. We are rival sacred gears. You and I are as far apart as the sky to the earth. You got a point there, Valia? Issei inquired, keeping his rage controlled. Valia nodded. I do. I think you should try harder. Maybe you should try being an avenger. I could take something precious from you, like your parents. Surely that would help you act on that tragic fate. Your parents would most likely be grateful to me for their murder. Any death I could give them would be far more exciting than their current boring life. Yes, let's do that. No, how can he be so cruel? Asia cried. Rias looked at Issei with sadness. Oh, Issei. I'm so gonna take her down. Issei growled. Issei. Rias said. Why should my parents have to suffer for her convenience? Like I would just sit idly by and let her take anything from me. Welsh Dragon Overbooster. Ddraig declared as Issei went into scale mail. No one hurts the people I care about. I don't care who they are. Issei yelled. Kyo chuckled. Kick her butt, bro. Valia looked at Erakhan and Mayana. Look, his power has gone up exponentially. The sacred gear uses strong feelings to sustain its power, Erakhan stated. You're facing pure rage from him right now. Aren't you going to join the fun? Mayana shook her head. You know our battle is only with our brother. Issei charged, and he and Valia clashed in the sky. Rias went to help, but Kyo stopped her. This is Issei's fight. We have to stay out of it. Valia then punched Issei and used her divine dividing to absorb his power. Issei coughed BLD and fell to the ground. Damn it, how could I have forgotten? She absorbs the power of whatever comes into contact with her sword. I'm so stupid, Issei groaned. Kyo stepped forward. Come on, Sei, show her why you're my brother. Issei got to his feet. I won't fail you, bro. He then spotted Valia. Boost, I won't lose in front of him. Valia chuckled. During the fight with Kokobile, you were fighting for the sake of your friends, weren't you? Does this mean I should take them out before I take your family? Valia sent 2 blasts of energy at them, which Issei stood in front of, taking the blows. You monster! Issei yelled, clashing up into Valia. Stop messing around. Hate me more. Get angrier, get stronger for me. Valia said. Let's have some real fun. Valia then sent a blast that pushed Issei back. Ddraig, boost me up as much as you can. No. Issei's gauntlets glowed brighter than normal as he punched Valia in the face, shattering the left side of her helmet. Now transfer it. He's transferring power to Valia. Rias exclaimed, shocked. I'm gonna boost the power you absorb along with whatever you're releasing at the same time. Eventually, your precious wings won't be able to take any more. The mechanisms are going into overdrive. We must restart the system, Albion warns Valia. Issei reels his fist back. Feel the power of the Welsh Dragon. He punches Valia, shattering her armor and causing her to cough. That was amazing, Valia says, impressed. You completely blew away my sacred gear. I knew you could hold your own if you just tried. That's what I expect from my rival. Valia stands and her scale mail reforms. It won't be over until the other person is unable to fight any longer, Ddraig tells Issei. Issei notices his gauntlet glow. What's wrong, he asks. The armband is reaching the limits of its effectiveness. There's no way we can win against a time limit. Run away or you'll be in danger. Issei shakes his head. I can't abandon everyone. He spots a sphere of Valia's scale mail on the ground and grabs it. Wait, Ddraig, the sacred gear evolves and responds to what I'm feeling, right? Yes, but before you do anything rash, are you really ready to face the consequences? Ddraig asks. Issei smirks. If Kyo can be strong, then so can I, Ddraig laughs. I like your resolve. Now, let me show you my determination. I am the massive power known as the Red Dragon Emperor. We will survive this together as true partners. Seiharu, are you ready? Yeah. Issei shouts. What can you do so late in the game? Valia scoffs. Listen, you vanishing dragon. This is where I take your power. Issei smashes the sphere into his right gauntlet and yells out in pain. This hurts. The light spear was nothing compared to what I'm going through now. Are you trying to take my power? Valia asks. Kiba managed it and was able to fuse them. So can I, rather reckless. We are conflicting existences. To do so would be dangerous, Albion warns. But possessing this particular ME has taught me something important. Anyone can make the impossible possible as long as they never give up. Ddraig replies. Yeah, Kyo can do anything and so can I, Issei states. Respond to what I'm feeling and do your worst. Vanishing dragon power is taken. Impossible, this is impossible, Albion says in disbelief. Valia, I've taken away your power. Surrender to me or, Issei is interrupted by Valia's laughter. This is fun. My turn to play seriously. Valia shoots into the air and extends her hand. Half dimension. The surroundings begin to shrink. Valia is warping the dimensions, Michael states. It's a very dangerous action. Kyo snaps his fingers, and the area returns to normal, shocking Valia. Not on my watch, Issei. Time to tap out. Issei shakes his head. But Kyo, I can do this. You've done enough. You've made me proud, pal. Now sit this out, Kyo orders. He helps Issei over to everyone else and looks up. All right, Valia. Not only am I taking you on, but I'm also taking on Erakhan and Mayana. Everyone gasps. Kyo was taking on all three of them. Kyo. Rias runs to stop him, but Indo holds her back. He knows what he's doing, Lady Rias, Indo states. Kyo cracks his knuckles. Ready, father. Erakhan laughs. Let's do this, Kyo. They hear laughter and realize it's Erakhan. Do you really think you can take on all three of us, Kyo? You're even weaker than what we did to you as a child. Kiba raises an eyebrow. What does that mean? Oh, so your friends don't know of our little secret, Mayana says, amused. Don't dare, Kyo growls. Erakhan continues, our brother was adopted into our family after he was abandoned by his real parents. We had our fun with him as our toy. Every morning, noon, and night, we would mistreat him because of how worthless he was. And now he has, supposedly, become the strongest dragon that rivals Great Red. Pathetic. He's nothing more than a monster now than when we played with him. Ha. Kyo panics in his mind as he paces back and forth in his room. Charn yawns and rolls his eyes. What are you freaking out over? I'm trying to nap here. You know it's moments like this that really make me regret giving you the ability to talk, Kyo huffs. But if you must know, the Kuo Academy prom is coming up, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. Sona came to me a couple of days ago and... Flashback. Kyo sits outside the club and sees Sona and Tsubaki teleport in front of him. Hi, ladies. You know the Academy prom is coming up soon, correct? Sona asks. Yeah, I've already asked Rias, Akino, and Zenobia to be my dates. Tsubaki then says, well, we've been informed that you know how to play the guitar and a number of other instruments. We were wondering if you could play music for the slow songs. Kyo widens his eyes. We'll see. I don't. Great, Sona interrupts. Thank you so much, Kyo. You're doing the council a great favor for this. Sona and Tsubaki then teleport away. Flashback over, so you're freaking out because you're scared of playing on stage. Charn concedes. Basically, Kyo says. I mean, I always play alone or for Rias and the others, but never in front of an entire room of people expecting me to be good. Will you quit worrying? You fought 3 female dragons at once. I think you can handle playing guitar for a bunch of people, Charn states. Easy for you to say. You don't have hands to play anything. Kyo, you'll be fine, Erakhan assures him. You have nothing to worry about. Kyo snaps his fingers. I got it. I know what songs to do. But I'm gonna need some help. Kyo was outside the school waiting for his dates. Issei, Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, and the student council were already inside enjoying themselves. He straightened his suit and looked down at his attire. Idiot. Kyo thinks, I just had to go all out. Oh, Kyo. Kyo turns and immediately covers his nose to prevent a nosebleed. Is it your sole purpose in life to give me nosebleeds? Kyo asks. Akino holds up the edges of her dress. What's wrong? Kyo no likey. Don't give me that. You three look amazing. Mainly I'm just hoping the guys restrain themselves when they see you, Kyo explains. Rias comes up and wraps her arm around Kyo's. They won't as long as we have you. Shall we? Kyo nods and opens the door for them. The four of them then see the gym in awe. Ding, the council knows how to go over the top, Kyo whistles. This place is ginormous. Zenobia states. Well, we've been in the gym before. It's just the decor that makes it look ginormous, Kyo points out. Hey guys. Over here. Issei waves at a table with Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba. The four walk over and sit down. Yo, have you seen this place? The student council has to keep up their appearance, Ria states. Sona has always said that she knows how to set an example. Kyo hears a song and widens his eyes. Dude, I love this song. Issei, Kiba, let's do it. Issei and Kiba smile and follow Kyo's lead. The whole room claps for them. Will Kyo Nagasaki come to the stage? Oh boy, that's my cue. Kyo walks up to the stage and grabs the guitar that had been placed for him. Everyone was on the dance floor slow dancing except Rias, Akino, and Zenobia. They wish they could but knew their boyfriend had to make it memorable for other couples. Rias then felt something tap her shoulder and looks up to see Kyo extending his hand to her. What the? Rias and the other girls look back at the stage and see the other Kyos still playing. Kyo, how did you? Akino says, shocked. My mom kinda helped me with this. I wanted to dance with you girls, but I also knew that I had to keep up the entertainment. So, she managed to give me a hand and used some of her magic to make a temporary clone to play the music. Zenobia then looks at the crowd. But won't people notice if there's two of you? She also used magic to make it look like I'm a different person in everyone's eyes except yours and everyone involved with the underworld, Kyo explains. Now, enough talk. May I have this dance, Lady Gremory? Rias takes his hand. You may. Kyo takes Rias to the floor, and she wraps her arms around his neck while he wraps his arms around her waist. Rias looks at the clone of Kyo playing the guitar as he then plays Faster Car, like he did for her and her brother. Your clone plays good. Kyo shrugs. Taught him everything he knows. Almost makes me want to cry. Rias lightly slaps his shoulder. Don't ruin the moment. Kyo then spins her around lightly. Rias stares into his blue eyes, mesmerized. Kyo, I love you. You know that, right? Of course I do, Kyo nods. I'd never doubt the feelings you or any of the other girls have for me. Rias kisses him and he kisses her back. I just never thought I'd be able to fall in love considering my family name. I never thought any man would just look at me and fall for me. Not who my relation is to. Kyo asks. I never thought that any girl would fall for me and want to be with me emotionally and not just physically. When the song ends, Kyo takes his turns with Akino and Zenobia before he decides it's time to do his surprise for everyone. Kyo escorts Zenobia back to her seat and then heads to the stage with Issei, Kiba, and Saji. Saji sits at the drums, Kiba picks up the bass, and Kyo and Issei grab electric guitars. The whole room goes wild with applause. Oh, we're not done yet, peeps. Kyo chuckles. The audience applauds again. And now for the finale. Kyo yells. The guys come down from the stage, and Asia runs to Issei while Rias, Akino, and Zenobia run to Kyo. That was amazing. Rias says, kissing his cheek. Akino rubs against him. That was hot beyond imagination. Kyo snickers. Hey, I still have my encore. Follow me. Kyo leads the girls outside and snaps his fingers. Kyo sees the lights in the sky shine in the girls' eyes. They look appealing. Kyo wraps his arms around Rias and Zenobia as Akino hugs him from behind and rests her head on his shoulder. Best prom ever, Kyo mutters. Kyo opens his eyes to see he's in bed but without Rias or Charn. He sits up to find himself in a different kind of bedroom. There were several toys laid on the ground, and the walls were painted with stars and various colors of space. What the hell? Kyo gets out of bed and picks up one of the toys. Kind of looks like Charn. Kyo puts the toy on the bed and exits the room. He quietly heads down the stairs where he sees Anaria and Erakhan in his human form, both with tears in their eyes. Anaria, he's going to come looking for him. We have to hide him, Erakhan speaks. We can protect him. Anaria shouted, standing from the couch. Yes, but for how long? Erakhan snapped. It's only a matter of time before he finds Kyo and uses him for who knows what. We have no choice. We need to hide our son and disappear until he finds us. Anaria put her hands over her eyes and sobbed uncontrollably. Erakhan stood and hugged her tightly. Anaria regained her composure and said, "Then let me at least give him a guardian. Someone to watch out for him." She extended her hand, and a humanoid being appeared. "I live to serve you, Lord Erakhan," the male said. Erakhan stepped in front of him. "From this point forward, you will be my son's guardian. You will reveal your true self to him when the time is right. I pray that time never comes, but for now go. Take the form of an animal of your choosing and hide until my son finds you." The male nodded and teleported away. Erakhan turned to Anaria. "Now, how do we hide him?" "I guess the only other thing I can think of is to find another family that will be willing to care for him," Anaria said, wiping her eyes. "Indeed, very well." They headed up to the room, passing through Kyo as if he were a ghost. Kyo tried to stop them. "No, don't send me there. You don't know what they'll do to him." He froze when he heard an evil and familiar feminine laughter. "You can never escape me." Kyo turned and saw his adoptive mother towering over him with an evil glare. "No. Get away from me." Kyo's eyes burst open, and he saw he was in bed with Rias on his right and Zenobia on his left. When are these nightmares gonna stop? But that memory. Was it a memory? Kyo felt shifting underneath the blanket and saw Akino appear. "Morning, you," Akino giggled. Hey Akino. What's up?" Kyo said, clearing his throat. Akino kissed his cheek and worked her way around his face, leaning towards his lips until a voice interrupted. "Akino," Rias said, now awake. "Care to explain how you ended up on top of Kyo like that?" Kyo groaned internally. "I'm just deepening my bond with my cute little Kyo here," Akino stated, tracing her finger down his stomach and making him shiver. "My Kyo. And when exactly did you become the MSTR of his soul?" "Sorry kiddo, this one is on you," Erakhan laughed. "I'm not his MSTR, but I am his senior. It's my duty as an upperclassman to take care of him," Akino explained. Rias smirked. "Clever girl. But alas, you've exposed yourself." Zenobia stirred. "Is it time to get up now?" No Zenobia." Kyo quickly replied. "You can still sleep some more." Zenobia snuggled against Kyo. "Good, this feels too comfortable to get up from." Kyo sighed in relief. Rias then hit Akino in the face with her pillow. "I'm getting tired of you putting your hands on what we rightfully agreed to share. A taste here and there doesn't hurt anyone, now stop being so stingy," Akino said, throwing the pillow back at Rias. Rias added her magic to the pillow. "And we just finished remodeling the house. Your behavior is unacceptable." Akino then destroyed the pillow with her lightning, giggling. "Nice try, not." Kyo rolled his eyes. "Ladies please. Come on, alright. Let's try to start summer break off on a high note." "Wait, did you say remodeled?" Kyo ran outside to the balcony and dropped his jaw. "Okay, what the..." After breakfast, Kyo, Issei, and the girls started to walk to school. Kyo stopped when he remembered the memory of his parents having to hide him. But from who? And then his other mother appearing. Issei turned and saw Kyo had stopped. "Okay. You good?" Kyo looked up. "Oh yeah, fine. Just a little dizzy, that's all." Rias walked over to him. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "Rias, can I hold your hand on the way there?" Kyo asked shyly. Rias laughed. "Of course. Can I ask why?" "I just had an interesting dream and need a little reassurance is all," Kyo explained. Rias wrapped her arm around his. "Better." "Very much so," Kyo nodded. After the last day of school, the ORC met in the club room. Kyo looked out the window and thought. Gasper was sitting in his box playing his game and looked up at Kyo. "You seem kind of out of it today. Are you all right, big bro?" Kyo continued to stare out the window. "Yeah, fine, Gaspy." "Clears throat anyway, Kiba. You got plans for the summer?" Kiba closed the book he was reading. "We do. I forgot this is your first time with us, Kyo." "What about you, Kaneko?" Asia asked. "What are you going to do?" Kaneko didn't reply as she just stared at her feet. "It looks like everyone is here," Rias said as she and Akino entered the room. After several minutes of explaining, Kyo looked down in disappointment. "Going home to the underworld?" Issei asked, confused. "Well, naturally," Rias shrugged. "Summer's finally here, so this is a yearly tradition. Is everything all right, dear?" Kyo nodded, putting on a fake smile. Yeah, for a split second I thought you were gonna head home and not come back. You are just adorable, Kyo, Rias smiled, holding his face. Now stop worrying. I plan to keep you around for at least a few dozen millennia. I would never leave you behind, understand? Kyo nods before Rias kisses him and turns back to her peerage. Very well then, we'll all head to the underworld tomorrow morning, Rias states. And it's a long trip, so bring a book or something. Wait, did you say all of us? Asia inquires. Necessaris and servants must always be together, Rias explains. Plus I got a group rate. Going to the underworld while I'm still alive makes me a bit nervous, but I wouldn't feel anything if I were already dead. Zenobia crosses her arms and chuckles. So then starting tomorrow morning, we're gonna spend our vacation in the same place I once tossed infidels into. For a once believer turned devil, that's irony. I'll be going along as well, Azazel says, kicked back in Rias's chair at her desk. The ORC gasps. You. Kyo groans. Rias stands. When did you get in here? Listen, Gremory, if you didn't notice my presence until just now, you've still got a lot of training left to do, Azazel chuckles. Kyo shakes his head and lays back. If you were a genie popping up like that, my first wish would be for you to go, Kyo. Rias snaps. What? We were all thinking it. Inside the train to the underworld, the ORC was relaxing. I never expected to go to the underworld on a train, Asia says. Issei replies, last time we went courtesy of Graphia's magic. Then we came back on Griffins, it was pretty sweet. Yeah, well I think I prefer the magic of public transportation, Kyo says, trying not to feel ill. Charn shakes his head. Since when do you have train sickness? Since this is my first time on one, I wouldn't know, smart dog. Kyo snaps back before covering his mouth. Well, this is a proper trip, Akino explains. And all new devils should enter the world through the appropriate channels. Gasper looks up from his game at Kaneko. Hey Kaneko, your lunch is gonna get cold, you know. What is it? Kaneko smiles. Nothing. Nothing to worry about. We will soon be arriving at the Citri Domain Terminal. Yo Shed, whoa, are you okay? Saji asks as he, Sona, and Tsubaki walk into the room. Charn rolls his eyes. He's fine. Trains just don't sit well with him. Kill. Kyo groans. Good to see you, Sona, Rias nods. Since you were kind enough to give us a ride on the Gremory train, I thought I'd see how you were before we got off. Sona says, fine if not a bit anxious. Rias shrugs. Sona smiles. Perfectly understandable. After all, this is no ordinary trip home. You're heading out to train in the underworld too, right guys? Saji asks Issei and Kyo. Ha! Issei says, confused. Up till now, we were only told that we were accompanying Rias on break, Zenobia replies. Oh well, I'm about to go and work my butt off so that the next time we meet up, I'll be a lot stronger than you, got me, Shadow? Saji says cockily. Kyo burps uncomfortably before flipping Saji the finger. Saji, it's time to go, Sona says. Goodbye and good luck. Goodbye, Rias nods. See you again soon. Gasper plays against Issei on a game. It's been a long time since we dropped Sona at her entourage. Yeah, goes to show how big the underworld really is, Issei agrees. We will soon be arriving at the Gremory Domain Terminal. Thank God. Kyo says, wanting to get off the train. Akino gestures to the window. Just take a look. Wait, do you mean all that land? Zenobia says, shocked. Yes, Akino nods. This all belongs to the House of Gremory. Okay, now this is just impossible to believe, Kyo says, falling back on the couch. If you were to compare it to the size of Japan, they own roughly the size of its main island, Kiba points out. Suddenly, the train halts with a jolt, making them all fall out of their seats. The emergency brake has been activated. I think we know that. Kyo shouts at the intercom. That's strange, I wonder why somebody stopped the train, Akino says, sitting on top of Kyo. Can I breathe now? Kyo begs. Azazel enters the room. A few VIPs will be gathering here soon. Maybe the stop was a security precaution. Looks like we're stuck here for a while. I'm gonna go take a peek. One of the representatives from Asgard will be joining us for a conference. Wait, Asgard. Kyo shouts. You mean Thor is real? I knew the Asgardians were real. Wait, meeting. Oh scrud. It's about the Cows Brigade and my sisters, isn't it? That's right, Rias replies. The Asgardians are forming an alliance with the Devils. Kaneko looks out the window. Something's wrong. Suddenly, the sky turns dark purple, and Kyo yells as he falls, crashing into a canyon with the rest of the ORC-Rias. Oh man. Everybody in one piece. Kyo asks, shaking his head. Issei groans. I'll get back to you on that. Where are we? Charn says, looking around. Forced teleportation. Kiba says, confused. Asia looks around. Where's Rias? I don't see her, Aquino says. Azazel's missing too, Gasper adds. Be quiet, Zenobia orders. The ground then shakes as a boulder falls from the cliffside and crashes into the ground in front of them. Stand your ground, Kyo says. A large being then stomps into view. A dragon. Kyo and Issei yell. The dragon breathes fire at them all, blowing them back. Kiba pulls out his sword. So I'm going to assume this guy isn't friendly. Duh, you think so? Zenobia replies sarcastically. Kaneko jumps up to punch the dragon. Kaneko, watch out. Aquino yells. The dragon swipes its tail at Kaneko, hitting her into the canyon wall. She crashes to the ground with a bleeding forehead. Kaneko! Gasper cries. The dragon roars, ready to attack again, only for Kyo to yell, Death Dragon ROOA. Kyo sends a blast of black and red fire at the dragon that pushes it back. Charn. Protect Kaneko, Asia, and Gasper. Charn transforms into his two-legged form and howls. Aquino then flies up into the air and summons her kimono. Since Rias isn't here, it's my duty to take the lead. Kiba, Zenobia, do whatever you can to distract the dragon. Kyo, Issei, activate your balance breakers. Asia, protect Kaneko. I will give orders to coordinate our response. You got it, Aquino, they all reply. Let's do this. Kyo and Issei yell. Death Dragon. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Erakhan and Ddraig say together. The dragon turns towards the Scale Male brothers before Aquino hits the dragon with lightning. I love dishing out punishment. Aquino laughs. Hey Scaly over here. Zenobia shouts as she and Kiba jump at the dragon and clash their swords with its horns. The dragon pushes them back undeterred. It was able to deflect Durandal. Zenobia says in disbelief. Issei flies up over the dragon and grabs it by the horns, pulling its head up. Kyo. Now. On it. Transform. Destruction mode. Kyo yells, turning into his destruction armor. Try this on for size. Lightning horn attack. Kyo sends a blast of red electricity that shocks the dragon, only to anger it and shake Issei off before grabbing him and smashing him to the ground. Issei. Now Kiba. Aquino shouts. You got it. Swordbear. Kiba sends an attack of swords bursting out of the ground at the dragon, only for it to swipe away the attack with its tail. Kyo flies up and dodges an attack from the dragon before using his own tail to hit the dragon in the face. Kyo barely dodges as the dragon snaps its jaws at him. Suddenly, the dragon freezes in a purple aura, and Kyo sees Gasper has activated his balance breaker. Way to go, little boo. The dragon then bursts out of the freeze attack. I'm sorry, he's too scary. I can't get focused. Gasper cries. Time to strike. Aquino shouts, sending lightning at the dragon. Kyo follows her lead and yells, Swords of Destruction. Chaos Blast. Both their attacks combine and hit the dragon, only for it to remain unfazed and still roaring. No way. Aquino says fearfully. Alright, now I'm pissed. Hey stupid. The dragon looks at Kyo. Come and get me. Kyo blasts out of the canyon into the air, and the dragon roars, following. Issei manages to pull himself out of the crater he was smashed into and looks up. What the hell is he doing? Kyo continues to fly up, only to halt and zoom straight back at the dragon. The dragon opens its jaws, and Kyo continues to shoot downward until the dragon closes its mouth with Kyo inside, swallowing him. Kyo! Everyone yells. The dragon roars before it starts to thrash around in the sky in pain. Wait, what's happening to it? The dragon stops, and the group looks at its mouth. They then see its jaws get pried open and Kyo yells, You should have never eaten me. I am gonna bust your face up. Kyo shoots out and continuously punches the dragon's left eye before running along its back and grabbing its tail. Then he swings with all his might and throws the dragon back down to the canyon. Kyo charges up his last attack. Death Dragon Raging Fist. Kyo shoots down on the dragon's head, creating a dust cloud. Once it clears, Kyo jumps off and deactivates his balance breaker. How'd that taste? The dragon opens its eyes and merely stands, shaking the rocks off its hide. Oh, come on. That's enough, Azazel says. Everyone looks up and sees Azazel and Rias standing at the top of the canyon. This dragon is a devil. Says is shocked. That's awesome. Thought I recognized you, Ddraig. And Erakhan, you were right about your son. He definitely fought well. Believe it or not, I was actually outpowered after that last punch. Not bad, kid. Thanks, I guess. And you know this guy, father? Kyo says, looking at his hand. Indeed. It has been a while, Tannen. Blaze Meteor Dragon, Azazel states. AKA, Devil Dragon Tannen. Vessel to the former Dragon Emperor. He allowed himself to be turned into a devil for reasons I don't feel like going into now. A dragon that's become a devil. Kiba questions. He's come down to help out with your training, children, Azazel states. Is it special training with a full-on montage? Zenobia asks. Tannen PPS a brow. I don't know what that means. But Surzex asked me to come help, and from what I've seen, aside from Erakhan's son, each one of you needs a lot of work. Rhea steps forward. I hope he didn't hurt any of you too badly. I'm so sorry, I never wanted to play a trick on you. I was against the ambush ploy from the start, but my big brother can be rather insistent. I can sum up why your retinue isn't improving, Azazel states. Besides a tendency towards spoiling them, you act with uncertainty. Rias turns to him. What uncertainty? I wanted to gauge the kind of power you could muster when surprised. And trust me, I learned plenty. This fight showed what kind of training regimen you most needed. Exactly the kind of plan a fallen angel would come up with, Aquino sneers. I'll do whatever it takes to make you kids stronger. I am your teacher after all. Were you in on this too, Ddraig? Issei asks his dragon. Why didn't you or Erakhan speak up if you knew him? We have lived for years beyond counting and have learned that those who spoil charades are the worst. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Kyo demands. Erakhan then adds, it was all an act, though while Tannen wasn't even using 1,000th of his power, you still managed to blow him away before he could use his full power. But you still have yet to unlock your demonic slayer armor, so don't start getting prideful, Rhea states. I can't take you all home scraped up like that, so it's time for our obligatory bath. Gatsby, will you come on? Kyo says, pulling Gasper along. The vampire had a towel wrapped around his torso. No, really, it's fine. I can just go in later. Gasper protests. Issei and Kiba chuckle watching them. Gasper, we're all guys here, plus you're holding that towel to cover yourself makes me feel really weird, Kyo remarks. Wait, seriously? Gasper widens his eyes. I never thought you'd notice me in that way. Kyo runs a hand through his hair. Somebody please pinch me. Oh Kyo, don't be so HRD on Gasper, Aquino says from above. Wait, Aquino. Kyo exclaims. Wait a minute, the girl's bath is above us. Did you have something to do with this? Is that seriously the nickname you're giving me? Azazel says, ping a brow. Answer the question before I give you a worse one, Kyo orders. Azazel sighs. No, I didn't. I don't understand why you'd assume I had something to do with this. Oh, don't be that clueless. You know I would assume you'd put the guys and girls' baths in the same area. Azazel chuckles and shakes his head. You are something else, kid. Well, the time is almost near, my love, a feminine voice says from the shadows. A silver-haired man walks out. Yes, indeed. Asgard will be mine, and the boy will help us along with that. Yes, though it will take time, Loki. After all, he is the son of the Black Dragon, the woman states. Loki grins. Tell me, was that the reason you adopted him in the first place? Or was it for something else, beloved? The woman steps out of the shadows. I'd rather not say, she says, blushing. Besides, once I have him wrapped around my little finger, he'll be so full of power and willing to do anything I command him. Holy shnikes. Kyo shouts as he and the rest of the ORC look at the size of the Gremory mansion. Wow. This place is enormous. Zenobia adds. This is where your family lives. Asia asks Rias. Rias nods as Graphia then comes out and bows to them. Welcome home, my lady. We have been awaiting your return. You may follow me inside. The ORC follows Graphia as they walk down a large hallway with maids and butlers along the side bowing to them. Well, I'm not feeling extremely uncomfortable at all, Kyo says sarcastically. Oh no, Issei agrees. The dozens of butlers and maids didn't give you that feeling, did they? Then a little boy with hair as red as Rias's comes running down the hall, hugging Rias. Rias, you're finally home. I've missed you, Millicass. Rias says, hugging back. My, you've grown since the last time I saw you. Kyo pps a brow. Who's this kid? Your brother? Rias shakes her head. Not exactly. Milikas is the son of my older brother, Zex. So, that would make him your nephew, Asia says. Now Milikas. Be a good boy and say hello, Rias tells her nephew. Okay. Milikas lets go of Rias and stands in front of the group. My name is Milikas Gremory. It's a pleasure to meet you. So cute. Asia smiles. Devilish looks and good manners. Talk about Prince Charming. Oh, for the love of God, Erakhan says in Kyo's mind. Oh, shut up, old man. Kyo snaps. Milikas then sees Kyo and immediately dashes at him. Oh my God. You're Kainajosaki, the Black Dragon Emperor. I've seen all your fights and Milikas gasps at seeing Charn. Is this Charn? He's huge. Kyo and Charn look at each other before chuckling. Thanks, kid. Wait, if this is Sir Zex's kid, just who in the world did he have? Issei ponders before Kyo slaps his head. Oh. Watch the phrasing, you moron. Remember whose house we're in. Kyo scowls. Grafia esartis the ORC into another room, while Milikas just runs in. Rias and her friends are finally here. Such poor behavior. Kyo stiffens upon seeing the woman that Milikas was hugging. Kyo, Rias says. Present. Kyo salutes, snapping out of his phase. Finding a carpet that matched the drapes was a pain, Rias states. Please try not to drool on it while staring at my mother. Kyo stands next to Rias. First of all, I was not drooling. I'm not Charn. Charn growls and snaps at his leg. Watch where you aim those. Second of all, your mom. It's a pleasure to see you again. Akino bows to Rias's mother. It's been too long, Lady Venerana. You sound so different, Kino, Venerana says. I'm so delighted to meet all your new friends. I'm Rias's mom, Venerana Gremory. I honestly thought she would have had red hair like Sciaticus. Kyo thinks, but what do I know about family genes? Venerana then eyes Kyo. Excuse me, darling, but are you Kyo Nagasaki? Kyo steps forward. Yes, ma. He clears his throat, having sounded high-pitched. I'm a yes, ma'am. Forgive me for asking, but how do you know my name? I take it upon myself to know my daughter's suitors. A mother worries, Venerana states. That and your mother and I have been talking about you over tea. Venerana moves to the side and gestures to the couch, where Anaria is sitting and smiling while holding a cup of tea. Kyo slaps his forehead and drags his hand down his face. What are you doing here? Anaria shrugs. Rias's mother invited me. After all, we have been chatting for several months since open house Kai Kai. Okay, I'm gonna need a bottle of cyanide, a can of hairspray, a lighter, and a shovel in that order, please, Kyo says, counting his fingers. What's the shovel for? Kiba asks. So Indo can bury me alive. You think pills and fire are gonna do anything? Kyo responds with an obvious look. He turns back to Venerana. I'm sorry, MDM Gremory, but you don't need to worry. I've been taking care of Rias and the ORC to my fullest capacity. Venerana giggles. I have no doubts that you have. After all, my husband should have picked the boy Rias liked as her fiancé to begin with. I only sent a fraction of my chi out, and yet you still came running, Kuroka smiles. I'm glad you can still feel our sisterly bond. What do you want? Kaneko demands. My time is precious, so spill it. There's no need to be rude, honey. I just heard it through the grapevine that a big party was going down. It caught my interest, but you know what they say about curiosity and cats. Kuroka then winks at her. Indo was running through the forest, hot on Kaneko's trail while Kyo and Rias held on tight. What got into Kaneko to just run off like that? Kyo says. Then again, with the way she's been lately, this is pretty much par for the course. She's been really pushing herself lately and coming to grips with some personal issues, Rias explains. Yeesh, that esigus. Kyo then gets another migraine. Kyo, what's wrong? Rias asks, concerned. Kyo shakes his head. I just got a feeling that our night's about to get a whole lot worse. Issei looks around the room with Charn at his side. I wonder what happened to Kyo. Now that you mention it, Rias is gone as well, Zenobia adds. Ah, please essay them in Baraquil, Azazel says. Akino looks up and sees her father walk in with two other people and looks away. You know, for a grumpy old man from the northern wastes, you're not looking too bad, Azazel says to an old man with a silver-haired woman. I like what your husband's done with your hair, the man jokes. Charming, Cerzex replies. It's been too long, Lord Odin. How we've missed your casually homophobic banter. Greetings, Cerzex, Odin nods. And let me thank you personally for your invitation. Serafal walks up to Odin and bows. Lord Odin, mighty god of the north, you honor us with your visit. Odin strokes his beard. I expected more from you, Leviathan. A pretty young thing such as yourself shouldn't be dressing in such drab clothing. It is a party, isn't it? Serafal looks at her clothing. You're right. She then twirls and transforms into her Magi girl outfit. Love it, Odin smiles. Odin's assistant steps forward. Please keep in mind the reason we made the voyage short. You're here representing Valhalla. Must you always be the downer in the room? Odin sighs. It's that kind of attitude that keeps you from getting a hero for yourself. The woman then tears up and starts crying as she falls to her knees. I may just be an ugly Valkyrie who's never had a man, but at least I won't die alone while living in the underworld. Sorry about her, Odin apologizes. This neurotic woman is named Rosweiss. My highly capable but depressing assistant. That's why she can't find a man. Allow me to apologize for keeping you waiting, Chief Michael says, walking in. Odin, all-father of the Norse, you're looking as hale and hearty as ever, Your Excellency. Irina then walks out from behind Michael's back and waves at Zenobia and Asia. Irina. Zenobia gasps, happily. Did she come as Michael's entourage? Aquino asks. Who'd figure we'd run into her in the underworld? Asia says, smiling. Back in the forest, Kaneko continues to angrily talk with her older sister. So, what are you doing here, Kuroka? Kaneko asks. Seriously? Kuroka pps a brow. I came back for you, Chiron. When things went south, I had to drop everything and run. I couldn't take you with me. Heyo, kitty cat, Biko says, walking out. What is it, Biko? Kuroka inquires. We've got some guests incoming. Indo roars, gaining the sister's attention as he blows through the trees and Kyo and Rias hop off. Kaneko widens her eyes. Rias, Kyo, you're both here. Rias walks forward. Kuroka, Kaneko is a member of my household, and we Gremoris look out for each other. Your household? Kuroka sneers. Like that matters. She and I are sisters, first and foremost. I'm not going to give her to you just because you say so. Kyo then summons his gauntlets. Then maybe I should teach you how to scamper like a cat after I finish rearranging your face. Kuroka then eyes Kyo and licks her lips. Well, the Black Dragon Emperor. I have to say, you're even sweeter to look at than how Valia described. Yes, sorry. She and you aren't my type, Kyo states. Not that I care much, but I guess it's only right to ask, how are my sisters? They're fine, Biko answers. Though, they are quite intent on finding ways to prove themselves to you and earn your forgiveness. Kyo just scoffs. I think they should realize that that word isn't in my vocabulary list when it comes to them of all people. Kaneko turns back to Kuroka. I still don't get what you want. I wanted to invite you to join Orphis and Valia and me, Kuroka states. After all, Cutie Pie, as my sister, you have the same power in your BLD. I won't leave, Kaneko says. I found my place in Rias's family. Kyo cracks his knuckles. Kaneko's one of us. So if you want to get to her, you have to get through me. Kuroka shrugs. If that's the way you want it, Dragon Boy. Biko then levels his staff at him. Honestly, I can't think of a better way to pass the time. Why would they want to pass the time? Rias ponders. We decided to kill two birds with one stone, as the saying goes, and thus lured your female friend out, Biko explains. Valia ordered us to SCRT a certain VIP to your congregation. He also brought his wife with him, and let me tell you, Black Dragon Emperor, she knows you quite well. Kyo pps a brow. Who is he talking about? Apparently, they had a couple of issues with tonight's get-together, Kuroka adds. Lord Odin, please sign the pact, Cerzex says, gesturing to a mirror. Odin nods. Of course. He places his hand on the mirror until another voice interrupts. Objection. Odin looks over his shoulder. I'm surprised he waited this long. A large blue symbol appears and opens like a door as a man flies out. You arrogant fool. Odin sighs. I am the Norse god, Loki, the man introduces. Greetings. All right. Azazel cheers. Now we got a party. Lord Loki, you may be the god of mischief, but that gives you no right to cause trouble here, Cerzex states. Seeing Odin, our great Allfather, mingling with lesser mythologies causes me to suffer indescribable torment, Surzex, Loki replies. Rosweiss covers Odin as he says, "Leave, Loki. Return to Valhalla, and I will forgive you for this public outburst." Several guards surround Loki, making him chuckle. "Oh, but father, you haven't my wife, have you? Oh, beloved." The guards suddenly freeze and crumble into piles of ice. A chill fills the room as a woman appears, surrounded by ice and snow. "Greetings all," she says. "I am Issei." Loki looks around the room. "Where's the Black Dragon Emperor? I thought for sure he would be here." Issei summons his boosted gear. "Just what do you want with Kyo?" The icy woman walks out from her snow veil. "If you must know, Issei Haidu, Red Dragon Emperor, I'm his mother." Anneria grits her teeth. "You were the one who tortured my son. You and your wretched offspring used him and made him cry day after day." Everyone in the room murmurs in shock. Issei chuckles. "And just who might you be?" Anneria charges up a magic attack. "His real mother, do." Anneria sends the attack at Issei, only for Loki to block it. Issei then extends her hand and shoots a blue spear at Anneria, but Charn jumps in front of her and takes the attack, becoming a frozen statue before falling and shattering into ice crystals on the ground. "Charn!" Anneria screams, collapsing and grabbing the only thing that remained, his collar. Loki laughs and claps his hands. "Bravo, my love. Now then, how about I introduce you to my son?" A roar is heard as the guards are blown back by what appears next to Loki. Rias looks back at the forest. Something's gone wrong. The council is under attack. The sky turns gray, and everything changes color. Kyo rolls his eyes. "Just perfect. This is just a little barrier I placed around the forest to keep us all together for a bit," Kuroka smirks. Biko spins his staff. "Okay, Black Dragon Emperor, show me your power." He hits the ground with his staff, dispersing Rias, Kyo, and Indo. Rias yells as she sends out her own attack at Kuroka, which she merely blocks. Kyo and Indo stand off against the cat and monkey duo. "Well then, let's dance." Kyo grins. "Mind if I cut in?" Kyo looks up to see Tannen flying over the forest. "Tannen. Now we got a party going." Kyo asks, "The previous Dragon King." "Oh, you've piqued my interest." Biko announces, staring at Tannen. "Go ahead, monkey. You know you want it." Kuroka nods at him to leave. "Flying Nimbus." Biko yells, summoning a cloud as he shoots up to battle Tannen. Seems like Tannen decided to kick it up a notch. Kyo whistles in amazement. "The Monkey King and a dragon," Kuroka states. "They're going to have a blast. Now then, are you going to hand over my baby sister or not?" "That a no." "Fine then, guess I gotta take you down." "Hey kids. I have a plan. While I fool around with this monkey, you two handle that." Kyo calls out. "Just stop," Kaneko pleads. "Look, it's fine. I'll come with you." "Say what?" Kyo shouts, confused. "You don't get to do that," Ria states. "But first, you have to let my friends leave unharmed," Kaneko insists. Rias crosses her arms. "No, you're my servant, retainer of my household and my friend. Leaving me is not an option." Kaneko shakes as she begins to tear up. "My sister is too strong. I know what she can do better than anyone." Rias wraps her arms around Kaneko. "Don't worry. To protect you, I'll fight her with everything I've got." Kuroka scoffs. "Oh please. I understand Chiron's potential better than you ever could. Come here. I'll teach you how to fight." "No. I don't need that power," Kaneko cries. "Not ever. I don't want my strength to come from other people's pain." "Kuroka, do you not understand what you did to your sister when you chose to drown in your own power and leave her behind?" Rias questions. "When you ran away after your MSTR fell, this brave girl saw hell. When I first met her, having feelings was a luxury she couldn't afford. Kaneko had been abandoned by you, betrayed by the only person she thought she could trust. And when all the other devils despised her and bullied her into leaving, she was completely alone. You've lost the right to demand anything of her." "Rias." "Thank you," Kaneko says gratefully. Rias looks down at Kaneko. "That's why I've always tried to show her the finest things life has to offer." "I'm going to stay," Kaneko says firmly. "So leave, Kuroka." "I don't want to go with you." "Alright. My name is Kaneko Tuju, and I'm choosing to live my life with my MSTR. And that's final." Rias turns her gaze back to the black Nikomata. "It seems she's decided to stay on as my rook. Where she's loved. Because we treasure family in my house. I will never allow you to lay so much as a finger on her. Kyo then steps forward. You want to get to them. Kyo smashes his fist into his hand and cracks his neck. You gotta go through me. Even when you know you'll die. How pathetic. Kuroka then makes a symbol that sends out a purple fog, making Rias and Kaneko kneel and gasp for air. Kyo just inhales the entirety of the fog and lets out a large burp. That hit the spot. Kuroka widens her eyes. This kid is freaking insane. Odin's gonna head back up north to retrieve Mjolnir, Azazel informs. Says we'll need it in the coming fight. And while it's great that Ajuka teleported Loki and Isteth out of our hair, they'll only be restrained for about a day, and you can bet they're gonna be upset when they get back here. Rias widens her eyes. One day. That's it? You gotta be joking. Kyo scoffs. Nope, Azazel says bluntly. And when that happens, we're not gonna have any choice but to fight him head on. It won't be easy either. Because the Devil King class members will attack Loki outright, Rias states. It can lead to another large-scale war which wouldn't be good for anybody. It's far too risky. Plus, Loki wants to bring about Ragnarok, Azazel adds. And the Cows Brigade wants pandemonium. A war like that would further all of their goals. It'd be the beginning of the end, kiddos. Nothing would survive. Kyo then steps up. Then I'll fight them all. I'll take every one of them for what they've done. To Charn, to me, to my family, everyone in the underworld. Bro, you can't seriously be thinking about taking them on alone. Says. Rias grabs Kyo's hand. Kyo will do this together. Kyo sighs and smiles. Okay. Akino touches her chin. If Loki gets out before Mjolnir arrives, we're in trouble. Seems that way, yeah, Rias agrees. I think we need to go talk to my brother. You want to act as a diversion for Loki and Isteth? Surzex questions. Rias and Kyo stand in front of the other Devil Kings as they discuss the situation. I hope you understand I can only teleport about 10 people at once, Ajuka states. And that's not much. Even with some rest, I'll only be able to send 1 or 2 more later. You won't have reinforcements. Rias nods. Yes, I'm well aware of the danger involved. My mother and Loki need to be stopped here and now, Kyo says firmly. Seraphal smirks. That's really sweet. But don't think you're the only volunteer. The door behind her opens, revealing Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji. Right, Sona? You're going? Rias says, surprised. The 3 of us would like to offer our services as well, Sona declares. If that's all right. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wouldn't listen, Seraphal shrugs. Then again, this whole mess with Loki is kind of our fault to begin with. So my little sister being assigned cleanup duty shouldn't raise much objection. It won't look like we're playing favorites either. It's not like there was time to object anyway, Azazel points out. That said, there are 2 people we've already decided on. Oh, I can tell this is gonna be good, Kyo chuckles. The first one. Michael gestures to his left, and Kyo and Rias see Irina. Irina. Rias is shocked. I have no doubt she will be an asset to you in this endeavor, Michael states. Irina nods. As you wish. I will be in attendance as well. For Asgard, Rosweiss adds. Since we all seem to be in agreement, prepare yourselves to depart shortly. Surzex orders. Buy as much time as you possibly can. Outside, the ORC minus Asia and Gasper, Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji are getting ready to leave. I'm sorry we can't bring you with us, but it's just too dangerous, Rias tells Asia and Gasper. You'll be safer here with the defense force. Oh, of course, Asia nods. Listen, Issei, please be careful and come back safe, okay? Hey, don't worry about me, Issei reassures. You just focus on having fun with the other devils, cool. Gasper hugs Kyo. Come back, big bro, Kyo smiles and ruffles his hair. I will, little buddy. I promise. Irina turns to Zenobia. This feels like old times, doesn't it? Yeah, Zenobia nods. Well, kind of, anyway. It might seem weird coming from a devil, but try to be careful. I was about to say the same thing to you, Irina smiles. Guess I should introduce myself to the team, Rosweiss says, walking up in her battle armor. My name is Rosweiss. Kyo whistles. History wasn't kidding when they said Valkyries look appealing in battle armor. Rosweiss blushes. Thank you, Black Dragon Emperor. Okay kids, just try to be careful out there, Azazel warns. The time has come, Surzex says to Grafia. Grafia nods. Right. She then hands Rias a case of red vials. These are Phoenix Tears. Unfortunately, this is all we could obtain on such short notice. They may not look like much, but they're good to have, Surzex points out. Since you won't have a bishop's healing powers, Rias says as she takes the case. Thank you. That's a good idea. Plus, I can heal too, Kyo adds. The more power I charge up, the more I'll be able to heal you guys if anything happens. Just remember to keep your guard up out there, Surzex pleads. We will, Rias replies. Kaneko then tugs at Kyo's sleeve. Think, if I was scared, what would you say to me? Kyo smiles and gently touches her cheek, causing Kaneko to gasp. I'd say I promise to protect everyone in the ORC, including you. And that when I make a promise. You keep it, Kaneko finishes, smiling. I gotta say, Kyo, if you keep up smooth talk like that, she won't be able to deny her feelings much longer. Akino giggles. Kyo asks, yeah right. Will you protect me? Akino wonders quietly. I'm counting on that resolve of yours to help me through. Kyo grows serious, looking down at his wrist where he'd wrapped Charn's collar around it. No one else is dying. Not while I'm still here. Ajuka summons a teleportation circle around the group. Alright, off you go. The group teleports to a canyon where they see the seal holding Loki and Istef. Just in time, the seal breaks, revealing Loki and Istef in the air. Well, that was annoying, Loki says. Not to mention rude, beloved, Istef adds. Hear me, Loki. Rosweiss yells. Attacking the Allfather is unforgivable. If you have a problem, you should file your complaint through the proper channels. And who will unforgive me? Loki scoffs. Talented though you may be, you cannot challenge a god. Istef spots Kyo. There you are, Kyo. Now be a good boy and come here. You killed Charn. Kyo yells. And now you're going to pay for everything you and that wretched family put me through. Loki chuckles. What a shame. I was hoping for better in the opening act of Ragnarok. He sends out a blast that summons Fenrir. Fenrir. Rosweiss declares. Loki sends out 2 more blasts that summon 2 more large wolves. And his runts, Hattie and Skoll. Could this get any worse? Loki raises his hand, and a lightning bolt strikes the canyon, revealing a large serpent. Way to jinx it, Rosweiss. Kyo groans. The Midgard serpent is worse, Rias states. It's one of the 5 dragon kings. Did we plan on legendary monsters? Irina asks. No, we didn't, Rosweiss answers. Though I really should have known better. Death Dragon Balance Breaker. Destruction Armor. Kyo transforms and summons one of his swords. Well, there's no turning back now. Guys, we're surrounded. Saji shouts. Will you SCK it up? Rias snaps. Our families are counting on us, so let's do what we came here to do. Right? Everyone says. Love the sentiment, but I must tell you it will never work. Loki sends out the monsters, making them charge at the group. Issei and Saji both promote themselves to queen as they power up. Issei summons his balance breaker, and he and Kyo fly up to face Loki. Oh my, the red and black dragon emperors, Loki smirks. And yet I'm still disappointed. Loki sends several blasts that Kyo and Issei block. Sticks and stones, dude, Issei says. We trained 3 weeks for this. And that's the best you've got. Loki snaps his fingers, and Fenrir charges at them. Kyo shoves Issei out of the way as the giant wolf tears one of his wings. Kyo! Kaneko cries. Kyo falls straight into Fenrir's mouth, shocking everyone until they see him pry open Fenrir's jaws. Why am I always the one getting eaten? Do I look like a snack to you? Kyo bursts out of Fenrir's mouth, shattering some of its teeth. Zenobia and Kiba jump in, slashing Fenrir back. Kyo collapses to the ground as Issei swoops down to help him up. Thanks, you guys. No problem at all, Kiba says. Just leave this beast to the knights. Zenobia shouts, let's go. Durandal. She sends a blast wave as Kiba uses his sword burst against the wolf, pushing it to the edge of the canyon. Kyo then repairs his wing. Here boy, chew on this. Death Dragon Wing Attack. Kyo sends black fire attacks that make Fenrir howl. Down you go. Kaneko says, bringing Hattie to the ground. Figures we'd be left with the biggest one, Rias huffs, staring at the Midgard serpent. Akino sends a lightning blast at the serpent, making it reel its head back and breathe fire at her, Rias, Sona, and Tsubaki. Pathetic. I barely did anything, Akino curses herself. You know what they say about playing with fire, Tsubaki says as she creates a mirror that deflects the serpent's attack. Rias then sends a crimson blast at the serpent's head, while Sona sends a water serpent that bites the Midgard dragon. The dragon breaks free and roars, making Rias cover her face from the wind. Okay, so it's resilient, Sona says, cleaning her glasses. Good thing we're only trying to buy time. Beating this thing is way out of our pay grade. You're always such an optimist, Rias smiles. Rosweiss and Irina face off against Skoll. Don't underestimate these dogs. Their bite is much worse than their bark, Rosweiss warns. That's what I wanted to hear, Irina smirks. No reason to hold back. Irina, no. Zenobia yells. Remember, you're still only human. These things have you outclassed. I think you're mistaken, Irina says. How about I show you the new me? Well, that was unexpected, Kiba states. Since when is she an angel? Issei questions. Kyo then knees Fenrir in the eye. Hey guys. Save the questions for later. Irina raises her hand and creates a circle of light. Alright, bad dog. By the blessing of Lord Michael, I've been reincarnated as an angel to give out divine justice and holy wrath. So repent. Irina sent out a circle that enveloped Skoll and smashed him into the canyon, allowing Rosweiss to launch her own attack. Guess these guys can't take a hit as well as their dad, Rosweiss remarked. Did she say? Reincarnated? Zenobia gasped. Kyo landed next to Kaneko. Angel or not, she's still the same hope-filled girl we know, he said. We'll take care of Fenrir. Kiba declared, sending another sword attack at the giant wolf. You guys handle the other mutt. Issei shouted. Kyo laughed. That's my brother. Let's do this, Kaneko. Word, Kaneko replied, kicking Hattie toward Kyo, who grabbed the wolf by its tail and slammed it down. His death touched her chin. They handle themselves well, for children. Wouldn't you agree, my husband? Loki scoffed as they dodged two blue ropes trying to ensnare them. You underestimated us. Saji shouted. Big mistake. The only thing big is your talk, little boy. Loki sneered. You really need to work on your comebacks, man. They're pretty lame. Noted. Loki then sent a blast at Saji, surrounding him in smoke. Kyo noticed and yelled, Spike. He rushed at Loki and kicked him into the canyon, grabbing him by the throat. You're gonna pay for that. Issei and Gasper helped Kyo through a portal, teleporting back to the Gremory mansion. Rias and the others saw them and ran toward them. Kyo! Rias cried. Issei and Gasper moved aside as Rias wrapped her arms around Kyo, tears in her eyes. You stupid idiot. You had me worried sick. I thought you were gonna die. Kyo chuckled, wincing. Hurts to laugh. Fenrir and the other monsters approached the group, drawing their attention. Kyo limped toward Fenrir and placed his hand on his nose. Thank you, friend. Fenrir rubbed his snout against Kyo in response. Suddenly, a white chain wrapped around Fenrir, making him roar. The magic chains of Gleipnir. Rosweiss exclaimed. What's going on? I might have had a little something to do with that. Kuroka. Kaneko said, spotting her. Kuroka smiled at Kaneko. Looks like you've accepted your power. What a relief your ears and tail have finally made an appearance. Maybe, but I will never be like you, Kuroka. Kaneko stated. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Kuroka shrugged. We are a violent species, and peace isn't a big part of our genetic makeup. You'll see one day. Another man appeared behind her with blonde hair and glasses. Salutations. My name is Arthur of the Valia team, he introduced. We will be taking custody of Fenrir from this point forward. And why do you have interest in Fenrir, Arthur? Surzex inquired. Apparently, Erakhan and Mayana have interest in the brute's fangs, Kuroka explained. Arthur leveled his sword at them. This is the legendary sword, Kalbrand. None of you have the strength to scratch it. Kyo gritted his teeth and summoned his demonic slayer armor. Not on my watch, pal. He sent a giant wave that broke the chains off of Fenrir. The giant wolf jumped away from Arthur and Kuroka, landing behind Kyo and growling. These creatures are under MY protection, Kyo declared. You, nor Valia, nor my sisters, nor anyone is taking them from me. Kuroka scoffed. Oh please. Kuroka, if you really care about your sister, you'd give up this path of bloodlust and join us. What do you even have to gain from any of this? Kuroka stiffened before looking away. Arthur then made a portal with his sword. Let's go. The pair left. Kyo deactivated his armor and fell to one knee, prompting Rias and Aquino to help him up. I hate it when I can't stand. Now that that's settled, what do we do with them? Rosweiss gestured to Loki's monsters. Simple, Kyo shrugged. He opened his hand and created a large red portal. I'll send them to a place where no one will ever find them, where they can run free and never be used as weapons. Kyo snapped his fingers and released the collars on all 4 creatures. The Midgard serpent, Hattie, and Skoll entered the portal as Fenrir was about to go in last. He looked back at Kyo and walked back to him. Go on, Fenrir, Kyo urged, nodding at the portal. Fenrir lay down, wagging his tail. I think he wants to stay with you, Kyo, Kiba said. The portal disappeared as Kyo started to collapse, only for Fenrir to catch him with his paw. I don't know about you guys, but after all this, I need at least 20 hours of sleep, Kyo breathed before losing consciousness. Rias shook her head as she approached him. Sometimes I wonder how I fell for you. After several days of rest, the ORC stood outside the mansion saying goodbye. Fenrir had shrunk down to size, now as tall as Kyo's shoulder. Thanks again so much, Mom and Dad, Rias smiled at her parents. We're off. Bye, Millicass. But you only just got here, Millicass whined. Do you have to leave already? I'm sorry, Millicass, Rias said. But yes, we do. Grafia placed a hand on Millicass's shoulder. Lady Rias is incredibly busy. We can't be greedy and keep her to ourselves. Millicass sighed. Guess you're right, Mum. Kyo, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia widened their eyes. You gotta be kidding me, Kyo chuckled, crossing his arms. Seriously? Asia gasped. So Grafia is Surzek's wife. Issei realized. On the train ride home, everyone looked at Kyo as he lay against Fenrir's stomach, still trying not to feel ill. They were also surprised to see Kaneko resting on his stomach. Kyo looked at Kaneko, a bit confused. Kaneko. Kaneko thought about what Kuroka had said and shook her head. She's wrong. I'm here and I've found peace. Akino giggled at the sight as she and Rias stood by the window. I never would have expected Kaneko to get so cuddly with Kyo. Before this trip, it would have been impossible to imagine, but look. Right. Rias agreed. It's adorable. Akino looked back through the window. So, I have a request. Hear me out, could I maybe just borrow Kyo for one day? Rias raised an eyebrow. He isn't a pair of shoes. Be serious. Then she realized what Akino meant. I see, you plan on telling him the truth. Akino nodded. Yes. I think I'm ready to come to terms with it now. For the most part. Rias smiled, staring at Kyo. Once again, Kyo steps in to rescue another person from their past. My hero, Akino said with a smile. Rias walked over and saw Kyo sleeping against Fenrir. She placed her hand on his head, feeling a sense of warmth. Once they were home, Akino was showering and thinking to herself. Mother, what can I do? I want to be strong. Zenobia was gripping her hair as she and Asia stared at their summer homework, which they had completely forgotten about. It's bizarre. Maybe they gave us this much homework as punishment for going on vacation, Asia suggested. Zenobia groaned and fell onto her back. I bet everybody else has already finished all of their assignments. Not everyone, we're not alone, Asia reassured her. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash and someone yell, gosh darn it. Zenobia sat up. Was that Kyo? I would think he wouldn't have trouble with homework. Issei walked in, having just showered. Something tells me it doesn't have anything to do with schoolwork. Kyo was in his room, dealing with Fenrir. Turn around, what have you got in your mouth, huh? Fenrir turned, and Kyo saw he had one of his dress shoes. I swear, I am wasting my time protecting you. Drop the shoe right now. Fenrir ate some more of it before gagging and vomiting parts of the shoe he'd eaten. Don't eat shoes. Kyo snapped. You get under the bed and think about what you did. Fenrir snorted at Kyo before crawling under the bed. Kyo cleaned up the mess before sitting on his bed, rubbing his temples. Ay. It's like Charn's haunting me through Fenrir. Kyo then looked at his hand. Father. Yes, my son. Erakhan replied. I was wondering, are you sure that I've unlocked all the forms of my balance breaker? Kyoat. Of course. What reason would I have to lie to you? As my father, I know you'd want to protect me from things I probably couldn't handle, but I also think I've matured and gotten strong enough to handle them. Kyo explained. So, are you sure that I've unlocked all my forms? Erakhan sighed before responding. There is another form, but no one has ever been able to control it because of its power and destructive properties. It's called the... Erakhan was interrupted by a knock on the door. Kyo responded, Who is it? Akino entered with a tray. Hi Kyo. I made tea. Thanks, Kyo said. Akino handed him the tray, and he noticed she had made him sandwiches too. After eating and drinking his tea, Akino told him to remove his shirt. Kyo hesitated but complied. So why did you want me to? He started, but then ummed blissfully as Akino began to massage his back. Feel good? Akino asked. That is. Wow, Kyo replied, lowering his head as she tended to his shoulders. My, you feel stiff, Akino noted, slightly grunting at the tension. What's been bothering you lately? Kyo sighed. Just worried about his death. Loki may be gone, but now she's probably more crazed than ever. I'm just worried about what will happen when she returns. Akino kissed his ear and whispered, Me and the other girls won't let her get her icy hands on you. We will never let anything happen to you. Kyo nodded. I know. And I will never doubt that. Akino then wrapped her arms around his neck. Now then, seeing as how I've helped you to relax, I get to ask a favor. Kyo looked back at her, intrigued. Oh really? Kyo was leaning against a lamppost, waiting for Akino outside her shrine. Why did she want to meet all the way out here when we live in the same house? Kyo muttered to himself. Sorry. Kyo looked and immediately felt flustered at Akino's attire. I hope you weren't waiting too long, Akino said. Kyo shook his head. No, not at all. What's wrong? Akino asked. The way you're staring at me makes me feel uncomfortable. You hate this outfit, don't you? Kyo rolled his eyes and kissed her. You look absolutely appealing, no matter what you wear. Akino smiled. Exactly what I wanted to hear from my boyfriend. I'm pretty sure I'm your boyfriend every day, Kyo smirked. Akino flicked his nose playfully. Smart aleck. Alright, let's go have some fun. Kyo felt his chest warm. So, where do you want to go? Akino got close to his face. Well, what do people do on dates? I ask because I've never been on one. Kyo grabbed her hand and they ran off. They did a lot of things. They went to an aquarium, had ice cream, and Akino laughed as they rode on Kyo's motorcycle. Later, he bought her a necklace with a covered in diamonds. Later, Kyo and Akino were slowly driving through the city, with Akino resting against Kyo's back, sighing in happiness. Kyo chuckled quietly but then lost his smile at who they passed by. Hey, I gave her permission to go on a date. Rias said quietly. I thought they'd go get lunch or something. But no riding and clinging to him on his motorcycle. That's my thing. Gatsby, if you see something, make sure you stop it in time, Kaneko ordered. If I see something. This mask won't make that easy. Gasper replied, referring to the paper bag over his face. Kyo then got an idea. Hang tight. Akino looked at him confused. Why do I, WH? Akino clutched him as he revved his engine and performed a wheelie, creating a large cloud of smoke that hit Rias and the others, making them cough. Kyo then zoomed down the block, with Akino holding on tightly. Rias cleared the smoke and growled, he spotted us somehow. Rias and the others then ran after them. Kyo parked his motorcycle and got off, laughing. Rias is probably gonna kill me for that, but that's what they get for trying to interrupt and spy on us. Akino giggled. Way to give them the slip. Kyo chuckled some more until he noticed they were in an area with many love hotels. CRP. Always quick to think but never pay attention. Come on. Let's get out of here. Kyo was about to run for his seawall until Akino grabbed his shirt. Kyo looked back, confused. Is something the matter? It's fine, Akino reassured him, pulling him close. If you want to go in, fine. Let's go, honestly. I'd like to. Kyo blushed as her arm wrapped around his torso and she stared into his eyes. A little afternoon delight, huh? Kyo and Akino turned to see Odin standing there with a cane. I've heard tales of your attractive women magnet. I don't believe we properly met even after the meeting. Kyo shook Odin's hand. I guess when you think about it, there really wasn't much of an introduction. Please let me know if there's any way I can repay you for your assistance with Loki, Odin smiled. Kyo and Akino exchanged glances and smiled. Well, Lord Odin, there is one thing I've always wanted to do. Do tell, Odin insisted. I've always wanted to meet Thor. Kyo chuckled nervously, rubbing his neck. Odin smirked. As many others do. Surely there's something else I can give you than just the presence of my son. Meeting the god of thunder. He's like the only person in life I've ever wanted to meet, Lord Odin, Kyo explained. Odin laughed. Very well, if that is all you wish, then it shall be done. Lord Odin. Kyo looked behind Odin and saw Rosweiss running up. Of course this is where you wound up. Kyo waved at her. Hey Rosweiss. The silver-haired Valkyrie blushed upon seeing Kyo. I kindly request you not wander off. I'm supposed to be your guide. Kyo and Aquino turned to see Baraquil approach, surprised to see Aquino. Aquino. Baraquil said. Baraquil, Aquino, and Kyo were sitting in Aquino's shrine. Baraquil sat at one end of the table while Aquino glared at him from the other side, with Kyo sitting awkwardly. Aquino, there's something I'd like to go over with you, Baraquil stated. Cut to the chase, Aquino ordered. My time's precious. Kyo looked at her worriedly. Why were you meeting with the Black Dragon Emperor in such a questionable part of town? Baraquil demanded. Oh boy. Kyo exhaled quietly. I can do whatever I want, Aquino stated. What gives you the right to have any say in how I live my life? Because I'm your father, Baraquil replied. Some father. Aquino shouted. Why weren't you there when we actually needed you around? You were the one who left mother behind. I like spending time with Kyo because he's nothing like you. He actually protected me when I needed someone to help me. He actually loves me and cares about me. Just looking at you makes me sick. You are not my father, and I hope we never see each other again. Kyo then stood. Aquino. Baraquil said nothing and stood, exiting the shrine. Kyo sighed. Aquino, Kyo didn't finish as Aquino clung to him and cried on his chest. No. Don't say anything. Just hold me for a little while. Don't let go. Please, Kyo, don't let go. Kyo held her close and shed a tear of his own. I never will. I promise. Back at the house, Rosweiss was helping Asia, Issei, and Zenobia with their math homework. Carry the 3 and there it is, Rosweiss explained. 27 with the remainder of 1. Thanks, Rosweiss, Asia said gratefully. You've made it amazingly clear. You're a human world homework champion. She's appealing, intelligent, interesting, and quite formidable in combat, Zenobia stated. You're the perfect woman. A real warrior princess. Issei nodded. Every guy would be head over heels to have someone as amazing as you. Rosweiss blushed. Thanks, but it's just algebra. Rosweiss then looked up thoughtfully. If they mean all their compliments, then why haven't I managed to land a single lover? Issei then thought of something. Hey Rosweiss. Do you have a thing for my brother? Rosweiss stiffened and looked at Issei, stammering. Well I don't. Issei chuckled. Called it. You know he has 3 girlfriends. Zenobia being one of them. Rosweiss looked at Zenobia, shocked. The 3 of you share him. Yes. Kyo's the perfect guy, Zenobia nodded. He's strong, logical, protects us with every fiber of his being, and never fails to surprise us. He's our Black Knight in shining armor. Rosweiss looked down. Do you think? Maybe he'd date me. Are you kidding me? Issei laughs. Why wouldn't he? He'd love to date a girl like you. All the other guys are going to miss the opportunity to be with an awesome woman like you. Later that night, Kyo was lying in bed with Fenrir on his stomach. Kyo stroked Fenrir's ears as he thought about all the times Aquino mentioned her father. The fight with Kokobile, her announcing her heritage when she fought the Midgard serpent, everything. Aquino, please talk to me. Kyo hears a knock on the door. Doors open. Aquino then enters the room with her hands behind her back. She sits down next to Kyo as he nods for Fenrir to leave. So, what's wrong? I want to explain myself, Aquino says. Why I yelled at Baraquil. My mother, the priestess Shuri, was born and raised at a Shinto shrine. One day, she found a fallen angel who'd been injured in battle. Baraquil. Kyo questions. Aquino nods. They fell in love. And before long I was born. Because of the scandal, the Himejima family disowned us and kicked us out on our own. So we left to start a quiet life together with my father, the fallen angel. Naturally, those days of peace didn't last very long. When my black wings started coming in, I had no idea people would hate them as much as they did. What kid thinks their neighbors are going to try to harm her? My mother tried desperately to shield me from them. Kyo cheers sarcastically in his mind. Great. School's back on. He, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia were sitting in class, waiting for the new transfer student to arrive. Kyo lazily looked up and widened his eyes at who walked in. Hello, everyone. Irina waves. My name is Irina Shidu. It's a pleasure. Oh, that's something, Kyo says aloud. Irina then spots him. Oh hi Kyo. I didn't see you there. Matsuda glares at Kyo. Hey. Why is my future baby mama talking to you? Kyo punches him in the face without looking as Irina says, "Oh, Kyo and I have become awesome friends. We've known each other for several months now." The ORC and Irina meet up in the club room after class. "Looks like you had a safe trip," Zenobia says. Asia nods. "We didn't think we'd see you again so soon." "I know, right? I missed you. Come here." Irina giggles and hugs Zenobia and Asia, making them shrug out of her grasp. "What's the matter?" "Sorry, it's just hanging around your neck," Zenobia states. "It hurts us," Asia adds. Irina gasps. "Oh, that's right. I forgot the crucifix hurts devils. Forgive me." Kyo shakes his head with Kaneko sitting in his lap, liking a lollipop. "Oy vey. I swear I can only take so much angelic innocence before I have to puke." Kaneko shoots him a glare. "Hey, I'm eating here." Gasper shifts uncomfortably. "I'm kind of freaking out. Wasn't she a member of the church?" "That's right," Kiba says. "Kind of wondering why she transferred here too." Rias and Aquino then enter the room. "Great. You've already gathered," Rias smiles. "Welcome, Irina. Did you enjoy your first day of school?" Irina nods. Thank you so much, Rias. Everyone's so nice. I'm really happy to be here." "Wait, Rias, you know about this." "Kyox. It's not that complicated," Azazel says, appearing behind him. "Figured I should come say hello to your new transfer student too. After all, she's here because Michael thinks the rest of us aren't strong enough. So he's boosting our numbers against the Cows Brigade." "Hey, we did work pretty well together," Kiba points out. "It'll take getting used to, but it'll be fun," Aquino adds. "And since I'm here, you guys don't have to worry about a thing," Irina says, sprouting her wings and halo ring. "As a reincarnated angel, I'll protect you with Lord Michael's blessing." "Isn't being prideful a sin?" Issei questions. Kyo puts his hand over his mouth, struggling not to laugh. "Yeah, I'm gonna reach Niagara Falls soon. She sort of terrifies me," Gasper gulps. "I still can't believe you're an angel now," Zenobia says. "How did that even happen?" "With God dead and all, there's no way for new angels to be born," Azazel explains. "So they've got to be made now, kind of like the fallen angels and devils do." Irina makes her wings disappear. "This is how it works. A high-level angel is ranked as a king. The king commands its brave saints, which rank from queen to ace, and there's everything in between." "Oh, I get it," Kiba says. "While we're based on chess pieces, you guys are like a deck of cards." Kyo then chuckles. "I feel bad for whoever gets the Jack or Joker cards. A whole deck of cards to choose from," Asia awes. "Which one are you, Irina?" "I was hoping someone would ask that." Irina says giddily. "I'm a rank ace. I was beyond honored to take this prestigious position for Lord Michael's deck. What a joy. Such a blessing. Lord Michael, thank you." Kyo then hurls over the side of the couch, making Kaneko grimace. "Really, dude?" Kyo wipes his mouth. "Blame her. I told you I could only take so much." Asia looks to Zenobia. "It's nice to see Irina so full of purpose. Lord Michael must have done a lot for her." "I guess so," Zenobia agrees. "It proves when you're lost, your life still has direction. I think you and I can relate to that." "So true," Asia smiles. Back at the house, Irina sees Rosweiss hugging her legs to her chest. "Hold on, Rosweiss is still here." "I thought." Kyo covered her mouth. "Don't even ask." Irina then said, "You were left behind." Rosweiss lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I don't know why I'm crying. I should be used to this by now. It's not like any other man has wanted me by his side, so why should my own boss?" Kyo exhaled and sat next to her, pulling her head to his shoulder. "Come on, it's his loss for losing an attractive and unique woman like you." Rosweiss continued to cry. "Oh yeah, sure. Once one of those bars he goes to has special events, he'll be the first one in line. Maybe I should apply to be a dancer so he'll see me and realize he forgot me." As Rosweiss continued to babble, Zenobia leaned to Irina. "Do you regret asking yet?" Irina sighed. "Yeah." Kyo huffed and playfully knocked her out. "I'll put her to bed." Later, Issei and Asia came back with the groceries and explained to Rias and Kyo about Diodora. Rias held her chin. "Interesting. The current great devil, Beelzebub, is a descendant of the Astaroth family. And Diodora is the heir to that title. I didn't realize you two were acquainted, Asia." "Actually, it's quite the surprise for me too," Asia stated. "A lot was going on back then. I didn't recognize him." He only came today to introduce himself, he didn't linger or anything. Well, that's fine, Rias said. Diodora was sheltered and can be a bit socially awkward. I'm sure he was just excited to see the girl who saved him. Ignore him and he'll go away. Kyo scoffed. Guy sounds like a class A jackass if you ask me. Seriously, through all the bad guys we fought, they've all had nothing but stupid titles, and in the end, they meant nothing once they got put asunder. Gasper then peeked through. Hey, we're all set up downstairs for the party. Rias stood from her bed. Perfect timing. Are you guys ready? Asia nodded. Yeah. Kyo then noticed Issei lost in thought. Issei, you still up there? Issei looked up. Oh yeah. Hey, if that pretty boy bothers you again, don't worry about it. I'll send him packing. Asia smiled. Thanks. The ORC, Rosweiss, and Azazel were in the living room, sitting and looking at Irina. I wanted to thank you. I'm happy to be here, Irina said gratefully. You know, I used to think of devils as my sworn enemies, so I hunted them mercilessly and would have killed you all. Gasper shook as he hid behind Kyo. I really hope this stays in past tense. Irina continued, but that's over. Lord Michael said we should put the past behind us and work together for a better future. Which is great, because I'd much rather be friends with you anyway. I'm honored to represent the church here. Let's make our communities proud. The ORC watched in awe as Sarorg defeated Zephyrdor in mere seconds before Kyo said, well, I'm impressed. Flawless victory, Kiba stated. They say he's the strongest devil in the raiding games. Zephyrdor's power is ranked almost as highly, Rias said. He's done quite well stepping in as a substitute. Issei raised an eyebrow. Substitute. The first heir to his house died in an accident, Rias explained. Suddenly, a green circle appeared on the floor in front of them. A magic circle. Gasper said. Astaroth. Of course, Rias sneered. Kyo and Issei looked at Rias in shock before Diodora himself appeared. Salutations, everyone, Diodora smiled. How lovely to see you all again. Later, Aquino made tea for Rias and Diodora. The rest of the ORC stood behind Rias as she sat on the couch in front of them. Issei grabbed Asia's hand, letting her know he was there for her. Diodora then spoke up. Shall we proceed to business? I'd like to offer a bishop trade, Lady Gremory. No. Gasper whined. Please, I don't want him to take me. Kyo draped his arm around Gasper. He isn't taking you on my watch, pal. Don't worry. You want to trade for Asia, you mean, Rias clarified, making Asia gasp. Diodora chuckled. Am I really that transparent? I can assure you, it's a fair exchange. Diodora then made 2 holograms of the women he wanted to trade. Both are hardworking and will serve you well. Rias raised her hand, silencing him. Stop it there. Your offer is rejected. Asia is not only a valuable member of my peerage, I also think of her as the little sister I never had. Thank you, Rias, Asia said quietly. Using a roster trade to try and get the woman who turned down your marriage proposal shows me that you're not only uncouth but have no idea what she wants. Rias continued. Kyo held back a laugh. Man. She is roasting this guy like a marshmallow over a campfire. How very disappointing, Diodora shrugged. You didn't find my offer acceptable today, but I won't let that dissuade me. Diodora then walked up to Asia and knelt, grabbing her hand. Our meeting and reunion were both destined. Even if all the forces in the underworld stood in our way, I'd do anything necessary to overcome them all. I'll never give up. I love you, Asia. Issei had had enough. Get your hands off her. Issei put his hand on Diodora's shoulder, making the devil smack it off. Diodora stood and glared at Issei. Baseborn should know their place. I can't stand being touched by someone like you. Revolting. Asia then slapped Diodora in the face. I refuse to sit here and let you talk to Issei that way. Diodora just smiled. Yes, I understand. My apologies. He then pointed at Issei. This isn't over, Red Dragon Emperor. We'll pick up where we left off in the next raiding game. And once I've defeated him, I hope you accept my love, darling. Diodora was suddenly kicked across the room, shocking everyone as Kyo became surrounded by a black aura. You will leave this room, Astaroth, Erakhan commanded. And I advise you to put your affairs in order, because when we fight, you will receive no mercy from me or Ddraig. Diodora gritted his teeth, summoned a magic circle, and disappeared. Nighttime came, and the girls and Issei were having dinner. Asia looked around the table. Kyo and Kaneko haven't come back yet. Are they still out fulfilling contracts? Akino nodded. We had some last-minute requests. Being a devil seems like a lot of work, Rossweiss commented. Hey, where's Rias? Irina asked. She's up in her room plotting out a strategy for our approach in the next raiding game, Akino answered. Asia became nervous, prompting Zenobia to speak up. Asia, there's no reason to worry. Just remember that Issei will be there to protect you. Issei placed his hand on her shoulder. Nothing bad is gonna happen while we're around. Right? Akino agreed. And Kyo will always be there to look out for all of us. Asia nodded and leaned against Issei. Yes, of course. You always do. Irina stood up. Well, if you girls want to thank Kyo, what are you waiting for? Akino, Zenobia, and Rossweiss exchanged curious glances. Kyo revved his motorcycle as he and Kaneko drove back towards the house. Giselu, that had to be the weirdest contract yet. Kyo exclaimed. It doesn't seem normal for a guy that age to have that many puppets, Kaneko pointed out. Yeah. Kyo agreed awkwardly. At least that was the last one. Now we can go home, and trust me, I am teary. I am literally just gonna faceplant in bed as soon as we get home. Kaneko's expression turned serious. Kyo, something's wrong. Kyo stopped the motorcycle, allowing Kaneko to jump off in a fighting stance. Can you sense it? She asked. Long time no see, a voice called out. Kaneko glared at the figure sitting on the wall. Hello, Kuroka, she snapped. Kuroka hopped down, and Kyo motioned for Kaneko to stay behind him. Listen, I am really not in the mood to fight. So do us all a favor and go back to your brigade. Kuroka giggled, leaning close to Kyo's face. Hey, your face looks even more handsome than the last time I saw it. Is that because you've unlocked all your forms? Or did you finally grow a pair? Kyo grabbed her shoulders. Again, not in the mood for whatever crazed ideas you have. Kuroka just giggled. I like a man who plays hard to get. Kyo growled and gently shoved her away. If you're so eager for attention, why don't you just go ask someone else? Kaneko and Kyo then saw Erakhan and Valia emerge from a magic circle. And Biko is not interested in relationships, Valia added. Kyo summoned the arms of his demonic slayer armor, readying himself. Ooh, someone wants a fight, Erakhan teased. No, I actually just want to go to bed and get some much-needed rest, Kyo snapped. But if the three of you are here to try and take Kaneko, I won't hesitate to defend her. Valia smirked. We recently heard you'll be participating in a raiding game. What does that have to do with anything? Kyo demanded. And your opponent is the heir to the Astaroth family, Erakhan said. Kyo sent a blast of energy that whipped the hair of the three women. Make your point before I lose my patience. I wouldn't let my guard down around him, Valia advised. But I wonder if your Emestus will heed our warning. Kyo deactivated his arms but maintained a fierce gaze. How about you heed this? I don't care if you came to warn us or give us advice. We've done fine without it in the past, and I don't need you three hanging around my town. So crawl back to whatever rock you came from. And tell Orphis that if she or any of you come back here again, I'll make sure you regret it. Just thought I'd caution my brother. Erakhan shrugged before she, Valia, and Kuroka walked into a portal and left. Kyo tiredly opened the door with Kaneko following closely behind, and his eyes widened at the sight before him. He's back. Akino called out. Kyo felt his face heat up upon seeing that Akino's clothing was a little too revealing. Why? Kyo stammered. Welcome home, Kyo, Zenobia said, walking in with Rossweiss, both wearing similar outfits to Akino. Rossweiss was blushing profusely. It was kind of all my idea, Irina added. We wanted to show you thanks for everything that you've done for us and how much we appreciate you. Of course, as an angel, I didn't expect things to get this extreme. Kyo rubbed his forehead. I just wanted to get some sleep. Rias then appeared at the top of the stairs. What's going on down there, you guys? Oh, hi there, Rias, Akino waved. We're making Kyo happy, to show how thankful we are for him. Rias. I can explain, Kyo started, but Rias turned away and went back to her room. Kyo silently sighed. I just wanted to get some sleep. Do you think she got upset about being left out? Irina asked. Kyo ran his hands through his hair in frustration. I'll go talk to her. Though, I have a feeling she's probably gonna be mad first. Kyo walked up the stairs and stopped when he saw Rias floating in front of him. The ORC made its way into the temple, where they encountered a group of hooded devils blocking their path. Diodora then appeared behind them. I had a feeling you'd follow me. That's why I put together this little welcoming party. Leave us alone. Issei growled. Ignoring him, Diodora continued, now, it's time to play our game. Are you serious? Aquino questioned. Unfortunately, today's rating game has been cancelled, Ria stated. Of course, you already knew that. So we'll play MY game instead, Diodora smiled. Should you refuse to play or lose, Asia will become mine. Kyo summoned his corrosion armor. You're no different than the rest of the some we faced. A pretentious being who thinks titles and bloodlines mean anything. They just bring shame to you and your followers. We will gladly fight. And as I said before, Diodora, you will get no mercy from me or my brother. You will fight 2 separate battles simultaneously, Diodora stated. On the right path, 2 rooks and 8 pawns await. The battle on the left will be against a queen and bishops. You can split your forces any way you see fit. Kyo, Issei, Kaneko, Zenobia, and Gasper, take out his forces on the right, Rias ordered. Gasper looked at her, scared. 10 of them against 5 of us. Don't forget that Kyo and Issei both absorbed 4 pawn pieces, Kiba reminded him. So as far as power is concerned, we have a slight advantage. Diodora smiled. Then let the game begin. The ORC split and took their designated targets on both sides of the arena. Kyo led his group, where they saw their opponents. Oh, by the way, all of my pawns have been promoted to queen. I like to hedge my bets, Diodora said over a speaker. I knew you weren't one to fight fair. Rias said as she, Aquino, and Kiba appeared in their arena, seeing Diodora's queen and bishops. Just a queen and 2 bishops. Aquino questioned. They must have a lot of confidence in themselves. Rias tapped her calm. Zenobia, I need you to keep those rooks busy. Zenobia summoned Durandal. Fine. I was made for fights like this. Kaneko, I need you to work crowd control on those pawns, Rias continued directing. Kaneko cracked her knuckles in response. Issei, start boosting your strength and be ready to transfer it to yourself or Kyo. Kyo, give Gasper a quick taste of your build. Kyo sharpened his teeth and made a small cut on his finger, extending it to Gasper, who liked it and felt a surge of power. Kyo smashed his gauntlets together. So, who wants a piece? Time to level the playing field, boys, Rias said, shocking Kyo and Issei. Ah yeah. Kyo cheered. Time to knock your skulls. Kyo and Issei then got promoted to queen. Kyo charged at the pawns. Kaneko, cover me. Kyo summoned one of his swords and slashed at each pawn, watching as they exploded in a black cloud of smoke. Nobody plays this game like me. Nobody. Kyo laughed. Suddenly, he was uppercut by one of the pawns, landing at Gasper's feet. Is your face gonna be okay? Gasper asked, concerned. I'm wearing a helmet, Gasper, Kyo replied, getting up. I can take 1 punch to the jaw. The pawns then started dashing around violently, knocking Kyo across the room until he crashed into the ground, shattering his armor. Me and my big mouth, Kyo groaned. Their attacks are perfectly coordinated, Kaneko stated. The way they move, it's like a violent ballet, Gasper said. Kyo widened his eyes. Harpies. That's it. Kyo stood and summoned his demonic slayer armor. Oh, you kiddies are in for it now. Kyo snickered. He summoned his sword again and held the hilt with all 4 hands. By the power of my father, heed my call. Allow me to hear the thoughts of my enemies' hearts. Kyo then heard 3 pawns' thoughts to attack Gasper. He teleported in front of him, slashing the 3 girls away. Do you think they read our minds? Kyo heard 1 pawn think. If they did, then they would know we're attacking the cat girl. Kyo dashed in front of Kaneko, grabbing the 3 other pawns with his 3 open arms, using the 4th to create a large black sphere that blew them away. With 2 pawns left, Kyo smiled. This is what happens when people follow scumbags. Death Dragon Evisceration. Kyo used his sword to sever the last 2 pawns before they turned to ash. He spun his sword and placed it on his back. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, Booyah. The 2 rook pieces looked at Kyo in shock. The pawns. All of them. Gone. It looks like I'll be able to really cut loose now. Zenobia smirked. When I first met my friend Asia, I called her a witch and a heretic. But even after those insults, she still accepted me and made me feel at home. I will protect her. With that, Zenobia summoned Kyo's other sword from a magic circle. Aura transfer. With your powers combined, I will smite my enemies. I have the strength because friendship is magic. She unleashed a massive yellow and black blast that obliterated the rooks. Kyo smirked beneath his helm. Add away, Zenobia. Add away. They then heard an explosion and turned to the other arena, where smoke and explosions erupted. Rias and Aquino created magic barriers that blocked the attacks coming from the queen and bishops. Kyo clenched his fist. There's gotta be a way to help them. Kaneko tapped his lower right arm. I have an idea. Try this. Kyo leaned down as Kaneko whispered something next to his helmet, shocking him. What? Are you out of your mind? Kaneko crossed her arms. You got a better idea? Kyo gripped the horns on his helmet, letting out a frustrated groan. Fine. He then made a radio circle. Yo, Aquino. Can you hear me? Kyo. Rias questioned. Kyo internally sighed. Oh, for the love of. If you can win that fight, then I promise to take you out for a date next Saturday. Disables radio. Are you sure this is even gonna work, Kaneko? Kaneko nodded firmly. I seriously doubt a date is supposed to be any kind of incentive, but hey, I'll try anything. Kyo then heard another explosion and looked to see yellow light emanating from the other arena. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Aquino was giggling with excitement as she was surrounded by lightning. Kyo, I can't believe you'd ask her out like that right in front of me. Rias exclaimed. It only shows that Kyo's heart has room for my love. Aquino said proudly. Rias glared at her. I don't want to hear that from someone who's powered up by a promise from another girl's man. I'm not gonna think of him as your man until he asks you to marry him. Aquino argued. Their barriers began to enlarge as they continued to bicker. He's practically my husband already, considering how many times he's saved me. Rias said, blushing. Riser, Kokabeel, Loki, he's come out on top defending me. Defending all of us, you mean? Aquino snapped. Oh yeah. Well, how many of you happen to be his first girlfriend and the alpha of this HO? Rias shouted. Kiba watched their argument in amazement. Jealousy. It truly is women's kryptonite. I demand you stop this nonsense. Diodora's queen ordered. You ignore me and fight amongst yourselves over a boy. Back off. Rias and Aquino yelled, wiping out the queen and bishops. Nice, looks like we won. Gasper said. Zenobia smiled. As I'd expect from our king and queen. One hell of a double attack finisher. Word. Kaneko nodded. Kyo held all four of his fists in the air. Oh. The ORC followed behind Rias and Aquino as they bickered. This isn't over, Aquino, Rias stated. Aquino nodded. Rias turned to her. I'm serious. So am I, Aquino shrugged. I think you and I need to have a little chat about boundaries after we've rescued Asia. I have no objections, Rias. Aquino agreed. Asia is like a little sister to me as well. So let's focus on getting her back now. Kyo then stepped up beside them. Something isn't right though. We've defeated all of Diodora's pieces except for his knights. You think he would have suched them with his rooks, saving his power players as the last line of defense. It's unorthodox to send your queen out immediately, Rias stated. Even Riser wasn't that reckless. Despicable as he was, he sent his queen at a needed time. They then entered the next room and heard a voice say, Yo, yo, yo. Long time no see, suckers. Everyone stared in shock as Kyo was completely gone. Issei most of all. This can't be real. Kyo. Zenobia breathed in disbelief. Gasper looked around. Where is he? What happened? Kaneko asked. A green magic circle appeared above them, and a man with brown hair emerged. I thank the Black Dragon Emperor for disposing of Diodora for me, the man said. However, it is also good to know that he won't be here to stop me. Who are you? Rias demanded. Dear little sister of the despicable and fake Devil King, who I am is the one and true descendant of the great devil Beelzebub. I am Shalba Beelzebub, the man stated. Rias then began to glow in her red aura. You will pay for killing the only man I've ever loved, Rias growled. The man opened his palm and prepared his magic. Little sister of the impostor, Surzex, nothing personal but I think I'll kill you. Issei got to his feet and looked around. Come on it. If this is some kind of joke, it isn't funny. He's lost it, Kiba said. Asia put her hand over her heart, crying. Issei. Come on, dude, Issei pleaded. Let's go home. You'll be able to cheer me and Asia on when we do the three-legged race. We'll play more awesome songs. Caillou. Fenrir was roaring as he and Indo were battling the devils attacking them. Above, Rosweiss and Irina combined their attacks, sending a great number of devils into oblivion. It seems like we're about good to go here, Rosweiss said. Agreed. I hope Rias and the crew are all okay, Irina replied. Issei continued to wander aimlessly around the room. Kyo, come on. We're supposed to continue being an awesome band with Kiba and Saji. We need to practice. Asia hugged Issei from behind. Oh, Issei. Everyone else began to cry as Zenobia then screamed and charged at Shalba, tears streaming down her face. I swear I will make you pay for what you've done. I'll make you regret it. Zenobia drew Durandal and Kyo's Monster Slayer sword, striking at Shalba, who merely blocked the attack. Shalba retaliated, sending a shock of energy that made Zenobia cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Zenobia, no. Rias cried, rushing to help her. Don't test me, Shalba warned. Zenobia struggled to reach for Durandal, grunting in pain. Bring Kyo back now. Please, he's the only one I've ever had feelings for. He was so kind and loving. Kyo. Issei turned to Asia. Hey, Asia. Do you know where Kyo might have gone? We need to find him so we can leave. Help me please. We can't go without him, he's my brother. Asia just cried in his chest, unable to respond. Shalba laughed. Guess his death was right. Together, you all are a force to be reckoned with. But take away the head, and the body dies. Without your precious Kyo, you'll all perish. And I know exactly where I sent your beloved Black Dragon. A place far beyond our reality. To the dimensional gap. Not even he will survive all the exposure there. Of course, his death will just bring him back to life and make him her servant. To put it simply, I returned a dog to its owner. Issei gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing green. He marched toward Shalba, summoning his dragon gauntlet. Ddraig spoke from the gem, Rias Gremory. Rias gasped. What is it, Ddraig? If you'd rather not die, you should leave this place immediately, Ddraig suggested. As for you, devil, the one who calls himself Shalba, you made a poor decision. And now you must pay. Issei exploded in a red and green aura, sending Shalba crashing against the wall and forcing everyone else to shield their faces. His aura and power are incredible. Kiba shouted. And dangerous. Kaneko added. Issei. Asia tried to run to him, but a pillar fell and blocked her path. Rias pulled her back. No. Shalba struggled to get up, looking at Issei in his balance breaker form. Who are you? The entire temple then erupted in green energy. Elsewhere, Azazel and Surzex were speaking with Orphis. So, Orphis, if we defeat you here, will you finally let peace reign? Azazel asked. Orphis smirked. How cute. It's impossible to defeat me. Can you tell us why you've never shown any interest in this world before? Azazel inquired. Surzex nodded in agreement. I would also like to know why you're leading a brigade of terrorists. Orphis looked up at the sky. For a world of silence. All I want is to return to the dimensional gap, otherwise known as my home, and reclaim that silence. Azazel raised an eyebrow. The dimensional gap is her home. Of course, Valia. I understand what you want. In the dimensional gap, Valia, Erakhan, Mayana, Arthur, and Biko were traveling through a bubble. Valia, do you truly believe we shall find it here? Biko asked. The dimensional gap is almost a void. Valia nodded. I'm confident we will find it. Mayana then looked up. That power. Issei Hayudu. Erakhan felt it too. There's been a change of plans. We're going to the underworld. Biko looked confused. Why so suddenly? Arthur stiffened at what he saw ahead. Is that who I think it is? The rest of the group widened their eyes at what Arthur was staring at. Took you guys long enough. Issei roared in pure rage, mentally shouting, Kill! Rias and the ORC stared at Issei in sadness at the monster he had become. Issei then looked down at Shalba, growling. He charged at him, grabbing Shalba by his arm and ripping it off. Shalba got up, looking at Issei in anger. Don't play with me. Face my light of judgment. If you dare. A giant circle appeared around Issei as Ddraig yelled, Divide. The circle over Issei shrank until it disappeared, shocking Shalba. He has divine dividing power. Kaneko recollected. Kiba stepped up. Issei's using the power that he stole from Valia. Shalba threw his cape away. Why must Valia insist on standing in my way? Die. Shalba sent a blast at Issei, who countered with a red beam of light that overwhelmed Shalba's attack and destroyed his other arm. By the time the sun falls on the next day, you will have no choice but to submit to me. You will forever be mine and mine alone. You will be the very thing my beloved wanted from the beginning. Kyo Nagasaki. You will be my Ragnarok. And you will destroy anything and everything that lives, breathes, and speaks. I will make you the perfect weapon of chaos, and once everything in my way is extinguished, you will know peace. Kyo stretched and fell next to Rias on the couch. Man, does it feel good to be home. Rias leaned next to him. I told the school we would be spending the next few days at a practice match. So our absence has been excused. I'll just let them know our return flight was delayed due to weather or something. Kyo chuckled. Ever mis-explanatory, aren't you? What kind of a cult club even has practice matches? Irina asked. The entire excuse was predicated on a lie. There are other problems besides that. Zenobia looked behind the couch, and they all saw Rosweiss sitting there, crying. It's not fair, Rosweiss sobs. How can Lord Odin be so cruel? I thought he returned to take me back home, and instead, he sends me into battle. I did it without complaints. And when it was all over, he went back to Valhalla and left boring, old Rosweiss behind. Irina walks behind the couch and comforts her. He probably had a lot of admin to deal with after such a huge conflict. I'm sure he'll... Don't get... Rosweiss drops her head. I was his bodyguard for this mission, and now he's returned to Asgard without me there to SERT him. I'll be the dizzy Valkyrie, who wasn't up to the task of being the Allfather's bodyguard. They're going to demote me for sure. This is a court-martial downside. I felt terrible when I saw Odin leaving Rosweiss behind in the underworld, Rias states. I had no choice but to bring her home. Kyo hugs Rias close. Hey, you did what I would have done. You help someone in need. It's one of the many things I love about you. Speaking of which, I forgot to give you something. I meant to give you this before we left to fight Astroth. Kyo pulls out a small black box and hands it to her. Rias opens it and gasps at what's inside. I know it might not be your thing, but Ruin Princess came to mind when I found it, Kyo shrugs. Rias feels her eyes well up and kisses him. She pulls her hair back, allowing Kyo to put it around her neck and snap the clasp. Kyo hits his radio, and Superstition by Stevie Wonder starts to play. As the song continues, Kyo lays his head against the shower wall, letting the water run over him. The next day, Kyo helps Issei and Asia as they practice for the three-legged race. Come on guys. There you go. Issei and Asia reach him, breathing. Issei then says, breathe, why don't we take a break? Kyo shrugs. No argument here. Hey kid. Kyo turns to see Azazel waving at him. Later, Azazel lies on the grass with Kyo sitting next to him. It's days like this that remind you what's worth fighting for. Aha, Kyo replies awkwardly. Look, I think we both know you've never been the type to stare at the clouds, so how about you explain why you wanted to talk to me? Straight to the point, Azazel chuckles. Has Erakhan talked to you about your final form? Kyo's eyes widen slightly. How do you know about that? Remember, I'm over 10,000 years old, Azazel points out. I do my history. Your father mentioned it to me before. He managed to talk to me about it a few days after you got back. What's your point? Kyo inquires. My point is that some things are better left unanswered, Azazel states. I know you're curious and anxious to figure out what that form is. But you've already seen how powerful your demonic slayer armor and juggernaut drive forms are. I agree with your father that maybe it's best if you don't unleash that power. Kyo stands. I've always been afraid of the power I possess. I know the people I've harmed and how I did it. But if I continue to be scared of what I am, then my fear will make me no better than I was before. Azazel stands up. Just don't dig the hole so deep that you can't climb back out. Kyo watches Azazel leave, left to ponder. Back at the clubhouse, Gasper peeks through the door. I wonder where Kaneko is. It's not like her to be late. I hope nothing's wrong. Gasper then sees Rias walking down the hall toward Kyo. Hey Rias. Rias turns to Gasper with an intimidating glare. Kyo is sitting in the club room, doing push-ups in a tank top and black sweatpants. Hey, secretary. Kyo stops and looks up to see Rias standing over him. He stands up. Sorry, I just wanted to let off some steam. Can't stop thinking about his death, my final form, my father being worried. Rias hugs him. It's okay. I know you've had a lot on your plate lately. You always work so hard to protect us and be there whenever we need you. Why don't you let me be there for you this time? Kyo sighs, resting his head on her shoulder. She always felt warm and smelled nice. Rias puts her hand on the back of his head, rubbing his hair. Kyo sighs in bliss, not noticing what comes next. That's right, Rias says with a smirk. Just let it all fade away. I'll take care of you. Issei and Asia continue to chant in sync as they hop one leg after the other. Eventually, they both stop. Well done you two, Rias says, walking up. You've really got that momentum going for you. Issei smiles but then groans. CRP. Is something wrong? Asia asks. I left the stopwatch in the club room, Issei states. Hold still, I'm gonna go grab it. Rias then says, I'll go with you. Kyo is there, and I've been meaning to check up on him. The pair leaves and sees Kaneko heading towards the clubhouse. Kaneko. Kaneko turns to them and smiles. Hi sis. Hey Rias. I came to pick up Gatsby and take him to the bread-eating race. Issei laughs as they walk inside. That little dude's gonna freak out. Rias then grows serious and runs forward, seeing Gasper lying on the ground. Gasper. Rias cries. Issei moves her aside and helps him up. What happened to you? Gasper groans and sees them. Issei, Rias. Thank goodness. Rias, it's you, isn't it? The real one. I'll go see Valia. Now, Issei states. Everyone looks at him with surprise. I understand how you feel, Issei. But that's impossible, Roswai says. But because she's in the Cows Brigade. Issei questions. You don't think I know that? But if it's our only option, then what are we waiting for? Rias stands next to him. Issei's right. I refuse to stand by and wait for his death to make her move against us with Kyo in play. Our very way of life is under constant siege by those in the Cows Brigade, Surzek sighs. The underworld was attacked again yesterday. The casualties from this most recent assault are still being tallied. Families and friends from every corner of the realm are left grieving tonight. We can't associate ourselves with such filth. Collusion with the Cows Brigade to save the Devil King's sister's beloved. The people would stand against me. If the people heard about our collaboration with Valia Lucifer, they would riot, and who knows what else could happen. Ajuka points out. This decision could affect the stability of the underworld. Then I shall go. Everyone turns to see Erakhan standing in the doorway in his human form. Who are you? Azazel asks. Anaria shakily walks to him in disbelief, placing her hand on his cheek. Erakhan. Everyone's eyes widen in shock. Erakhan holds her hand against his face. It's me, my love. Anaria cries as she hugs her husband, happy to see him again. Surzex and Ajuka bow, acknowledging the Dragon of Darkness. Lord Erakhan. Erakhan steps away from his wife and stands before the holograms. Devil King Surzex. Lord Beelzebub. I apologize for startling you all. It's been a while since I've been in human form. Rias kneels to him. Lord Erakhan. It's an honor. Erakhan smiles. Please stand, my dear. All of you stand. I did not come to be worshipped. I came to rescue my son. Rias then realizes something. Lord Erakhan, you were inside Kyo's sacred gear. How did you separate yourself from it? When I sensed something off about the Rias that came and spoke to Kyo, I felt a surge inside her. One that didn't resemble you, young one, Erakhan explains. I was hoping the time would never come when I would have to separate myself from Kyo, but now that his death has returned. There's no doubt in my mind that she plans to use the Dreadnought Overdrive. The what? Asia questions. Erakhan exhales. It is a forbidden form that I hoped Kyo would never come to use. This form is more deadly and destructive than you can possibly imagine. The Dreadnought Overdrive is far more powerful than the Juggernaut Drive. This form can bend time and space and absorbs it all into energy. Once at full power, Kyo could wipe out all life on a massive scale. Nothing in any realm, planet, or plane of existence would survive. So then what are we waiting for? Issei snaps. Teleport us there and let's stop his death. Infinite my powers are, but being able to sift between dimensions is out of my depth, Erakhan sighs. The first time I did it, I was lucky it didn't cost me my life. If I did it again, it would most assuredly do so. I shall need the assistance of the Apocalypse Sisters and the White Dragon Empress. Rias thinks to herself, all I wanted was to heal him. To show him that his new family will always love and help him whenever he needed support or someone to lean on. To help him forget and look to the future, but I guess you can never outrun your past. No matter how far you get. Kyo and Erakhan butt heads, causing a tremendous explosion. Rias flies overhead. Please don't let his death win. Fight it. Kyo ignores her and roars, sending a large beam at Erakhan, who blocks the attack with his wings. I know that you're in there. I know you're doing everything you can to break free. Please come back. Rias continues. You've never let anything stand in your way whenever it came to protecting us or stopping someone from doing the wrong thing. Rias then opens her palms. Death Dragon Chaos Blast. Rias sends a blast that hits Kyo in the head, not doing much damage but getting his attention. Rias narrowly avoids Kyo's jaws as he snaps at her, trying to catch her. Erakhan uses this distraction to charge in and ram Kyo away from Rias. Kyo growls and opens his chest, summoning an extreme amount of energy. Erakhan, what's he doing? Rias cries. It's as I said before, he's summoning energy from different dimensions. If we don't stop him, he'll destroy everything. Erakhan states. Rias then flies straight towards Kyo's head. Kyo, listen to me. You're going to kill everything in existence. Don't you care about your father? Your mother? Your friends? Don't you care about me? Kyo freezes and looks at Rias with narrowed eyes. You are not a monster. You are not a tortured boy. You're not even a dragon. You're the man I fell in love with. The man who has done nothing but protect me and the others from everything that's come our way. So please, Kyo Nagasaki, I beg of you not as your Emma but as the woman you love, come back to me. Kyo roars, blowing her away. Rias screams as she is sent flying, only to be caught by Erakhan in his giant paw. It's no use, Erakhan sighs. His mind is too clouded by Isdetha's control. There's only one way I can save him. Rias looks up at him. How? Erakhan looks down at her. Rias Gremry, swear to me that you will never leave my son alone. You will never make him feel unappreciated or unwanted or unloved. Swear to me you will make him feel like the most special boy in the entire universe. Erakhan, what are you? Swear to me now. Erakhan demands. Rias can see a tear come down the giant dragon's face. She nods slowly. I swear. Erakhan lets her go. Tell my son that I love him, and that no matter what he does, he will never let me down. Erakhan then rushes at Kyo. Rias suddenly realizes what he meant. Erakhan, no. The Black Dragon Emperor flies straight at Kyo's chest. You are the most amazing son that I could have ever come to love and raise. I never once regretted bringing you into this world. And I don't regret helping you to achieve the strength and power you possess now. Continue to grow and help others as I have seen you do in the past. And never stop looking towards what the future has in store for you. My son. Erakhan closes his eyes as he collides with Kyo's chest, causing a massive explosion. Rias covers her eyes from the brightness. Once she removes her hands, she sees Kyo falling from a great height. She flies forward, deactivating her armor and catching him. Can you hear me? Kyo slowly opens his eyes. Rias. Kyo. Rias envelopes him in the most loving hug she can form. I love you so much. Kyo holds her tight as she cries on his shoulder. I love you too. Wait, are we in the dimensional gap? How did we get here? Rias pulls back but still holds his waist. We got help from Valia and your sisters, and they brought me, your father, and the rest of the group here. Erakhan managed to get everyone out except me so we could break you free from Isdetha's mind control. Isdeth. Kyo's shocked. DMN. So wait, you said you and my father. Where is he? Rias looks down as more tears start to flow. Kyo holds her face and makes her look at him. Rias. Where is he? Your father. He went and... Rias can't finish, not only because it's painful for her, but she doesn't want to see how Kyo would react. Rias. Tell me. Kyo orders. He's... Rias sobs sadly. Erakhan sacrificed himself to save you and stopped you from harming all life. Kyo shudders in terror. No. It can't be. He isn't. Faireth here. Kyo screams in agony. No. Kyo and Rias turn to see Isdeth with an angry expression on her face. Demon, you and that beast's father of yours. Isdeth yells. First you kill my beloved and now you've taken my only chance at fulfilling his WI. Isdeth doesn't finish as Kyo punches her in the face. He then summons his destruction armor and growls in fury. Do you have the slightest idea of what you've done to me? It was already bad enough you destroyed most of my childhood, but then you take away my wolf, hurt my friends, stab my brother, brainwash me into hurting family, and now you've taken my father away from me. Going to suffer. Kyo grabs Isdeth by the throat and repeatedly punches her in the face. That's for killing Charn. Kyo then throws her skyward. Death Dragon Hailbird. Numerous black energy bolts form everywhere and all hit his death. That was for stabbing Issei. Kyo grabs her by the hair and knees her in the face before forming a large energy sphere in his hand that gets bigger and bigger. This is for making me hurt my friends. Kyo sends the sphere straight at Issei's face, covering her body in burns and smoke. Kyo then summons his sword and yells, "And this is for killing my father." Kyo rams his sword straight through Issei's gut, making blood drip from the blade. Kyo retracts his sword and stares at her, breathing in anger. "Tell me, how does it feel to have come so close to your goal, and then end up being killed by your weapon?" Issei smiles, not cruelly or sadistically, but with warmth. "I feel nothing. At all. Absolutely nothing." Kyo watches as Issei turns into ice and shatters as the crystals disappear. Rias floats over to him. "Kyo, are you alright?" Kyo looks back at her with the most saddened expression she'd ever seen. "He's gone. First I lose Charn and now my father." Before Rias can reply, a large opening rips apart beneath them and starts to SCK them in. Kyo immediately grabs Rias and holds her close, protectively. "What's going on?" Rias asks. "My best guess. We're being pulled out of the gap and taken through other dimensions," Kyo answers. "How is that possible?" Rias asks. Kyo shushes her. "Do you hear that?" Suddenly, a rift opened in front of them, and Great Red himself flew through it. "Gizelo, he's even bigger up close." Kyo murmurs. Rias nods. "Of course. He's the dragon of dragons. What should we do?" "Follow him, I guess." Kyo shrugs. "Seems like he knows the way." Kyo spread his dragon wings and held Rias close as they followed Great Red through another portal. The pair then found themselves on a appealing beach with the dimensional gap above them. Rias looked around, confused. "Where are we?" Kyo sat up. "Not a clue. We just wound up here after everything went white." Rias then touched his cheek, making him look at her. "I am so sorry. I've caused you so much pain." Kyo held her hand. "Rias." After a few days of rest and relaxation, Kyo was in his room playing with Fenrir. In about a month's time, Kyo and some of the other members of the ORC would be heading to Kyoto for a school trip and would be gone for 2 days. Kyo was rubbing Fenrir's belly as the wolf lay there with his tongue hanging out. "Attaboy, Fenrir. Who's gonna miss me while I'm gone? Who's gonna miss me?" Kyo continued to play with Fenrir until a magic circle appeared on the floor. He shut his eyes from the brightness until it died down and was shocked to see who was standing there. "Revel?" Kyo questioned. Revel bowed. "Lord Kyo, I need your..." She then noticed the position Kyo was in, with his hands still on Fenrir's belly. Did I come at a bad time?" Kyo huffed. "Seriously, what's even the point in making doors when people just show up out of nowhere by magic circle? It's ridiculous." Kyo informed Rias of Ravel's arrival, and they, along with the rest of the ORC, met up in the club room. Ravel sat in the middle of one of the couches while Rias and Kyo sat on the opposite side. "Lady Rias, I apologize for visiting on such short notice," Ravel said. "But I need your help regarding my older brother." Kyo and Rias widened their eyes in shock. Rias then looked down. "Riser." "I don't get it," Kyo said, confused. "What problem does Flameboy have?" "I assume you already know the rumors about his behavior since the raiding game," Ravel continued. "How he hasn't done anything since he confined himself to his room." Zenobia pet a brow. "Riser. I've heard the rumors as well." Irina turned to her. "Who's Riser?" "Riser is a member of the Phoenix family, Emdem Shidu, Indo." Screamed. "Why does Riser have to go to the Dragon Mountains?" "This is for your own good, Riser," Ravel said. "Just accept it." Kyo laughed in amazement as he saw all the dragons in the mountain. "DD dragons!" Riser cried. "This is the place where me and my brethren live," Tannen informed. "It is where we will begin your training, Riser." Suddenly, a large dragon even bigger than Tannen flew next to them. "You called for us, Lord Tannen." All 3 heads of the dragons spoke at once. Tannen nods. "This is Ghidorah. They will assist you in Riser's training. Riser Phoenix, here in these mountains, you will learn the fortitude that is lacking in you." "Have mercy." Riser whimpered. "Kyo, I advise you participate in the training as well, it might even improve yourself," Tannen suggests. Kyo shrugs. "Why not? I look at every opportunity as a chance to get stronger." Kyo was sprinting through the snow in his gear. "Come on, Riser." Kyo calls. "Move faster." Riser was far behind him, breathing. This is ridiculous. Riser shouldn't have to be running like this. Kyo looked back and widened his eyes at what Ghidorah was about to do. Oh boy! Kyo muttered. The lightning blast sent Riser flailing forward, and he regained his footing, running even faster. Come on, Riser. Ghidorah taunts him. You're supposed to be sprinting. Say, dragon, while you run. Say it. Say it. Ravel was riding on Ghidorah's middle head and yelled, Come on, brother. You can't give up now. Kyo lifts his goggles. If he hates this, just wait till we get to mountain climbing. In the hot springs, Rosweiss let out a long, blissful sigh. I love these springs. I can just feel all my stress melting away. Why have you been stressed, Rosweiss? Rias asks. Well, ever since I devoted myself to Lord Odin and he forgot me time and time again, I just felt like I had no purpose, Rosweiss explains. But now, I can't wait to show him what I've become now that I'm a rook in the Gremory household. Oh, look at the scary Valkyrie go, Akino giggles. I wonder how Kyo is doing with Riser. Asia inquires. Rias shrugs. Well, knowing Kyo, he's probably enjoying every second of making Riser endure whatever training he has planned for him. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Zenobia says. After all, Kyo could always just beat him into SBMson. But hopefully, they're getting along well. Irina looks at the sky. Isn't it wonderful to think that the Black Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix are training together? I'd say wonderful is a bit of a stretch. Kaneko states. Riser gripped onto the mountain for dear life, breathing from exhaustion. Riser is dying, he groans. Kyo rolls his eyes. Come on. We've only been climbing for 10 minutes. Seriously, how is it you're still fit and yet you breathe and whine like this? Riser grits his teeth. Riser is a pure high-ranking devil. It's a phoenix's duty to put value over BLD and shrewdness. Riser refuses to do this training. Riser was about to fly up, but Ghidorah sent a small lightning blast that made Riser flinch in pain. He would have fallen had it not been for the rope attached to both him and Kyo. Nice try, Riser, Ghidorah chuckles. Are you trying to kill me? Riser screams. Kyo laughs internally, you have no idea. After several days, Ravel laid out breakfast for her and Kyo. In Universe 7, a loud groan of annoyance emanated from a large castle. Whis, who was currently cooking, let out a large laugh. There we go. Who's a good stir-fry? Lord Beerus laid back in his chair and groaned. Aren't you done yet? Can't rush perfection, my lord. Whis calls out. I'm almost done. Suddenly, Beerus hears a beeping sound and sees Whis's staff glowing on and off. Whis! Beerus shouts. I'm terribly sorry, but would you mind answering that for me? Whis asks. Beerus groans and grabs the staff. He can't talk right now. Call him back, would ya? Suddenly, the staff shot out of Beerus's hand, shocking him. The staff flew to the center of the room and projected a hologram of a small figure. Beerus screamed in fear more than surprise and fell out of his chair, scooting back on the floor. Grand Zeno! Sire! Beerus says. Zeno doesn't reply, making Beerus get to his feet and bow, breaking his table. We praise thee, noble person. Beerus spoke rapidly. With all our praises and our thank yous. Oh Lord, am I quoting Goku? Whis then appears next to Beerus. Oh, Grand Zeno. What an unexpected honor. I hope you're having a splendid day. It's an okay day, I guess, Zeno shrugs. I'm calling because I need you to retrieve someone for me, you see. Beerus raises his head. And what would that be, Grand Leader? Well, I'd like to see the Black Dragon Emperor, you see, Zeno states. Beerus and Whis open their mouths in shock. You actually want us to acquire the strongest dragon ever known in existence. Zeno shakes his head. No, silly. Not Erakhan himself, but his son. Kyo Nagasaki, you see. Beerus and Whis glance at each other. I wasn't aware that Erakhan had any children, Whis says. Which universe will we find him in? Zeno makes a small circle and points. You'll find him in Universe 4. The universe run by that idiot devil, Surzex. Beerus groans. Zeno looks at Beerus. Is there a problem? Beerus stiffens and bows again. No, sire. I would be honored to acquire the boy. You be quiet, Zeno orders. Please forgive me. Beerus cries quietly. Zeno continues, I need his help, you see. I will explain later on once you have brought him to me. Whis nods. It shall be done, Grand Zeno. We will retrieve him at once. Kyo was in the dimensional gap training, with Great Red behind him watching as they were at the beach where they'd previously spoken. Well done, Kyo. Now focus your juggernaut energy and channel it into your armor. Kyo nods. Longinus Smasher. Kyo unleashes a blast that divides the ocean in half, then strikes a playful pose. Boom, baby. Ha. Suddenly, Kyo and Great Red hear clapping and turn to see Beerus approaching. I must say that was highly impressive, Beerus states. Great Red raises an eyebrow. Lord Beerus. This is a surprise. It's good to see you too, Red. Beerus then looks at Kyo. So, you are the son of Erakhan. Kyo glances up at Great Red as he deactivates his helmet. Uncle, who is this? Great Red gestures to Beerus. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. And I'm his attendant, Whis. Whis introduces himself. Charmed to meet you, Black Dragon Emperor. Kyo hesitantly shakes his hand. You too. So, is there a reason you're here to see me? Beerus wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead. Yes, the Omni King has informed us that he wants to see you. Great Red shudders. TT the Omni King. Of course. Kyo would be delighted to see him. Kyo raises a hand. Wait, whoa. What's this about an Omni King and why does he want to see me? He is the ruler of us all, Whis explains. He wishes to speak with you because he needs your help. Kyo shakes his head. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I have a date with Ria soon and I also have to pack for my trip to Kyoto, so can it be possible to take a rain check? Beerus grabs Kyo by the cheeks. Don't be foolish. When Grand Zeno calls for you, you don't check your calendar, you just go. Kyo pulls away, massaging his cheek. First of all, don't grab my face like that. Second, touch me again and I won't hesitate to retaliate. Informed her. And Lady Gremory's ex-fiancé. Irina gasped. Fiancé. How romantic. It sounds so noble. Rossweiss added. Issei chuckled. Nobility had nothing to do with it. Kyo was beyond furious when he learned that Rias was engaged to that prideful guy. So he did what was the only logical thing and challenged Riser to a rating game. Him versus Riser and his entire peerage. Kyo won and took Rias back, making the wedding completely called off. But seeing as how Riser had never lost a battle in his life, well, one can imagine. Rias looked up at Ravel. So, Riser still hasn't come to terms with it. Ravel gripped her dress. I know that it was probably foolish of me to come here, but I didn't know who else to turn to for help. But why us? Kyo questioned. When I was asking others for ways to help my brother, I learned that the only way he'll be able to overcome his fear is to learn fortitude, Ravel explained. Something that your peerage possesses. It's what you're most known for. Fortitude. Rias said. Zenobia smiled. Fortitude, huh? Luckily, we all know someone who has that, Irina nodded. The ORC all looked at Kyo as he and Rias smiled at each other. Ravel then added, also, he should be ashamed. He's done nothing but complain for the past 6 months because of how he lost to Kyo. Not to mention he says that now he's afraid of dragons. Gossip magazines have been writing anything they want about him. All because of that one loss, he won't even touch or associate himself with anything having the slightest involvement with dragons. Of course, I'd understand if it was a grudge against Kyo. But he should just learn from that experience and become stronger for the better. But Riser is still my brother. Kyo glanced at Rias and huffed. Oh, I know I'm gonna regret this. Kyo then stood, gaining everyone's attention. All right, Ravel, I'll help your brother. It is in fact partially my fault, I admit. So I'll help. Ravel blushed and looked to the side. If you want to, then I accept your assistance in this matter. Thank you, Lord Kyo. On 2 conditions, Kyo stated, making Ravel look up at him. 1. If I find out that this is some plot for Riser to take Rias back, then I promise you that I'll destroy everyone and anything having to do with you and your family. Ravel looked down fearfully. What's the second condition? Kyo knelt in front of her and used his finger to lift her chin, causing Ravel to blush. You hold your promise to offer me tea and cakes. Ravel blushed even more. Please. Rias smiled and stood. Then it settled. Kyo will be in charge of helping Riser. Though I advise he brings a bunch of bandages and ice packs, because he's gonna need them for the training I have in store for him, Kyo said, grinning. After taking the train to the underworld, Ravel led Kyo and Rias down the path that led to the Phoenix house. Once there, Kyo's eyes widened at the size of the Phoenix establishment. Gizalu. And I thought Rias's house was big. Kyo whistled. Is it a necessity for high-ranking devil families to have huge houses? You could probably fit an entire city in this place. Ravel then took Kyo and Rias to Riser's bedroom, walking past Riser's peerage, all of whom bowed to Kyo. So, what exactly has Riser done since the raiding game? Kyo inquired. He just sits in his room running raiding game simulations, Ravel answered. Sometimes he summons someone to play chess with him, but that's about it. Ravel knocked on Riser's door. Riser, you have guests. Ravel. Riser replied groggily from inside. Riser isn't in the mood to see anyone today. I had a nightmare recently and I don't feel like talking to anyone. Ravel sighed. It's Rias Gremory. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang from the bedroom. Rias is here. Riser cried. Rias stood next to Ravel. Hello, Riser. It's me. Why have you decided to see Riser after so long, Rias? Riser demanded. Are you here to make fun of me and brag about how great your life is with that black-haired brat? Kyo pinched his nose. I'm just here to talk, Riser, Rias said simply. Please come out. They heard loud stomping noises and saw Riser open the door, clad in his pajamas. What would you possibly want to talk with Riser about? Riser immediately froze as soon as he saw Kyo. BB Black Dragon Emperor. Nice to see you too, Flame Boy, Kyo said flatly. Riser then dashed back into his room and hid beneath his bed sheets. You know, I don't want to remember what happened back then. Riser refuses to endure something like that ever again. Is this what happens to someone who's never lost a raiding game in their life? Rias asked. Ravel shook her head. For crying out loud. Ravel approached the bed and pulled the sheet off Riser. Riser, Rias has taken the time to come and talk with you. Stop hiding under the bed sheets. No. Riser refuses. Leave me be. Riser begged. Kyo palmed his head. This is just pathetic. Kyo approached the bed. Look, Riser, I don't like you and you don't like me. The only reason I came here is because your sister asked me for help. So I am going to ask as nicely as I can for you to please put on some clothes, and let's get going. Riser grabbed his pillow and put it over his head. No. Kyo sighed. Why does everyone want to do it the hard way? Kyo then grabbed Riser by his ankle and yanked him off the bed. I tried to be nice about it, but you chose to be stubborn. No. Unhand Riser, you buffoon. Riser ordered, clawing at the ground as Kyo dragged him out of the room. After finally persuading Riser, they were outside the estate as Kyo packed his bag. Riser sat on the edge of the fountain with a disgusted look. So, what do you plan to do exactly? Rias asked. A large shadow then flew over her. Been a long time, kid, Tannen said, landing in front of them. Kyo rolled his eyes. Finally. What took you so long? Did you stop and ask for directions or something? Riser stiffened and screamed in fear. T.T. Tannen. The ultimate class devil and legendary dragon. Tannen landed in front of Riser, making the phoenix shudder. So, you're Riser Phoenix. I've watched your previous fights and saw the proud devil you are. Now all I see is a man with serious issues. Kyo hefted his bag over his shoulder. We were hoping you could help teach him some fortitude. Tannen pet a brow. Fortitude? Not a bad idea. So then, shall we be off to the mountains? Riser sprouted his wings. No. He tried to fly away until Tannen grabbed him. Quit trying to run away. If you truly are a phoenix, then prepare yourself and stop acting like a child. Kyo sprouted his own wings and flew up alongside Tannen, looking down at Rias and Ravel. Well, see you girls in a few days. Please don't hesitate to call me if you need help, Rias pleaded. Kyo chuckled. Come on, Rias. It's me, remember. Wait. Ravel halted them. Take me with as well. I want to help my brother. Tannen leaned his head close to Kyo and whispered, Seems like the girl has eyes for you. Maybe we should take her along. She might be able to help. First off, you seriously need a mint, Kyo stated, waving his hand. Second off, don't give me dating tips. Rias stepped forward. I think you should take her with Kyo. Kyo sighed in defeat. Fine. But I don't want to hear any complaining from you, seeing as how I'm going to be getting enough of that with your cowardly brother. Ravel smiled and flew up, changing into a safari outfit. No. Prize. Lastly, how powerful is this Grand Zeno anyway? If he were bored, he could annihilate all of us with just a snap of his fingers, Great Red explains. That kind of powerful nephew. Kyo's eyes widen. Yeesh. So basically he's like Thanos with all of the Infinity Stones. Point made. Alright, so where does he live? He wishes for you to come to his palace, Whis states. He said he would explain his request once we arrived. Beerus releases Kyo's face. Exactly. Which means we need to go now. Kyo sighs. Are you sure this can't wait? Are you honestly that dense? Beerus growls. Kyo retorts, hey, I get that you're upset about not being the sponsor for your own cereal brand, but can you keep your issues to yourself? Beerus grabs Kyo by the throat. Rabbit. I'm a god. One that will easily tear you apart if you don't comply with the Grand Leader's request. Kyo waves his hand dismissively. Ever heard of breath mints? Take this seriously. Beerus yells. Do you not comprehend that the fate of your universe hinges on you having good manners? If you do anything that Grand Zeno finds insulting, he'll erase you and every single reality from existence. Where is your father? Perhaps he could slap some sense into you. Kyo takes a breath. My father is dead. Beerus steps back in surprise. Whis places a hand on Kyo's shoulder. I apologize, Kyo. Your father was an honorable being. How did he pass? Kyo looks down. He sacrificed himself to save me. Beerus sighs. Forgive me. As Whis stated, your father was a worthy adversary. You make him proud. But please, I emphasize it again, Grand Zeno wishes to see you. Urgently. Kyo looks up. Very well. But you get to explain to my girlfriend why I skipped out on our date. Beerus rolls his eyes. Fine, whatever. Now can we please get going before we face annihilation? Whis, if you'd be so kind. Whis taps his staff on the ground, forming a portal. This way please. Kyo waves at Great Red. Bye, uncle. See you soon. As the portal closes, Great Red lowers his head. We're all doomed. Kyo, Beerus, and Whis walk through the portal and see two other beings. Kyo notices that one resembles Beerus but has a rounder figure, while the other looks like a female version of Whis. Brother, the other cat growls. Brother, Beerus sneers back. Kyo leans to Whis and points at the hefty cat. So who's this? This is Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and his attendant Vados, Whis explains. So, you were summoned by Grand Zeno as well. Kampa scoffs and then notices Kyo. Who is that? Another scion for you to play with. As the tension builds, a dark presence looms, hinting at a greater threat on the horizon. Kyo gulped nervously as Akino crawled up to him, liking her fingers. Kyo, I want you. Akino. Kyo chuckled, glancing side to side. I can't believe you'd abandon me just to go gallivanting all over Kyoto. Akino whined. Kyo looked away, flustered as Akino laid down on his chest. He cleared his throat. It's just a school trip. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd stay with you and Rias. But, unfortunately, it's not. Even if I am a senior, Azazel has asked me to go with them to supervise. You know how it works. I do, Akino nodded. But that's 2 whole days I won't be able to get my hands on you. That's why. Akino leaned close and whispered in his ear. I'm going to fill up on you now. Kyo widened his eyes, feeling heat rush to his head as Akino puckered her lips and leaned toward his. Just as Kyo was about to give in, another voice halted their moment. Akino, what the hell is going on in here? Rias demanded. Akino and Kyo turned to see Rias standing at the other end of the bedroom in her bathrobe and a towel wrapped around her hair. Yipe. Kyo muttered quietly. Oh, what's this? Akino said. It looks as though our bicycle is in danger of becoming a tricycle. You seem to be having a hard time controlling yourself, Rias stated. I'm not the only one having a hard time, right? Akino then pinned Kyo to the bed and was about to kiss him until something yanked his head away from her. Yo, stop hogging all the attention, Kaneko snapped, with Kyo's head in her lap. What the dash? Kaneko. Where did you come from? Kyo said, dumbfounded that he hadn't noticed her presence. Kaneko looked down at Kyo and smiled. Kyo, let's use my healing sage arts to help you relax better. Rias's eyebrow twitched in agitation at Kaneko. Wow. You too. Suddenly, they heard a scoff, and Kyo, Kaneko, and Akino looked to see Zenobia on the other end of the bed. The two of you can try all you want, but Kyo is my man too, Zenobia said with a smirk. And he is going to be the bearer of my children whether you like it or not. Zenobia tackled Kyo as she, Akino, and Kaneko began to smother him. Kyo groaned internally, caught in the middle of another chaotic moment. Rias closed her eyes and lowered her head in frustration. Geez, why can't the three of you learn to listen to your MSDR's orders? All the girls stopped and looked at their president, saying in unison, because Kyo is ours. Kyo kept his eyes on the ceiling, ignoring how close their chests were to his face. Rias ripped the towel off her hair. No. She then ran forward, jumping off the table and flying towards Kyo. If anything, he belongs to me. Kyo exhaled at the soaring redhead. Oh, son of a... He was cut off as Rias landed on him, her presence silencing his sentence. In the classroom, Kyo kept his head down, not wanting to hear about the whole trip. He honestly just wanted to stay in Kuo with Rias and rest, but Azazel had asked for his supervision and wanted him to assist him and Rosweiss. Kyo lifted his head and saw Aika talking with Asia, Zenobia, and Irina about where to go during the trip. Suddenly, he noticed a hand reaching for him and looked to see Kaneko standing next to his desk. Chill out, would ya? The Nico said in her usual monotone voice. I came to grab you for something. Which is... What? Kyo shrugged. Kaneko grabbed his wrist and took him to what looked like a living room. So, why exactly did you bring me here? Kyoet. Kaneko walked forward to one of the sofas. To do healing sage arts with you. You probably weren't told this, but your mother said that before your father took us with him to the dimensional gap, Erakhan said that if you had gone into the dreadnought overdrive, it would have drained tens of thousands of years off your life. And seeing as how you did. Kyo looked down in shock. My God. Kaneko looked back at him. Exactly. And I need to start healing you through regular sage art sessions. So I want to start now, especially with you being gone for 2 whole days in Kyoto. Kyo sighed. It never ends. My life always on the line. Kaneko approached Kyo and took his hand. Don't think like that. Kyo forced a smile. You're right, I am sorry. Lately, I just haven't been exactly. Right? Ever since Rias and I came back from the gap, I haven't been feeling like myself. I've been more aware of things, paranoid more specifically. I just have this feeling like I know something is going to happen. Kaneko took him to the sofa and made him sit down. I think you're right, maybe it's just paranoia? Kyo shook his head. I sure hope so. Kaneko then changed into a robe, releasing her ears and tail. She sat on Kyo's lap, taking off his shirt and hugging him. Kyo rested his head against the sofa and closed his. How does it feel? Kaneko inquired. Amazing. I'm actually struggling not to fall asleep. Kyo chuckled slightly. Kaneko looked down, blushing. There's another thing we can try. It's called bedroom arts. Kyo opens his eyes and stares at her. Wait, bedroom arts? As in you and me? I don't think that I'd. Kaneko gently pushes him down on the sofa. Don't think of it like that. Think of it like you're just training to get your life restoration back. That just makes it sound like I'm using you, Kyo says. Which doesn't really make it any better. The pair then hear someone clear their throat and look to see Rias standing in the doorway. While I understand the sage arts are a necessary method to heal Kyo, I'll have to ask you to refrain from doing that on school grounds, Rias says calmly. Also, I wanted to tell you that my family is having a gathering. We'll be stopping by the Gremory house to say hello, since you'll be leaving for Kyoto shortly. The ORC and Irina are all seated in the Gremory dining hall. Irina is in awe. I never thought an angel would visit the mansion of an upper-class devil. I am beyond honored. Venerana giggles. Well, the pleasure is all ours, dear. Zeoticus then looks at Rosweiss. So, Rosweiss, you're interested in our educational system. Rosweiss nods. Yes. I was hoping maybe I could open a Norse magic school in the Gremory domain and thought it would be interesting to try and raise some Valkyrie devils. Zeoticus chuckles. As the head of the Gremory household, I think that would be a fascinating endeavor. Speaking of school, doesn't your class have an upcoming trip soon, Kyo? Venerana asks. Kyo nods. Yes, ma'am. Though technically, seeing as how I'm a senior, I'm just going to be supervising. Azazel says that I should come just in case, to help with whatever he needs me to. Though, if I'm being honest, I don't look forward to following his orders. Of course, Rias went on that same trip last year, Venerana recollects. She brought us back some pickled vegetables that were simply divine. If they were that good, I can bring you back another batch, Kyo shrugs. I was just making conversation, but that's a sweet offer. Venerana smiles. Though I hear their melon ball are amazing. Oh yes. Did I mention Surzex is in the residential suite? Zeoticus says. My brother's here. Rias sits back, surprised. Rias, Kyo, and Milikas head to the suite where they see Surzex talking with Zerg. Rias waves at him. Hey Zex. Surzex sees them and smirks. How'd you know? Milikas runs to his father's side as Surzex ruffles his hair. Father told us, Rias states. How are you? I hope well. So good to see you. There was no need to go out of your way to see me, but thanks, Surzex says. Serorg turns to Kyo. What a surprise. You look well. Kyo extends his hand as they clasp forearms. You don't look too bad yourself, big guy. Serorg, Rias smiles. I wish you would have told us you were stopping in for a visit. The good news is he was kind enough to bring some delicious fruit from the Bale domain, Surzex explains. Also, we used this opportunity to discuss the details of the raiding game you and he will be participating in. Outside the usual rule field requirements, Serorg has asked to remove any complicated rules of battle within the raiding game. Kyo and Rias look at each other before back at Serorg. So, basically what you're saying is that you're going to allow all our various powers in combat. Rias concedes. Serorg nods. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wanting. If I can't take your people on at full strength, then I have no business claiming to be the heir of a great devil family. Indeed, Surzex agrees. Serorg, weren't you hoping to exchange a few blows with Kyo? Yes, Serorg replies. Perfect. Then why don't we set up a quick bout right now? Surzex suggests. Kyo pps a brow. As in right this second. Surzex looks to his younger sister. What are your thoughts, Rias? Rias shrugs, grinning. Fine by me. I mean, if the great devil king wishes it so, then I guess I can't really refuse. Kyo, think you can handle it? Why do I get the feeling that you're only allowing this because you think it'll serve as punishment for what happened with Kaneko? Kyo insinuates. Perfect. I'm looking forward to seeing what type of power the Black Dragon Emperor possesses, Surzex says. Later, the ORC and Surzex stand at the ends of an arena as Kyo and Serorg are about to face off. I've been looking forward to this day for a while now. Serorg then rips off his formal clothes, showing his muscular build. Let the match begin. Surzex announces. Let's do this. Kyo yells as he transforms into his explosion armor. This should be interesting, Serorg grins. Kyo summons his wings and starts circling around Serorg, noticing that the devil is keeping up by turning with great speed, not taking his eyes off the dragon. He's faster than I thought. Guess I got no choice but to just throw a punch. Kyo then lets out a roar as he charges and punches Serorg several feet away. Serorg quickly recovers and wipes his mouth. Not bad. That was a decent attack, though a little too straightforward. That move might take down a weaker devil, but Kyo then sees Serorg disappear and reappear behind him. Stronger. Serorg then throws a punch at Kyo, making him catch the fist and dig his feet into the ground to push against Serorg. Serorg smirks. Guess you've gotten better at defense as well. More and more I continue to like you, Black Dragon. I've been through a lot of pain, so trust me, punches like that I eat for breakfast, Kyo states as he then knees Serorg and grabs his shirt before spinning him several times and throwing him at the wall of the arena. Kyo summoned a black ball of electricity in his hand and threw it where Serorg had hit the wall. Dark Oblivion. The ball struck Serorg, causing a significant explosion. When the smoke cleared, Serorg stood there unfazed, cracking his neck. Guess you're not holding back, huh? You said you took certain rules off of the raiding game so that when the time comes, we face off with no holds barred, Kyo reminded him. If I don't show you what I can do at full capacity, then I'm just being a tease. And I've never been one to show off. Serorg laughed. Exactly what I like to hear. 'Cause I'm just getting warmed up. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Kyo, throwing a punch that sent him crashing across the arena and hitting the wall. Come on, Kyo. I know you're more capable than this. Show me more. Serorg demanded. Balance breaker. Transform. Destruction armor. Kyo blasted through the wall and unleashed several punches, forcing Serorg to back up before Kyo elbowed him in the back of the head and back-kicked him away. Impressed. Kyoet. Serorg looked down at his torn shirt and the bruises forming on his body. I knew you had more in you. Just what I'd hoped for. They charged at each other, exchanging and dodging blows. Serorg sent a right hook, disorienting Kyo, then lifted the Dragon Emperor over his head and slammed him down, shattering his armor. Serorg kicked Kyo with full force, sending him back to the other end of the arena. Kyo's helmet shattered and he coughed. Man, Now I'm starting to see why you enjoy fighting. Sarorg charged again, but Kyo stood and delivered an uppercut to his chest, shattering the crystal in the center. You should never let your guard down, Sarorg warned. Kyo coughed again but grinned. Who said I'd let it down? Transform, demonic Slayer armor. His armor reshaped into Slayer armor, revealing his 4 arms and wings. Kyo twisted Sarorg's arm that was still lodged in his chest and, using his lower 2 arms, rapidly punched Sarorg in the gut before delivering a strong punch with his upper right. Sarorg dropped to his knees, coughing BLD. Kyo breathed as his armor disappeared and he fell, prompting Sarorg to catch him and lay him on the ground. You definitely held your own just now. I'm thoroughly impressed by you, Sarorg said, nodding. Kyo raised an eyebrow, causing Sarorg to frown. What's wrong? You seem confused by my compliment. Do you have a problem with me? Kyo tiredly shook his head. Not at all. It's just that whenever I've gone up against someone, most of the time all they did was monologue and say I was beneath them. Most high-ranking devils just look down on me.